Hello everyone and welcome to today's video on business analytics on Intellipaat. Just imagine, how would you feel if you had a time machine and you could review your past professional accomplishments and outcomes and utilize that knowledge to plan for the future? Sounds kinda interesting. You would be surprised to know that the technology exists and it's possible. Data and businesses share the same bond as a writer shares with his pen. A potent weapon in business nowadays is business analytics. Businesses across all sectors produce enormous amount of data, which has increased the demand for the specialists who are data proficient and also comprehend how to evaluate and analyze the information. If we look back in the past, then we would find out that Frederick Winston Taylor was responsible for the introduction of team management exercises in the 19th century, which marked the beginning of the commercial usage of business analytics. Later on, Henry Ford gauged the pace of production line. Analytics started to gain more attention in the late 1960s and computers evolved into decision support tools. A lot of companies are shifting towards business analytics, and some of them are Tesla, Coca-Cola, Netflix. The future of this industry is very bright. From reviewing the information produced by business intelligence system, business analytics moves on to an algorithm that can make decisions for you. There are enormous amount of data generated in today's world, and eventually business analytics will rely on it. Now before we discuss more about business analytics, do not forget to hit the subscribe button and click the bell icon. So let's discuss our agenda first. So we're gonna start our session with introduction to business analytics. Moving ahead, we are going to discuss top tools in business analytics. Then, we are going to learn about risk management. Moving ahead, we are going to discuss the business analyst versus a data analyst. Later on, we will also learn how to become a business analyst. Moving ahead, we are going to discuss roles and responsibilities. And at the end, we are going to conclude our session with interview questions.
Now, let us begin with overview of business analysis. So before going into the depth and the definition of business analysis, you should first know about what is a business process. So it is a set of related tasks performed to accomplish a specific organizational goal, or it can also be defined as a series of logically structured activities that produce a specific service or product for customers. So when we talk about a business process and what actually it is, so nowadays most of the businesses rely on data and they follow a particular strategy, like they have real world data as the input for their business and they store that data. It can be either databases or some kind of cloud storage. Then they have, like you can say, a specific kind of business process that is particularly designed to serve their business and meet their goals for profitability. Now, what after business process? Do they have something else to cover? So they have some stakeholders, investors who actually goes through these business process in order to understand whether they are at the safe side of profit generation or not, by looking into the developed business process as well as the output they get from it. Also, the output generally is measured in terms of its profitability. So it is all about a business process, business method, or business function that is actually a collection of related structured activities, or you can say the task by people or equipment, in which a specific sequence produces a service or product for a particular customer. So these business processes are linked to each other, that is, they are a collection of linked tasks which find their end in the delivery of a service or product to a client, and it has also been defined as a set of activities and tasks that actually once completed will accomplish an organizational goal. So in the real world there are countless business process examples all around, and it's something that can be found in every organization, whether you are a small startup doing content marketing or a giant corporation manufacturing smartphones. You are doing all this through business processes. So one of the example can be client onboarding process. So this is one of the simple process. So when onboarding new clients, an agency has to display professionalism, courtesy, and expertise. So for this, they need a proper strategy and planning. So if you end up acquiring a big client, the last thing you want to happen is your team sitting there and wondering, okay, what is the next step that we must follow in order to handle this client? So for this scenario, you need to create a small strategy or plan, or you can say a small business process that includes like scheduling an initial meeting, and get to know the client's business and how the industry works, how's the competition, and many more. Then you have to assess company goals and assets, know what your client wants from you and how you can use their strength to achieve those goals. Then also you have to define KPIs. The client will want to have a way to measure your progress, make sure that you are bringing the results. Also you have to create an action plan. You have to present that action plan in front of the client and what your team is going to do within the week, month or an year. Also you have to pitch the client, see if they like the proposed strategy or not, and if not, you have to start it over again. And if they do, assign all the tasks to the right team members. So these are the basic business processes. So this is actually the importance of business process, and we already discussed why and how companies uses business processes for optimizing their profit. Now coming to why do we need a business process. So by now you already have a quite good idea about the importance of a business process and how businesses uses it. But these are the points that I need to tell you about the need of a business process. So business processes are generally optimized and they are repetitive, but can also be improved as per the changes in the industry, demand of the client, and depends on many other factors. But if a business continuously sticks to a certain or a specific process for their business activities, then it is for sure that it is slowly degrading its market value. So that is why the improvement in the business process is very important. And to become and remain successful and competitive, businesses must include optimal business processes and continuously improve them. Also, failing to do is likely to result in higher cost of production, lower revenues, less motivated employees, and fewer satisfied customers. So these are the business process related things that you actually need to know regarding the need of a business process. Further, we have business process automation. So automation is moving the needle of business efficiency and simplifying human lives in general. So businesses that have automated their
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which of the following is not a tab in Excel? And your options are View, Page Layout, Quick Access, or Data. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
processes, or you can say the day-to-day activities of a business, if they are automated, they actually cut the price, save time, and employ their manual workforce to solve more intelligent problems, and they let machines to do the rote task while eliminating the chances of human errors. That is why automation in business processes is one of the most important and crucial factors that affect the businesses in the long term as well as to achieve short term goals. So further, business process automation is the technology enabled automation for complex business processes implementation. So it can streamline a business for simplicity, achieve digital transformation, increase service quality, also improve service delivery. So it actually accelerates how work gets done by routing information to the right person at the right time through user defined rules and actions. So there are business analysts who takes care of all these business process related tasks to take actions for simplifying, optimizing the business processes as per the requirements of the clients. So here are certain competencies of a business analyst, and these four are listed down over here. So the first one is streamlining communication, enforce accountability, minimize cost and errors, then keeping track of processes. So these counts in the essential task for maintaining the efficiency of a business process. So starting with the first one, that is streamlining communication. So it actually helps to keep track of projects, which is a vital part of streamlined communication in an office. So here actually we make the process easier by using a shared dashboard. Instead of having to track progress and each newly completed task separately, we use a centralized hub that is accessible to every employee. So streamlined communication actually includes all the factors such as all the employees, clients and developers, project manager, and whoever is involved in the project. So it actually helps in creating an interconnection for a proper communication between all of them, and for this we use a centralized hub. Then comes enforce accountability. So accountability in the workplace means that all the employees are responsible for their actions, behaviors, performance and decisions, and it is also linked to an increase in commitment towards work and employee morale, which leads to higher performance. So for any business to run successfully and implement its business activities, it is always beneficial to enforce accountability that actually helps in increasing the efficiency of the business, either in product development or providing services to the customers or clients, as well as developing the product that in turn satisfies the client or customer from our services. Now, further comes minimization of the cost and errors. So, negotiating with creditors can be a viable alternative to control and reduce cost. Therefore, make agreements with clients and negotiate the best payment terms so that they can be realized without major financial consequences. So, this is all done by a business analyst. Also, they reduce manual errors by automating the business processes to save the wastage of time and resources. So, there are various tools, technology available for the automation of the business processes such as data science, machine learning, RPA, and there are many other services that you can use by just paying a small amount or the amount for a particular service that you want to use. Now, the next one is keep track of processes. So, one of the competencies of a business analyst is to keep track of all the business processes that are going on. So, for this, they have to pick up duplications or repetitive tasks and identify problems that cause performance issues to take concrete steps to make improvements and track the progress of the further business activities. So, this is one of the critical reasons why business process management, or so called BPM, monitoring can be so effective for any business. So now, apart from the competencies of a business analyst, there are companies based on functions. They can be of a product based company or a service based company. So talking about product based companies, they build their own product and sell it in the market. So they actually build their own product, and these are specific to their business. So you can say that a product based company is a company that makes product that might be or might not be related to any particular software, but they need the IT department to make the product more sellable. And in simple words, you can understand it like product based companies are those that create some products like you see like Oracle, Adobe, Samsung, and many other in the market. And their product may not vary, and most of the times it is not different from other similar products that they have. So these are specific and they build specific products. Whereas in service based companies, they build a product, application, or a feature for the companies and their client to use. So the projects that a service based companies work on, so they can be different all the time according to the need of the client or the customer. So it is not like they are building a specific product and they are improving a specific products all the time. There can be variety of products that they have to build for their clients. So these are the companies based on different types of functions. So talking about product based companies, there is Amazon, Flipkart, and there is Google, Tesla. These are few of the well known examples of product based companies. And talking about service based companies, it can be like TCS, Infosys, Cognizant. So these are under the category of service based companies. Now there are projects for product based companies as well as service based companies. So what actually is a project? So project is a temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product, service, or result, and the temporary nature of the product indicates a definite beginning and an end. So there are two types of projects. So these are fixed bid projects and billing projects. So when we are talking about fixed bid projects, so they fixes both the scope and the price at the beginning of the project itself. So these fixed bid projects are billed using the flat amount regardless of the number of hours worked and the time taken and the task that is completed. So this flat amount can be applied to a project as a whole or to each week or month of the project. And since the fixed bid projects are duration based, they require a start and end date. Now coming to billing projects. So a billing project or project billing method is a way in which the project cost will be calculated and invoiced to the clients. So now it's very important. You will not be able to change the project billing method after creating an invoice based on the project's expenses. And apart from that, it actually allows you to simplify client invoicing, improve cash flow, and measure the profitability of the contract project with support for planning as well as execution and the business analysis process. And it actually utilizes the information from the work breakdown structure and provides flexible revenue and invoice generation feature that in turn enables you to track unbilled receivables and bill customers for individual projects or a sub part of the project, as well as an internal chargebacks. So these are the two types of projects in the industry. Now coming to the IT project structure for professionals, it consists of business stakeholders, subject matter experts, and technology leads. Apart from that, there are four hierarchies including technical architects, project managers, QA managers, and production support team. So coming to technical architects, it comprises of junior technical architects as well as assistants who actually makes the architecture of the entire business project after the business analysis is done. Then comes project managers that consist of technical leads and developers who manages the technical side of the project. So a project manager is actually well versed with the entire project, the functioning of the project, the technologies and various types of features that the client wants. So they are well versed with the projects, and then they assign the task to different technical leads. So there can be different sections of the project. One section may comprise of database related things, one section may comprise of Java development, and it can be like usage of different technologies. So there will be different technical leads for handling these sections. So all the work and the task is explained to the technical leads, and then it is delivered by the technical leads to the developers for developing the project. So this is the hierarchy of IT project structure for professionals. Same goes with QA managers. So the QA managers knows about the quality parameters that are to be met for the clients, and for different technology they assign the task to the QA leads, and then these are further assigned to QA analyst in the hierarchy. And finally comes the production support, who deals with the support services for the client after the product has been successfully developed. So this is the IT project structure for the professionals. Now further, there are certain pre-project activities that are to be done. So first, the client realizes his needs for a software application here, and then he will do an initial analysis on the required features of the software application and will prepare the requirements document. So it consists of three things, that is RFP, that is request for proposal, then it comes RFQ, request for quotation, and then comes statement of work. So the first one, that is request for proposal, includes is a document in which the business needs appear. What are the actual business needs of a client? Then request for information is a form that is attached to RFP that consists of the various information related to the business or the product. Then in request for quotation, it is actually a standard business process, and its purpose is to invite suppliers into a bidding process to bid on specific products or services. Then comes statement of work. So it is a document that defines project specific activities, deliverables, and timelines for a vendor providing services to the client. So these are the pre-project activity that are done before the project is initiated or assigned to a company or a product development company. So further, there is the need to initiate a project. So why do we initiate projects? So projects actually play an essential role in the growth and survival of an organization in today's rapidly changing competitive business environment. Also, it helps in managing changes and achieving these strategies of the enterprise. Further, all the projects are aimed at helping the project sponsor in one way or the other to reduce cost, increase revenue, increase efficiency, ensure transparency, and so on. So projects are actually initiated to serve a purpose or a specific goal. Further, there are certain reasons for project initiation. So we'll discuss them. So projects are initiated in response to a business strategy to cater to market demands, tackle competition, increase market share, comply with regulations, create a competitive edge, use emerging opportunities to boost revenue. So the demands in the industry always changes. So according to the demands of the customers, company develops the products. So that is why they need to adopt different strategies. They need to build new products, upgrade the previous one to cater to the market demands. Then comes tackling of competition. So there are a lot of companies, there are a lot of product development companies who target the customers, who build the products as per the needs of the customer. So to keep up with the pace of the market as well as to compete properly in the market, the projects are to be made in such a way that your product can actually get hold of a position in the market in order to serve the customers in a better way, and you have a brand for that. Then comes increase market share. So projects are also initiated for increasing the market share of the company, comply with regulations and create competitive edge for your company so that you can stand out apart from the other competitors. Then using emerging opportunities to boost revenue is one of the reasons for project initiation for different types of projects. So this is all done with the help of business analysis. So the very first process is business analysis. You need to analyze the business. So let us see what is actually business analysis. So business analysis is the set of tasks, knowledge and techniques required to identify business needs and determine solutions to various business problems. So solutions often comprise of systems development component, process improvement, organizational change, and project related analysis. So this can also be considered as disciplined approach for introducing and managing change to organizations, whether they are for profit businesses or for non-profits. But business analysis is ultimately used to identify and articulate the need for change in how organizations work and to facilitate that change in real time. So till now you already have a decent idea about the importance of business processes and business analysis. Now let us understand why is business analysis important. So business analysis actually helps stakeholders achieve a shared understanding of the organization's need. So further, this shared understanding puts the team in a position to make legitimate recommendations for those needs and ultimately put the organization in a position to move forward with the set of recommendations that best meet those needs. So this is why business analysis is one of the crucial factors that play a very important role for any business out there in the market. So this is all about the overview and introduction to business analysis. Who is a business analyst? So we already discussed the hierarchy of a professional project, an IT project, and I have told you about the technical architects, project managers, QA managers, production support. So an IT project is actually divided into two parts. So the first one consists of the business stakeholders, subject matter experts, technology leads, or you can say the technology heads. So these are the front line of any project or of any business. Then comes technical architects, project managers, QA managers, product support team, junior technical assistants, technical leads, QA leads, developers, as well as QA analyst. So the front line of any project or any business consists of the initiation task that involves the collection of, or you can say gathering of requirements from the client or customer for a product that needs to be developed. So again, coming to the frontline keyword, there are business stakeholders that holds quite a sort of good position in the company, and they are included when the deal is going on, and they suggest changes, they participate actively, they actually suggest the methods to enhance the business activity according to their experience. Other than stakeholders, there are subject matter experts. Those include market experts, investing experts, financial experts, technology experts, and there can be project planners, and also it may include business intelligence professionals also. So considering all of them, their role is to understand each and every aspect of the client's demand. That's why a team of subject matter experts are taken into account. Then there are technology leads who are well versed with the technology that can be best used for a particular project development. So now the role of a business analyst over here is to collect all the requirements that are given by the client or the customer for the product that you have to develop, and then they give this analysis that they have made to the team of technical architects, project managers, QA managers. So they all together develop the product then. So this is the role of a business analyst. Now let us understand the role of a business analyst further. So a business analyst work as an intermediator among stakeholders to extract, analyze, communicate, and validate requirements for changes to the business processes, policies, and information systems. So business analyst understands business problems and opportunities in the context of the requirements and then recommends solution that enables the organization to achieve its goals. Further, a business analyst is responsible for ensuring that the project's output meets the requirement of the business and that they are fit for the purpose. So when coming to a business analyst, there can be a lot of things to talk about. So they actually work with the organizations to help them improve their processes and systems, and they conduct research on it and analyzes in order to come up with solutions to business problems and helps to introduce these systems to the business and their clients. So business analysts look at how a company operates, conducting research and analyzing data to develop their knowledge. Also, this suggests methods for the company to improve their practices and processes. So this is usually done with the aim of helping the company to make more money, solve existing business problems, and better achieve their goals. So the work of a business analyst is also very closely related to the IT sector, and in some companies business analyst may be considered as a technical job role and sit within an IT department. So nowadays business analyst solutions for their clients usually involve the implementation of new, or you can say improved, computer systems, and the analyst role may extend to in a similar way the wider business with the benefit of this new technology and also instructing colleagues on how it is to be used. So analysts can either work in-house or for a company where they will work on projects for their employer, or to be employed by an analyst or consulting firm and will usually travel to the client's office, and it can be based there for the duration of a period. So the length of business analyst involvement in projects can vary, as they may only be present in the short term, coming up with solutions to a problem, or on a long term basis also, where they will assist in the implementation of the solution. So there can be different criterias, there can be different scenarios for business. So the role of a business analyst may vary as per the various types of companies. So there are alternate job titles that include business system analyst, process analyst, enterprise analyst, business architect, and functional analyst. So typically a business analyst will analyze the structure of a business, how it uses technology and what its goals are, identify problems within a business, including through using data modeling techniques. Also, it includes communication with senior people in organizations to find out what they hope to achieve. Also, their role is to formulate ways for businesses to improve based on previous research, persuade internal and external stakeholders of the benefits of new technology or strategies, and also to oversee the implementation of new technology and systems and run workshops and training sessions. And the typical employers of a business analyst who hires business analysts are specialist business analytics or business analysis firms, consulting firms, and professional service firms, including technology consulting companies, along with public sector organizations such as county councils, technology companies, research firm, larger organizations that require in-house analysts such as banks, utilities companies, and multinational retailers. Further, experienced business analysts may be able to work for themselves in a freelance capacity also. So there are n number of business analysts who works on the project basis and who are freelancers. So there are certain qualifications and training required for becoming a skilled business analyst. So it typically, the business analyst roles require a bachelor's degree in any discipline, though employers may prefer a degree in a business, computing, economics, or business related degree that actually helps them to hire a skilled individual. So there are certain key skills for business analyst also that actually fulfills the role of a business analyst. They help to accomplish the role of a business analyst, you can say. So they should have commercial awareness, they should have communication and interpersonal skills. Apart from that, time management and organizational skills that actually helps them to meet the deadlines of the project. Then problem solving skills to solve the real world problems or any business related problems. So this is one of the crucial skill that any business analyst should have. Then comes analytical skills, which is again one of the important skills, as it helps to perform analytics efficiently. If a person is good in analytical skills, he has, or he or she has quite a decent analytical skills, so they can actually help companies to analyze their business. Then comes leadership and management skills. and also a willingness or interest in understanding of the project management techniques and computing systems. So this is all about the role of a business analyst. Further, let us discuss the current trends in business analysis. So first of all, don't expect to get all the requirements at once and focus on more business analysis thing. Focus on adding business value, adopt a professional business analysis approach, communicate more with stakeholders, build better business cases. So one thing over here is to note that the requirements of the clients and customer may change in future. So once you gather all the requirements, so you have a good idea about how actually the product is to be built and what are the key aspects of the project. So it can differ in future, so you should be ready for that and you should not expect all the requirements. So minute changes can be made, but you should understand the overall product that is to be developed to serve a specific goal. Apart from that, further requirement, the changes in the requirements can be made in the future. So apart from that, there are responsibilities of a business analyst. So we have actually discussed in the previous section the role of a business analyst, but here are the responsibilities of a business analyst in a more precise way. So they have to gather and prepare business requirements, they have to plan and document the requirements, they have to analyze and model the requirements, they have to take up change request in the future. If the client wants to change some feature or want some changes in the product, then they have to take up the change request and analyze what all things has to be changed in relation to that. Then perform acceptance testing, that actually involves the testing of the application or the product that is developed for the client with respect to the changes that are made and the final product that is made. So they have to gather and prepare the business requirements and give it to the development team, the stakeholders, and the employer also. So they have to then plan and document the requirements, what all things are actually need to be done, then analyze the model requirements whether it is specific to a product, and also to ensure that the strategy and the analytics analysis that is done for the product and the business, so it is precise and accurate and well optimized for the product development. So these are the responsibilities of a business analyst. So coming to next, the skills of a business analyst. So they should definitely have analytical skills that we have already discussed, but here are two or three more skills that are added, that is problem solving as well as technical skills, decision making skills. So these five are the core skills of a business analyst, that is analytical skills, technical skills, problem solving skills, decision making skills, and communication skills. So now coming to technical skills that we have not discussed. So in this competitive world, there are business analysts who are technically very sound for working in the IT industry. So you must have certain sort of technical skills in order to compete with them. And this can include the usage of various BI tools also. You must have knowledge of SQL, you must have knowledge of Excel, a little bit of data mining, data analysis, kind of data analyst job, and also data science to visualize the insights of the data. So these are some sort of technical skills that a business analyst must have. Then problem solving skills and decision making skills. So this is one of the crucial skills that a business analyst must have. So there can be situations where you have two scenarios for same business. There can be two strategies to follow and both of them are exceptionally good, but then you have to decide and you have to make decision for selecting one of them and implement it for the business in order to get more out of it and in order to optimize the business processes. So at that point of time, your decision making skills counts. So that is why they should have decision making skills. Now coming to project manager and business analyst. So let us compare both of them. So project manager is ultimately responsible for ensuring that the objectives of the project are met and the outputs are delivered on time in the expected cost and the quality. Then coming to business analyst, a business analyst is responsible for ensuring that the project's outputs are meeting the requirements of the business as well as that they are fit for the purpose and it satisfies all the criteria for the clients or the customers. So this is the major difference between a project manager and the business analyst. Let us further look into knowledge areas and compare a business analyst and a project manager. So coming to business analyst and talking about the knowledge areas for a business analyst, so they are bound to enterprise analysis, planning and management, requirement elicitation, requirements analysis and documentation, requirements communication, and requirements implementation. Now we'll discuss each one of them in detail in the coming videos. Now coming to project manager, their domain is of integration, scope management, time management for the project, cost management, HR, communication, quality and risk management, and procurement. So as the term describes it, this is the knowledge area of a project manager. Now next, let us compare and look into the similarities with respect to skill set of a business analyst and project manager. So business analyst has strong communication skills, whereas a project manager also has strong communication skills. So both of them should have a strong communication skill in order to survive in the industry. Then coming to business analyst, they have good understanding of SDLC. So a project manager should also have a good understanding of software development lifecycle. So every member in the team, when they are working on a project, so they should be aware of software development lifecycle. Then coming to business analyst, so they have expertise in negotiation, consensus building, whereas project manager is also well equipped with the skill of negotiation and consensus building. Then they have strong interpersonal and client managing skills. Then detailed oriented approach is one of the crucial skill that a business analyst possesses, whereas a project manager has ability to see the big picture of the project, how a project is managed, how a project has to be delivered, and the product has to be built. Then a business analyst connect with the subject matter experts in order to analyze all the factors related to the project and the business, whereas a project manager directs the project team in order to build the product. So this is one of the major difference between business analyst and a project manager. Now further, they help describe the subject matter expert how and why they perform tasks, whereas a project manager helps the project team get the task done for the development of the project. And it can be small sets, or you can say the subsets of projects or modules of projects that are given to the development team of developers, and the project manager is responsible and they help the project team to get the task done. Now again, coming to business analyst, they ensure the product to be built right according to the requirement. So they give all the analysis of the project and the business, what are the goals that are to be met for the clients, and they ensure that the product is built right according to the requirement. Then coming to project manager, they ensure that the project to be delivered on time within the budget as per the requirements of the business as well as the client. Then business analyst identifies the business issues and then tries to suggest methods and implements various processes in order to sort it out. Then a project manager remove issue barriers technically by using various kinds of technologies that business uses. Then a business analyst manages request for requirement changes, and the project manager manages all the project changes that are to be made. Then again, coming to business analyst, they perform higher requirement related tasks in WBS, whereas a project manager manages the work breakdown structure efficiently in order to build the product. Then finally, the business analyst have investigative skills and the project manager has management skills. Now further, let us look into how do a project manager and a business analyst work together. So this is the simple execution of a project. So it consists of initiation, requirement, design and implementation planning, construction, QA, implementation, and closure of the project. So by now you can identify who is a business analyst and who is a project manager, I suppose. So we have discussed a lot related to a project manager and a business analyst. So here is business analyst and a project manager. So the task of a business analyst is to define the scope, budget, and make a team for the development. Then coming to requirement, they have to plan according to the client requirements and according to the demand what they have to develop. Then the design and implementation part is of a project manager, so it is left empty. Then coming to construction, it includes execution and control, so they check and they track over the development process of the product, so the execution, whether the execution of the product is going on properly or not, and controlling the execution. So whether it is properly done or not. Then QA part is not of a business analyst. Implementation, and when the closure of the project is done, then they look into the project, that is also known as PI, or also stands for post implementation review. They review the product whether it meets the specific goal or not. Now coming to project manager, so they are responsible for initiating the project, and they look into the scope of a project with respect to the development point of view. Then coming to requirement, they gather all the requirements for the product that is to be developed, and they take the requirement document from the business analyst, or you can say the stakeholder or client or customer. Then coming to design and implementation planning, they design, they train, and they test the software based on various strategies as well as technologies that they have. Then coming to construction, they use various test cases to create the software in order to make it robust from every angle and make it perfect for the client. Then coming to QA, they train, test, and apply various testing methodology in order to do the or perform the quality assurance on the developed product. Then for implementation, they check for system checkout in order to understand and analyze the performance of the product. And again, finally, the PIR, that is post implementation review. So they have to review the implementation of the product for the client. So this is how a PM, that is a project manager, and a business analyst work together. Now finally, this is all about who is a business analyst. Introduction to International Institute of Business Analysis. So the IIBA, that is International Institute of Business Analysis, is the industry leader in business analysis certifications worldwide. Also, IIBA certification focuses on real world BA knowledge, that is business analysis knowledge, and skills that support organizations as well as the career progression of certified professionals. So the IIBA is actually a non-profit association for business analytics professionals, and it actually provides variety of certifications for business analysis professionals, and each certification exam evaluates the candidate's understanding and application of business analysis strategies, skills, tasks, and tools. So it was founded in October 2003 at Toronto, and as you already know, it is one of the world's leading association for business analysis professionals. So the vision of IIBA is exactly clear. Now coming to mission, they develop and maintain standards for the practice of business analysis and for certifying its practitioners, which includes business analytics professional. So if you want to become a business analyst, if you want to go into the field of business analysis, then you have to clear the certification of business analysis provided by IIBA. Then the goals, there are 3 goals of IIBA, that is certifying qualified practitioners of business analysis strategies and techniques, then defining standards for the business analysis practice, that includes business analysis body of knowledge that we have discussed, then providing a community, or you can say the forum, for business analysis practitioners and professionals for knowledge sharing. So IIBA actually facilitates the individuals who want to make their career in the field of business analysis by providing them the community forum, defining standards, providing them certification exams in order to make them industry ready and give the essence of business analysis. So just for add-on information, they provide various certification that are ECBA, ECBA Plus, CCBA, CBAP. So just for a small introduction, ECBA is the first level of certification and is for the professionals who are ready to develop their business analysis skills and knowledge and behaviors. And then comes ECBA Plus. So this certification includes hands-on experience with IIBA training partners. After that comes CCBA, that is the certification exam designed for the professionals who have 2 or 3 years of practical business analysis experience. And after that comes the CBAP exam, which is a well-known exam, and this certification is for professionals who have over 5 years of practical business analysis experience. So this is an add-on information. So these are the certifications provided by IIBA that you must be aware of if you are getting into the field of business analysis. So for the validation of any certification exam, there should be governing body, and here IIBA serves as the governing body for the business analysis certification exams for business analysts. So this was all about the overview of IIBA, that is the governing body. of business analysis field. Introduction to the business analysis body of knowledge. So the business analysis body of knowledge is developed by IIBA, that is International Institute of Business Analysis, and it is actually a framework that describes what business analysis is and what tasks are performed as part of business analysis and what techniques and competencies are relevant to performing the task. So this is the best practice repository and it is not actually a methodology. So don't be confused with the term business analysis body of knowledge. It is the repository. It is not a methodology to be followed in business analysis processes. It includes various details related to business analysis. So it is a framework that describes what business analysis is. So within the version 2 of the business analysis body of knowledge, also the business analysis is defined over there, the set of tasks and the techniques used to work as a license among stakeholders in order to understand the structure, policies, and operations of an organization and recommend solutions that enable the organization to achieve its goal. So this is the actual definition. And quite simply, business analysis helps organizations define their problems and opportunities, assess and validate potential solutions, and verify that implemented solutions actually deliver the benefits they were designed to. So this BABOK guide, which is known as the business analysis body of knowledge, so it is a recognized standard for the business analysis practice, and it is a contribution from experienced BA professionals, and it only serves as a guide for business analysis professionals. So as you already know that business analysis help organizations to actually establish strategic objectives and key performance indicators. Also, they help to evaluate and determine which project should be pursued, decide whether to acquire or develop capabilities to address market opportunities or to solve the problems. Also, business analysis helps to ensure that all affected stakeholders have a shared vision of like what is to be accomplished and the approach that will be taken to arrive at a solution. So all this for a while, business analysis is often seen as an information technology function, and the BABOK's content, that is business analysis body of knowledge content, can be applied in any part of the organization to facilitate the delivery of solutions for the various problems, whether an organization is designing to build a new mine or acquire a competitor or develop a new software application. The same business analysis task and techniques apply over there. So expert knowledge of the domain, who are from industry under the scope of analysis, they provide the context to arrive at appropriate conclusions as well as decisions. And some business analysts as well, those that perform the actual business analysis for the businesses, so they can work across multiple domains while others may focus on working with a single domain. So requirement is always one of the key concepts. So look into this diagram. So this is the basic structure of the business analysis body of knowledge, and here are concepts, requirements, elicitation, business analysis, planning and monitoring, enterprise analysis, requirement analysis, solution assessment and validation, and then various techniques, the underlying competency, requirements management and communications. So there are various things and this defines the structure. So here you can see that requirement is one of the key concepts that is involved in business analysis, and requirements describe the conditions or capabilities needed by the organization to solve any business problem or capitalize on opportunities. So the BABOK focuses on how to identify, how to categorize, how to communicate and assess and manage the requirements. So there are actually the 6 knowledge areas described by this guide. So we'll discuss them in detail in the further session, but let us have an introduction to them. So the first one is business analysis, planning and monitoring. So it actually governs how all other business analysis tasks are performed. Then comes elicitation, which you can see over here, that is written over here, requirements elicitation. So here we get to know how to identify and understand requirements. Then further comes requirements management and communication, that actually describes how to structure, how to organize and how to communicate all the requirements related to the business to the stakeholders. After that comes the enterprise analysis, which defines how to define business needs and assess whether a particular problem is worthy of further effort in order to solve it or not. Otherwise, unnecessary time will be spent on solving the problem and it would not give any business profit. Then comes requirements analysis, which discusses how to assess requirements to understand what is needed to solve a problem or capitalize on an opportunity. After that comes solution assessment and validation, where we describe how to assess the current and potential solutions and address any shortcomings and to facilitate the transition to a new solution. So these are the 6 knowledge area that this guide describes and which we need to know in order to be a business analyst and analyze the business using these methods. So when we go through the babok guide, so it actually provides the business analyst with the fundamental knowledge that is required to be able to perform business analysis within organizations. And this is not prescriptive how to apply its task and techniques, but a methodology or approach takes the guide broad based descriptions and tailors their use to a particular situation or environment that we can further use in various business scenarios. So this is all about the introduction to business analysis body of knowledge, and further we'll see the knowledge areas and understand them in a better way. Various knowledge areas of business analysis body of knowledge. So here we have enterprise. We have to perform enterprise analysis. So the first position is describing the current business state, and after applying various methodologies of business analysis body of knowledge provided by the guide, so we can have a different state of a business. So as we have already discussed that there are 6 types, that is 6 major types of knowledge areas. So there are other concepts related to knowledge areas that we'll discuss in the further videos, but first let us start with enterprise analysis. So having a proper analysis of the enterprise, so this provides a most effective way to apply enterprise capabilities to reach a desired set of goals and objectives. So this knowledge area focuses on enterprise analysis, which actually describes the type of business that we own and the work related to it performed to collaborate with stakeholders, actually helps to identify the needs of the tactical importance, which will then enable the enterprise to address the need as well as aligning the resulting strategy for the change with higher and more clear strategies. So then comes business analysis, planning and monitoring. So when starting a project or initiating a project, a business analyst will need an overarching framework on how they will be approaching their objective. So this knowledge area highlights the task that business analysts perform to organize and coordinates the efforts of all the business analysis related tasks and their stakeholders. Then the task explained in this knowledge area aims to produce outputs that are used as key inputs and guidelines and tools for the other tasks throughout the thorough analysis of the business. So these key tasks may include planning of business analysis approach, planning of stakeholder engagement, planning of business analysis governance, planning of the business analysis information management, as well as identifying business analysis performance improvement. So these all things we'll discuss in the later videos. So further, let us see about the details of requirement elicitation. So perhaps the more well-known of business analysis skill sets. So the elicitation along with collaboration is the knowledge area of the babok guide that describes the task that business analyst performs to prepare for and conduct elicitation activities and also to confirm the results that are obtained from that. So most change professionals will relate elicitation and collaboration back to the use of workshops or interviews with the relevant stakeholders, where the actual business analyst will typically be the facilitators, will be acting as the facilitators who will also communicate the key findings of the elicitation exercise. So this knowledge area covers the communication with relevant stakeholders when the business analysis information is collated, and in addition to the ongoing collaboration with them throughout the future business analysis activities, they actually helps to plan the business activities as well as strategies. So this part of knowledge area actually covers 5 main tasks. Prepare for elicitation. So for all the business analysts, elicitation involves ensuring that their stakeholders have sufficient information for them to understand what is asked of them and that they understand the nature activities that will be performed during the elicitation activities. So there are further more parts of the elicitation process, that is to conduct the elicitation, to confirm the elicitation results, then communicate business analysis information, and then manage stakeholders collaboration. So these all things we'll discuss later when we'll describe each one of them in detail. So further we'll see the details about the requirement analysis. So to help the business analyst create representations of elicitation results and how these relate to the solution, they will need to structure and organize requirements discovered during the elicitation activities, and then specify and model the requirements and designs, validate and verify collated information, and identify solution options that meet the business needs, and estimate the potential value also that could be realized for each solution option. So this knowledge area covers the incremental as well as iterative business analysis activities, which actually ranges from the initial concept and exploration of the need through the transformation of requirements into a particular recommended solution. And this also includes many things like specifying and modeling the requirements, verifying the requirements, then validating, defining the requirements architecture, defining the solution option, as well as analyze potential value and then recommending the solution to the stakeholders. So when all the requirement analysis task is done, then comes solution assessment and validation. So here the solution evaluation knowledge area actually focuses on the task that business analyst performs to assess the performance of and value delivered by a solution selected by the enterprise, and to recommend any removal of barriers or constraints that actually prevent the full realization of the value of the business. So the solution evaluation tasks that support the realization of benefits may occur before a change is initiated, while current value is assessed, or after solution has been implemented. So these tasks also include measuring the solution performance, where by understanding how the solution operates, and a business analyst is in an ideal position to determine the most appropriate way to assess the performance of a solution, including how it actually aligns with the enterprise goals and objectives, and then performing this assessment. So this could be measured in metrics or in other qualitative benchmarks against similar solutions or business expectations. Apart from this, it also includes analyzing the performance measures, assessing the solution limitations, assessing the enterprise limitations, recommending actions to increase solution values. So these things we'll discuss in detail in the further videos, where we'll be looking into the details of each one of them in depth. Now further coming to requirements management and communication. So from inception to retirement, there are a specific task business analyst performs in order to manage and maintain requirements and design information. So this knowledge area describes these tasks in addition to emphasizing how these tasks describes meaningful relationships between related requirements and designs, and assessing, analyzing and gaining the consensus on proposed changes to requirements as well as designs. So this knowledge area also comprises of the following tasks like tracing of requirements, maintaining of requirements, and to prioritize all the requirements of the business, and after that assessing the requirement changes as well, and then finally approving the requirements. So this is actually the overall description of the knowledge areas of the business analysis body of knowledge guide. Now further there are key concepts of it. So this is requirements classification, scope and solution. So under requirements classification, there are business requirements, stakeholders requirements, solutions requirement, that includes functional requirements and non-functional requirements, and finally the transition requirements. Then coming to scope, the solution scope is the set of capabilities a solution must support in order to meet the specific business needs. And after that comes the solution itself. So a solution meets a business need by solving problems or allowing the organization to take advantage of an opportunity. So these are the key concepts of BEVOC. Now there are certain competencies of a business analyst, and here are few of the core competencies, including software application, analytical thinking, behavioral characteristics, interaction skills, communication skills, as well as business knowledge. So starting off with the first one, that is software application. So it includes general purpose application and specialized application. So a business analyst must have knowledge of both of these, a general purpose application as well as specialized application. Then coming to analytical thinking, so we have discussed that a business analyst must have problem solving, decision making, creative thinking, system thinking, and continuous learning type of attitude in order to survive and grow in the industry. So these are the competencies. One of the competency, that is analytical thinking. Then comes behavioral characteristics. So that includes trustworthiness, business ethics, and business policies. So going with all the business policies and business ethics makes a business analyst fit for the industry, and trustworthiness is one of the most important quality for any professional that a business analyst must have. Then coming to interaction skills, they must have the skill for teamwork, leadership, and influencing quality. Then facilitation and negotiation is one of the important skills. Then coming to communication skills, then obviously it is oral, written, and teaching. So these are the skills that a business analyst must possess. Then coming to business knowledge, they should have the basic knowledge of all the business principles. They should have the industry knowledge. They should have organization's objectives clear in their mind, as well as business solution seeker. They should be a proper and an expert business solution seeker in order to solve the real world business problem related to their organization. So this is all about the competencies of a business analyst. And now in the next section, we'll discuss about the software development lifecycle and requirement analysis in detail.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, making a forecast can be done with regression by using what method? And your options are multiplying coefficients by expected values of x, then dividing coefficients by expected values of y's, or dividing coefficients by expected values of x, or multiplying coefficients by expected values of y's. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Enroll for the Advanced Certification in Data Analytics for Business by Intellipaat in collaboration with IIT Madras Pravartak. Build most in-demand skills, work on real-world projects, and get trained by IIT Madras faculty, as well as receive mentorship from industry experts. Get dedicated learning managers and build a very strong portfolio of projects. Avail career services by Intellipaat. Get certified now.
The software development lifecycle and requirement analysis. So SDLC, that is software development lifecycle, is nothing but a framework defining the tasks performed at each step in the software development process, and it is a structure followed by a development team within the software organization, and also it is a lifecycle model that defines the phases, milestones, deliverables, and the evaluation criteria for the software development process. So various SDLC, that is software development lifecycle methodologies, have been developed to guide the process that is involved in the development process. So it actually defines a methodology for improving the quality of a software and the overall development process. So there are certain important phases of the software development lifecycle that are shown over here. So starting from planning, defining, then designing, building, and testing, and after that deployment of the application. So in planning stage, it actually describes that you have to start any project with a plan. So failing to plan a project is actually failing of the project itself. So the degree of planning differs from one model to another, but it's very important to have a clear understanding of what we are going to build by creating the system's specifications. So after that comes the defining stage. So in this phase, we analyze and we define the system's structure, and we define the architecture, also the components, and how these components fit together to produce a working system. After that, we design the application or the project that we have to design. So this comes in the design stage. So in system design, the design functions and operations are described in detail, including screen layouts, business rules, process diagrams, and other documentations. So the output of this stage actually describes the new system as a collection of modules or subsystems. After that comes the building stage. So this is the development phase actually, and we start code generation based on the system's design using the compilers, interpreters, debuggers to bring the system to life. So this is the building phase, and then comes the testing stage. So as different parts of the systems are completed, they are put through a series of tests, and it is tested against the requirements to make sure that the product is actually solving the needs addressed during the requirement phase. So it consists of test plans and test cases that are actually used to identify bugs and to ensure that the system is working according to the specifications. And in this phase, actually different types of testing like unit testing, manual testing, and acceptance testing is actually performed. And finally comes the deployment stage, where we deploy our product or application. So after the test phase ends, the system is released and enters the production environment. And once the product is tested and ready to be deployed, it is released formally in the appropriate market. And sometimes product deployment happens in stages as per the organization's business strategy as well. So the product may first be released in a limited segment and tested in the real-time business environment, and it can be user acceptance testing also. So then based on the feedback, the product may be released as it is or with the suggested enhancements in the targeting market segment. So this is the deployment stage of a project. Now further, let us look into the requirement analysis. So from deliverables such as feasibility report, cost benefit analysis, risk assessment, business use cases, and vision document, the requirement analysis phase is carried out, which includes elicitation, validation, specification, and verifications. So what is the role of a business analyst in requirement analysis? So it consists of requirement gathering, requirement documentation, business modeling, then further requirements validation and prioritization of activities, and stakeholder engagement. So coming to the requirements gathering, a business analyst should carry out workshop facilitation, interviews, observations, and research. Then coming to requirements documentation, a BA or a business analyst should prepare business requirement documents, requirements traceability document, functional as well as non-functional requirement documents, and many more. Then business modeling, this is where the business analyst should use their modeling skills to document business requirements. Now further responsibilities of a business analyst is to validate the requirements, prioritize the set of activities, or you can say the business activities, and then the stakeholder engagement. Now next we'll move on to the design phase. So in this phase, the detailed functional requirements created will be transformed into a complex and detailed system design, including screen layouts, business rules, process diagrams, and other documents. So the deliverables of the design phase include the design document, the technical design specification. Now what is the role of a BA in the design phase? So their role is to review the solution documents, work closely with the solution designer and architects to ensure that the requirements are clear, then keep the stakeholders engaged to reassure them that the requirements are implemented as specified in the business requirement artifacts. Also in some projects such as agile projects, this part of the iteration will have a close involvement of stakeholders throughout the software development lifecycle. Then their task is to manage the changes to requirements both from the client and from the solution designer's point of view through a change control process. So this is the role of a BA in the design phase. Now coming to the development phase. So in this phase, developers convert a complete design into a full-fledged application. So during the development phase, everything that is needed to implement the project is arranged, and then potential suppliers, developers, and other professionals are brought in. A schedule is made, requirements are gathered, instructions are given to the personnel, and so forth. Now again, the role of a BA in the development phase is a little lighter, and in small teams, the business analyst might be asked to clarify the requirements, and in agile project, the business analyst will be asked to review the prototypes as well. Now the next phase is testing phase, and this phase demonstrates that the developed system conforms to the requirements as specified in the functional specification document, and it is dealt with by the QA team and the BA support if needed. So deliverables of the testing phase are test plan, test strategy, test scripts, and test cases. So actually software test reports are used to communicate the result of the executed test plans, and this being the case, a report should contain all the test information that pertains to the current system being tested, and the completeness of reports will be verified in walkthrough sessions. So the testing for a project seeks to accomplish two main goals: detecting the failures and the defects in the system, detecting inconsistency between the requirements and implementation. So to achieve the main goal, the testing strategy for the proposed system will actually consist of various types of testing levels, and majorly 4 types. So these are unit testing, integration testing, acceptance testing, and regression testing. So the following subsections outline these testing levels, which development team roles are responsible for developing and executing them, and the criteria for determining their completeness. Now further, let us look into the role of a BA in the testing phase. So during the testing phase, a business analyst can assist with reviewing test scripts to ensure that all functional requirements are being tested. And then the business analyst might also have to get involved with defect prioritization in some projects. Now let us see the release and maintenance. So this step includes the preparation of the system to fit the production environment and the resolution of problems identified in the test phase to make the system ready to be released at the client side. And it actually requires to prepare training manuals, and also it has to deal with post implementation problems and add-on requests from the client, and the deliverables are the software application and test cases and reports. So I hope you have now a quite good idea about the role of a business analyst in software development lifecycle as well. So they are actually involved in driving business requirement and converting them to solution requirements, and they are involved in translating the solution features into software requirements, and then lead in analysis and designing phase, and dictates in code development, then follows the testing phase during the bug fixing as a change agent in the project team, and ultimately fulfills the customer requirements. So this was all about the SDLC and the requirement analysis part. Planning and monitoring in business analysis. So what exactly is planning and monitoring? So the business analysis, planning and monitoring knowledge area describes the process of how a business analyst determines which activities will be needed to complete the business analysis effort. So there are many tasks associated with the planning and monitoring knowledge area. So if a business is there, so it is connected with elicitation and collaboration as well. So it actually focuses on planning the collection, documentation and management of requirements. So this knowledge area includes identifying the stakeholders, defining their roles and responsibilities, developing estimations for business analysis tasks, and knowing how best to communicate with them. Also, next, the business analyst determines the deliverables list and estimates, and the requirements have to be stated, traced and prioritized using a method determined by the business analyst, and the list of all the deliverables of the business or the product produced by the business analyst and the business analysis processes are defined and documented. And then finally, the metrics used for monitoring business analysis work are gathered, and all of these tasks are designed to get the enterprise prepared for the elicitation of the requirements, and finally the implementation of a solution that meets the business needs. So planning and monitoring is one of the crucial tasks that is done to make a business successful. So just for an understanding, let us consider scenarios of business analysis. So there are two distinct situations faced in business analysis, and in the first situation, a client has determined what needs to be done for an enterprise, but the enterprise does not have the in-house expertise to implement the desired changes. And in the second situation, the client is not sure of the changes that are to be done to improve the enterprise performance. So the first situation is called a plan driven analysis, while the second is called a change driven analysis. So what actually we do in plan driven analysis? So the general requirements are known over there, and the implementation of required changes is well understood. Just for an example, an enterprise may need a software application to help streamline a process or a procedure, and an external software consulting company may need to be contacted to install the application. And in this case, the business analyst needs to identify the situation and the best way to proceed with the requirements for installation. So this is actually a low risk scenario in which the installation process is well understood and is a routine implementation. So the plan driven analysis is less risky for both the enterprise and the contractor, as the scope and cost estimation of the project are well understood. So when we talk about the change driven analysis, when it is carried out when a client is not sure of what needs to be done to make the required changes, so there is a higher need for the business analyst to act like a detective and problem solver that is required in a plan driven project. So the BA, or you can say the business analyst, requires more time to analyze the entire operation and elicit more information before identifying problems and potential solutions. So the change driven analysis can be risky for the client as well, for enterprise and for the business analyst. Now, what if the problem identified is not the root cause and the proposed solution does not solve the problem? How does the client react to the disruption and the cost incurred for a non-solution? So a change-driven plan may require several iterations of trial and error before finding the best solution for the client. So the risks are much higher in a change-driven analysis, as the trial and error process can be very disruptive and costly for the client. So most of the middle level and upper level management are business analysts in a way or the other. So they are actually continuously dealing with problems and solutions. So however, the internal politics of an enterprise sometimes make it more acceptable if a third party is contracted to present and help them implement solutions. So this allows for deniability by a sponsor or stakeholder if the solution is wrong, and moreover a third party of business analyst offers a certain implications of objectivity and new perspectives. So a business analyst is dedicated to the task of identifying problems, problem cost, and solutions that meet the identified needs of the client. So the opportunity to gain the experience in the analysis process can bring valuable insights and solutions to the process over time. And by learning to make the right changes and reducing the risk, enterprise managers contribute towards the success of a project. So for any business analyst, unraveling problems and offering successful solutions not only add value for the client but also for the profession of business analysis. So it is seen as a credible tool in any business evolution and development, and that fact demands each business analysis to represent the profession in a highly effective and ethical manner. Now there are certain steps involved in planning and monitoring. So these are the 5 steps. So plan the business analysis approach, plan stakeholders engagement, plan business analysis governance, plan business analysis information management, and identify business analysis performance improvements. So we'll look into them one by one. So the first one is plan the business analysis approach. So it actually describes the planning of the business analysis work from the creation or selection of a methodology to planning individual activities, tasks, and deliverables. So this task is actually for producing business analysis approach, and the business analysis approach actually defines how the business analysis for the initiative will be done. So the approach depends on many factors. So one of which is the selected planning approach. If you work according to the waterfall development lifecycle, you will have a high level of formality and clear phasing in activities. And if you work with an iterative development lifecycle, you will have less formality and continuous analysis activities. So next, you have to derive the required deliverables and tasks needed to complete them and including their timeline. Then comes plan stakeholders engagement. So this task produces a stakeholders engagement approach, and we know that stakeholders can make or break the initiative for the business processes. So knowing your stakeholders and understanding their needs and expectations is essential to the success of any initiatives. So it actually describes the understanding of the stakeholders, what business analysts need from them, what they need from business analysts, and the best way to collaborate. So in this task, we identify and analyze stakeholders to develop the best possible communication and engagement strategies. After that comes planning of business analysis governance. So it defines the components used by a business analyst to support the governance function of his/her organization. So this task produces a governance approach for the initiative, and the governance approach defines how decisions are made concerning the business analysis work. For example, it can be like prioritization or approvals. So you can think here about defining who will approve the deliverables and who makes the final decision in conflict situations, and how to change the management process, and finally who makes decisions about the changes at the different stages of this process. So having these aspects clarified and documented somewhere, it actually saves a lot of time later in the initiative. After that comes the planning of business analysis information management. So it defines how the information insights developed by the business analyst are captured, stored, and integrated with other information for long-term use. So here during the business analysis work, you receive a lot of input, documents, process descriptions, interview notes, and many more. So you have to plan how to deal with all this business analysis information and what you will keep, where and when it will be stored, who can access it. So you also consider the requirements reuse. You can identify the requirements that you can reuse or decide to create requirements that can be reused by other people. So for requirements management purpose, you have to decide what requirements attributes you intend to use, and you will also decide how you trace requirements to other business analysis information, example models or code or test cases. After that, you have to identify business analysis performance improvements. So it is the managing and monitoring of how the business analysis work is performed actually, and to ensure that commitments are met and continuous learning and improvement opportunities are realized. So this is a special task in the business analysis planning and monitoring, and it is not about the preparation for business analysis work but about ensuring that the work is done efficiently and effectively. So it also has an additional input, performance objectives, and these objectives are used to define the metrics and measures for the business analysis process. So if a discrepancy is detected between expected and measured performance, the improvements are defined and executed. Knowing what is expected of us, that actually helps us perform at this expert level of business analysis task. So these are the steps that are involved in planning and monitoring. Now after this comes the core concepts of planning and monitoring. So it consists of change, solution, context, value, stakeholder, and need. So in change, this is the act of transformation in response to needs. Then coming to solution, it is a way to satisfy one or more needs in a context. Then coming to context, so these are the circumstances that influence and provide knowledge of the change. Then there is value, that is actually the usefulness to a stakeholder within a context. Then comes stakeholders, and they are a group of individuals related to a change.
Just a quick info, guys. Enroll for the advanced certification in Data Analytics for Business by Intellipaat in collaboration with IIT Madras Pravartak. Build most in-demand skills, work on real-world projects, and get trained by IIT Madras faculty, as well as receive mentorship from industry experts. Get dedicated learning managers and build a very strong portfolio of projects. Avail career services by Intellipaat. Get certified now.
Need or a solution. And then comes need, and this is the initiation part, which is a problem or an opportunity for developing any product or performing the business analysis task according to the demands of the client. So these are actually the crucial factors for any business analysis task, and one of the major part of knowledge areas in planning and monitoring. Now after that comes the relationship between the knowledge areas. So this consists of business analysis planning and monitoring, elicitation collaboration, strategy analysis, requirements analysis and design definition, solution evaluation, and requirement lifecycle management. So starting with business analysis planning and monitoring. So over here, elicitation and collaboration, then requirement lifecycle management is interdependent on business analysis planning and monitoring. So as you already know what elicitation and collaboration is. So it is actually the practice of researching and discovering the requirements of a system from users or maybe customers or other stakeholders. So it is always one of the fundamental factors, that is the requirement collection. And then requirement lifecycle management, it ensures that the requirements and designs created by the business analyst during their work are managed and maintained. So the requirements are designed, are also traced, prioritized, and approved. So this is under requirement lifecycle management. Now again coming back to requirement analysis, planning and monitoring. So there are two hierarchies, that is strategy analysis and then requirement analysis and design definition. So in strategy analysis, we need to analyze the strategy that is made for the development of the product, or to analyze the business, or you can say the business analysis task. Then coming to requirements analysis and design definition. So here we have to describe the task that business analyst performs to structure and organize all the requirements that are discovered during the elicitation activities, and then they have to specify and model all the requirements and designs that are specific or they are related to the business process activities. Then they have to validate and verify the information and identify the solution options that meet the criteria. After then it is related to solution evaluation along with elicitation collaboration, requirement lifecycle management. So this is the actual relationship between the knowledge areas. So discussing about the solution evaluation, it actually includes the processes to validate a full solution or a segment of a solution that is about to be or has already been implemented. So evaluation determines how well a solution meets the business needs expressed by stakeholders, including delivering value to the customer. So it also consists of like evaluation of solution performance that actually contains the process of evaluating a solution to be determined whether the implemented solution or the solution component is delivering the business values as intended or not. Then it also includes the determining of the solution evaluation approach, where the process of determining includes which aspects of the organization and the solution will be evaluated and how the performance will be measured and when performance will be measured. So this is all included in the solution evaluation. Now further, let us look at planning stakeholders engagement. How can we plan stakeholders engagement? So first you have to gather the needs and you have to create an approach. So needs and business analysis approach is one of the first step for planning stakeholder engagement. And then comes the step where you have to plan an approach for establishing and maintaining effective working so that timeline, the deadline of the project, the cost and efficiency of the project is well maintained. It is delivered to the customer on time by fulfilling all the criteria and the requirements given by the client. After that, you have to plan the stakeholders engagement approach. So here you have to plan that what can be an effective approach to engage a stakeholder for the further business activities. Then you have to identify stakeholders engagement. You have to analyze the stakeholder characteristics. You have to consider stakeholders complexity while planning for stakeholder engagement. So all these tasks you have to do before planning the final stakeholders engagement approach. And for this, so first you have to identify the stakeholders engagement. So stakeholder engagement is actually the systematic identification, then analysis, planning and implementation of actions that are designed to influence these stakeholders. So a stakeholder engagement strategy identifies the need of key groups and the sponsor plays a vital role in ensuring those business needs are met. So you have to identify the stakeholder engagement first. After that comes the analysis of stakeholders characteristics. So a stakeholder analysis is actually a process of identifying these people before the project begins and grouping them according to their levels of participation as well as interest and influence in the project and determining how best to involve and communicate each of these stakeholder groups throughout the business process. So this is actually the planning of stakeholders engagement. Now further, there are certain tasks to accomplish. So while planning, monitoring and performing elicitation and collaboration, there are certain tasks that needs to be defined and they are purpose, description, input and elements. So here the purpose describes the reason to perform a task. Then comes description. So what is a task, why to perform it and what are the results. So this is under the description. Then comes input. So information and preconditions necessary for a task to begin. Then comes elements. So here are the key concepts needed to understand on how to perform a task. So these are the tasks to accomplish. There are more tasks such as defining guidelines and tools, then working on techniques, stakeholders and output. So guidelines and tools consist of identifying the tools used to perform business activities. Then in techniques, we have to identify the specific techniques that are specific to the performance of a single task or those that are relevant for a large number of tasks. After that, stakeholders. So all those who will be affected by the task. So we need to identify the stakeholders, and then comes the output, that is the result of the work described in the task, deliverable or its part. So these are the tasks to accomplish. So this is all about the planning and monitoring part of business analysis. Planning the business analysis approach. So what is the business analysis approach? It actually describes the planning of the business analysis work from the creation or selection of a methodology to planning individual activities, tasks and deliverables. So there is purpose and description for the business analysis approach that we would discuss. So in purpose, we have to plan the business analysis approach in such a way that it defines an appropriate method to conduct business analysis activities. Then coming to the description part of business analysis approach. So business analysis approach describes the following things: the overall method that will be followed when performing the business analysis work on a given initiative, and how and when task will be performed and what deliverables will be produced. So this comes under the description part of business analysis approach. So over here you already know that business analysis is a disciplined approach for introducing and managing the change to organizations, whether they are for profit businesses or governments or for non-profits. So always business analysis is used to identify and articulate the need for change in how organizations work. And to facilitate that change, business analyst plays a very crucial role. So you must have a question, how do a business analyst approach a project? So here each business analysis approach should be unique in the aspects while working on a project which mirrors the specific needs of the particular project. And these dimensions include the project environment, people, culture, the time frames, budgets, and nature of the desired business analysis outcomes. So these dimensions include the project environment, people, culture, the time frames, budget, and the nature of the desired business analysis outcome. So there are a lot of things to consider when business analysis approach comes into play. So how you can actually plan business analysis approach. So it majorly depends on the background, scope of the project, nature of the project, timeline, number of stakeholders, as well as size, resources, organization, the type of business, client, and its requirement. So it depends on a number of factors. So here when we talk about all these business analysis approach, so it actually sets out the approach for the business analysis work and a description of what is going to be delivered as a result. So it can also help to establish buy-in if business analyst involvement is new to the stakeholders, and will also set out how you are going to help them and how they can help you. So the next comes is input, elements, and guidelines. So these are some of the factors on which the business analysis approach as well as other knowledge areas depends. So coming to inputs, so it includes needs. So the business analysis approach is shaped by the problem or opportunity faced by the organization. So we need to take care of the needs and the requirements of the clients. So overall the need is defined by the problem or the opportunity that the organization have to develop the product or the application. Now comes the element. So here we have to plan the approach, and the formality and the level of detail of the business analysis deliverables should be identified. Then comes business analysis activities, timing of the business analysis work, complexity, and risk acceptance. Now when it comes to guidelines and tools, it consists of business analysis performance assessment, business policies, expert judgments, methodologies and frameworks, then stakeholders engagement approach. Now let us talk about other factors, that is techniques, stakeholders, and outputs that plays a major role in business analysis approach. So coming to techniques, there is brainstorming, business cases, document analysis, estimation and financial analysis, functional decomposition, interviews, item tracking, lessons learned, process modeling, reviews of the product, risk analysis and management, scope modeling, survey or questionnaire, then workshops. And now coming to stakeholders, so they can be sponsors, regulator, domain subject matter experts, and project managers. Now coming to the outputs of business analysis approach, it identifies the business analysis approach and activities that will be performed across an initiative. That includes who will perform the activities, the time required for the work, the deliverables that will be produced, and the business analysis techniques that will be used. So this is about the business analysis approach. Now next comes planning the stakeholders approach. So now let us look into what is exactly the stakeholders approach. So it is all about understanding stakeholders, what business analysts need from them, what they need from business analysts, and the best way to collaborate. So here the purpose of the stakeholders approach is actually the purpose of planning stakeholders engagement, to plan an approach for establishing and maintaining effective working relationships with the stakeholders. And coming to description part, planning stakeholder engagement actually involves conducting a thorough stakeholder analysis to identify all of the involved stakeholders and analyze their characteristics. So unlike the shareholder approach, the stakeholder approach emphasizes responsibility over profitability and sees that company's success should be measured by the satisfaction among all the stakeholders around itself, not by one stakeholder or shareholder. So stakeholder management is the process of maintaining good relationships with the people who have most impact on your work, and communicating with each one in the right way we can play a vital part in keeping them on board. So there are a whole lot of things that actually affects the development of your stakeholders management strategy. So the way that you manage your stakeholders majorly depend on many of the things like the size and the complexity of your project, and by examining the project's milestones as well, and by the amount of resources required or by the time allocated to it. So the amount of help you need to achieve the results you want actually depends on these facts. So this could include sponsorship, advice and expert input, physical resources, reviews of materials to increase the quality, and so on. Also, it depends on the time you have available to communicate, and you need to consider how to manage the time you expect to spend on communication, particularly if your project requires a lot of stakeholders' input. So, it is often better to allocate more time to communicating with stakeholders rather than trying to get by without all the help or input that you need. So it may depend on a lot of things, like summarizing each stakeholder status, deciding what you want from each stakeholder, identifying your key message to each stakeholders. Also, you can identify your stakeholders communication approach as well and implement your stakeholders management plan then. Now let us discuss the inputs, elements, guidelines and tools. So again, coming to inputs, it includes the needs. So understanding the business need and the parts of the enterprise that it might affect helps in the identification of stakeholders. Then business analysis approach is also included in it. So incorporating the overall business analysis approach into stakeholders analysis, collaboration and communication approaches is necessary to ensure the consistency of the project. Then coming to elements, the types of organizational models, functionally oriented models, market oriented models and matrix models are included in the elements of the stakeholders management. Then comes roles, interfaces, organizational charts and influencers. Now coming to guidelines and tools, so business analysis performance assessment, change of strategy, current state description is included in the guidelines and tools. So this is about the inputs, elements and guidelines and the tools that you can use. Now coming to techniques and stakeholders and the outputs. So in techniques, again, brainstorming, business rules analysis, document analysis, interviews, lessons that are learned, mind mapping, organizational modeling, process modeling, risk analysis and management, scope modeling, stakeholders list, map, survey and questionnaire, then workshops. Now coming to the stakeholders part, so they can be customers, they can be end users, they can be suppliers as well as regulators, sponsors, project managers and domain subject matter experts. Now let us check out the outputs of stakeholder engagement approach. So it contains a list of the stakeholders, a list of their characteristics that are analyzed and a list of the roles and responsibilities for the change. So once you have prepared all your plan, you can start to implement it and aim to make stakeholder management an integral part of your project rather than treating it as a side task. So as with all plans, it will be easier to implement if you break it down into a series of small achievable steps which you can take action on one by one. And remember, projects are often subject to change as they go along. So this means that your stakeholders needs may change. So review your plan regularly to make sure that you continue to communicate with the most influential stakeholders in the most effective way for the entire duration of your project to make it successful. So this was all about the stakeholders management part.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides online business analyst training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Planning, governance and information management. Now, what is business analysis governance? So let us understand the importance and what exactly is business analysis governance. So it actually defines the components used by a business analyst to support the governance function of their organizations. So there is a specific purpose of business analysis governance. So the purpose of planning business analysis governance is to define how decisions are made about requirements and designs, including reviews, change controls, approvals, and prioritization. Now coming to the description part, business analysts ensure that a governance process is in place and clarify any ambiguities within it. So governance process identifies decision makers and the process along with the information that is required for the decision to be made for the actual project that has to be implemented and created. So here the governance approach actually help us to plan and identify how the business analysis work will be approached or prioritized and its process for proposing a change, including who has the authority and responsibility to propose changes, who should be involved in the change discussions, and who has the responsibility for analyzing the change request. So in simple words, governance is defined as the process that ensures the accountability, and that is important in the field of business analysis. So the planning of any business analysis task is actually used to state how decisions are made about the requirements and the designs, and a governance process has to be put in real time in place to identify the decision makers, decision process and information required to make decisions. So there are many factors on which this business analysis governance depends on, and to identify the business governance process, the business analyst must know few of the things, that is the business analysis exact approach to be followed while the project is on board, then the change management process, the stakeholders in the change management process. So the business analysis approach and the stakeholders engagement approach are inputs into the planning of any business analysis governance task. So this is one of the most important point. So I'll iterate once again. The business analysis approach and the stakeholder engagement approach are the inputs into the planning of business analysis governance task. So this has to be kept in mind. But now the question arises, how do you plan the governance process as a business analyst? So, well, there are variables that can be used which would help with this task. And these variables can be decision making by the stakeholders, creating a change management process, and planning the prioritization approach and plan for approvals. Now, apart from this, let us look into the inputs, elements, guidelines, and tools of the business analysis governance approach. Now, the inputs over here is simply business analysis approach and the stakeholders engagement approach. Now, coming to elements, it includes decision making, change control process, planning the prioritization approach, and planning for approvals. Now, coming to guidelines and the tools, so it includes business analysis performance assessment, various business policies, current state description, then legal and regulatory information. Now, let us move on to the techniques, stakeholders, and the outputs of the business analysis governance approach. So the techniques includes again brainstorming, document analysis, interviews, item tracking, lessons learned, organizational modeling, process modeling, reviews, survey or questionnaire, workshops. Then coming to the stakeholders part, it consists of domain subject matter experts, project manager, regulator of the project, and all the sponsors. Now coming to outputs of the governance approach, so it actually identifies the stakeholders who will have the responsibility and authority to make decisions about the business analysis work, including who will be responsible for setting priorities, who will approve the changes to business analysis information. So this was about the business analysis governance approach. Now next, let us look on to the planning business analysis information management. So here it defines how the information insights developed by business analysts are captured, stored, and integrated with other information for the long-term use. So here the purpose of the business analysis information management is planning business analysis information management to develop an approach for how the business analysis information will be stored and accessed. Now coming to its description part, business analysis information is comprised of all the information business analysts elicit, create, compile, and disseminate in the course of performing business analysis. So information management helps to ensure that business analysis information is organized in a functional and useful manner and is easily accessible to appropriate personnel and is stored for the necessary length of time. So in simple words, information management entails, identifies how the information should be organized, the level of details, relationships between various factors, how they may be used, how they should be accessed or stored, and characteristics that must be maintained. So the planning of business analysis information management activity is used to create an approach to assessing and storing business analysis information. So when conducting the business analysis activities such as elicitation, a lot of information would be generated and all of this information has to be collected and stored. So some of the activities that can generate informations may include the requirements, designs, solution options, elicitation results, stakeholders comments as well, and the scope statements. But rather, information management depends on a lot of factors such as how these information should be organized, how detailed the information should be, the relationship between the information, how the information is used in the enterprise to benefit the business or the business process or activities or for a project. Also, how the information should be accessed and stored, and what characteristics of the information that needs to be maintained should be focused on. So information management actually ensures that the business analysis information is organized in such a manner which would be useful and easily accessible. So there can be many tasks related to the information management process. which includes organization of business analysis information. So the organization of the entire business analysis information that is gathered is the responsibility of the business analyst in charge of the solution, and the information has to be organized in such a manner which makes it easy to access and use. Then it can depend on the level of abstraction also. So the level of abstraction involves determining the level of detail to be provided in the business analysis information. Then planning the traceability approach, so this is used to plan how the information would be traced, and it can include the planning of the requirement reuse, storage and access, requirements attributes also. Now coming to the input elements, guidelines and tools. So the input is the business analysis approach itself, the governance approach, and the stakeholders engagement approach. Now talking about the elements, so it includes organization of business analysis information, the level of abstraction we already talked about, planning the traceability approach, plan for requirement reuse, storage and access, requirement attributes. So the requirement attributes actually refer here the attributes of the requirements which help with managing the requirements. So the requirements can be isolated or linked to other groups of requirements, so their attributes actually help with the traceability. So some commonly used requirements attributes may include the author, complexity, priority and status. Also when talking about the storage and access in the elements part, so the information can be stored in numerous ways, and also the storage decisions depend on numerous factors. So these factors include who must access the information, how often they need to access this information, and how the information should be accessed. So organization standards also influence the storage decision. And then plan for requirement reuse. So the long term requirements can be structured in a way that can help with reuse process. So reusing the requirements can save an organizations a lot of time, effort as well as the money. Also the plan traceability approach, so it is actually used to plan how the information would be traced. So planning how the information would be traced depends on the various factors such as the complexity of the organization, the number of requirements involved, the organizational standards and the cost of tracing those requirements. So this was the briefing about the elements. Now coming to guidelines and tools, it includes business analysis performance assessment, business policies, information management tools, then legal and regulatory information. Now next let us move on to the techniques, stakeholders and outputs. So in techniques, again it consists of brainstorming, interviews, item tracking, lessons learned, mind mapping, process modeling, survey or questionnaire, workshops, and then stakeholders are regulators, sponsors, and domain subject matter experts. Now, finally, talking about the outputs of information management approach, it actually includes the defined approach for how business analysis information will be stored, accessed, and utilized during the change and after the change is completed. So this was all about the planning, governance approach and information management. Business analysis performance improvements. So it actually describes managing and monitoring how the business analysis work is performed to ensure that commitments are met and continuous learning and improvement opportunities are realized. So the purpose of identifying business analysis performance improvement is to assess the business analysis work and to plan to improve the processes required. Then coming to the description part, to monitor and improve performance, and it is necessary to establish some performance measures, conduct the performance analysis, report on the results of the analysis, and identify any necessary preventive as well as corrective or developmental actions. Now, the identifying of the business analysis performance improvement task is used to evaluate the business analysis work and the plan for any necessary improvements. And in order to do this, performance measures would have to be established, performance analysis should be conducted, and the report on the analysis made and corrective actions are to be performed for taking it further for the preparation of the most effective strategies. So as people and especially business analysts, there is always a room for improvement. So you have to identify the business analysis performance improvement task, and then there are various elements that are actually used in this task, and they can be the performance analysis, assessment measures, and it can be analyzing of the results, then recommending the actions for the improvement. So we'll discuss it in the next slide of this video. Further, I would like to mention few of the points in context of the performance improvements. So there are KPIs, that is key performance indicators for business analyst, and they are most often used for assessing the performance of the role. So they are like number of meetings to the number of conclusions and agreements, number of reviews and comments to number of stakeholders, percentage of rescheduled meetings, and percentage of deadlines met by the stakeholders. So these are few of the KPIs that are used for the performance assessment, and the feedback can be collected in order to improve the strategies in the future. So there is though a much better use for the performance measurement systems than to ensure the compliance with the existing standards, to produce the insights over what is happening in our areas of responsibilities and identifying the performance problems and opportunities, as well as determining the priorities, and that actually help us to take actions to improve processes and results. So good performance measures always remove any question about what matters the most, and they clarify what specific results or problems you are responsible for, and remove any ambiguity that may exist about your roles and responsibilities, and it provides the necessary context and information you need to decide where to focus when you are caught between the conflicting or the competing initiatives. So that is why performance improvement, performance assessment in business analysis is one of the crucial tasks. Now coming to the input elements and guidelines as well as tools. So inputs are the business analysis approach and the performance objectives. Then coming to elements, so it consists of performance analysis, assessment measures, analyzing the results, and recommending the actions for improvement. So starting off with the first one, that is performance analysis. So business analysis work product, and it can be subjective and based on the requirements of the organization. So performance analysis reporting can also be a tailor made to fit in with the culture of the organization. That is, it can be informal rather than being formal. Then coming to the assessment measures. So assessment measures can also be based on the organizational standards. And if the organization already has existing assessment measures, then they can be utilized. But if not, the assessment measures can be elicited from the stakeholders. So performance measures such as deliverable dates, frequency of change to work products, and stakeholders feedback can help the business analyst identify the problems and improve the performance as well. Then comes the analysis or analyzing the results. So to analyze the results of the business analysis work performance, it has to be compared against a set of defined measures, and the stakeholders in charge of analyzing the results would definitely compare the produced work against the set of the measures and produce their reports in front of all the members of the team. Then recommendation of the actions for improvement. So based on the produced reports, the appropriate stakeholders identifies the preventive.
Just a quick info, guys. Enroll for the advanced certification in Data Analytics for Business by Intellipaat in collaboration with IIT Madras Pravartak. Build most in-demand skills, work on real-world projects, and get trained by IIT Madras faculty, as well as receive mentorship from industry experts. Get dedicated learning managers and build a very strong portfolio of projects. Avail career services by Intellipaat. Get certified now.
Corrective and improvement actions as well. So these actions would be used to make changes to the business analysis approach and processes. And then further, the strategies and the business plans and the business activities can be adjusted and can be made more optimized in order to improve the performance. Then comes guidelines and tools. So it consists of organizational performance standards. Now coming to the techniques, stakeholders, and outputs. So techniques consist of brainstorming, interviews, item tracking, lessons learned, metrics and KPIs, observation, process modeling, reviews, risk analysis and management, root cause analysis, survey and questionnaire, and workshops. And then coming to stakeholders, it consists of domain subject matter experts, project managers, and sponsors. Then finally, the output consists of business analysis performance assessment. So this was all about the business analysis performance improvement, elicitation and collaboration. So what is elicitation and collaboration? Elicitation and collaboration describes the task that business analyst performs to prepare for and conduct elicitation activities and to confirm the results obtained. So elicitation and collaboration is one of the most important part of the certification exam of the business analysis professional. So if you are willing to give the certification exam for becoming a business analyst, then this is the most important part. So as a business analyst, you have to be able to understand the needs of the business. In order to do this, you have to obtain information, and we use elicitation and collaborative techniques to do this. So elicitation is the way in which information is derived from the stakeholders to discover the requirements for the solution, while collaboration is when two or more people work together to achieve a common goal or objective, then it is used. So business analysts use both elicitation and collaboration to reach a mutual understanding on business analysis and information. So elicitation collaboration can be both planned or unplanned. So an example of an unplanned elicitation task are telephone calls, while a planned activity would be an interview. So there are major tasks that we'll discuss in the further slides. So every company, if it has to implement certain strategies for a project, so they have to gather the requirements, they have to gather the information related to all the factors of the project or the requirements of the clients, the demands of the clients, and what actually the final product should look like. So the company has to gather all the requirements and information. Then they have to prepare a strategy, apply all the business analysis technique along with technology, project architecture to create such an output strategy that gives them the efficient product and satisfies the client. So there are various steps involved in elicitation and collaboration. So these are prepare and conduct elicitation, confirm elicitation results, communicate business analysis information, and manage stakeholders collaboration. Now starting with the first one, that is preparation for elicitation. So it actually involves ensuring that the stakeholders have the information they need to provide and they understand the nature of the activities they are going to perform. So this task actually involves informing the relevant stakeholders on what information they need to provide and the expected outcome of the elicitation and collaboration activity. So the purpose of this step, that is preparing for elicitation, is to understand the scope of the elicitation activity, then select the appropriate techniques and plan for appropriate supporting materials and resources, then describing the step that includes preparation for elicitation. So business analysts prepare for elicitation by defining the desired outcomes of the activity and considering the stakeholders involved and the goals of the initiative. So this is actually the description of this step. Now further coming to the inputs, elements, guidelines and tools. So input consists of the needs and the stakeholders engagement. Elements consist of the certain things such as understand the scope of the elicitation, select elicitation techniques, set up logistics, secure supporting material, and prepare stakeholders. So in simple words to explain, the purpose of prepare for elicitation is to understand the scope of the elicitation activity and then select appropriate techniques and then plan and appropriate supporting materials and resources. So these includes determining which work products will be produced during the elicitation results, deciding which techniques are best suited to produce those results, establishing the elicitation logistics, identifying any supporting materials needed, and understanding circumstances to foster collaboration during an elicitation activity. So we must pay attention to the elements that are considered as a part of the activity. So understanding the scope of the elicitation, techniques that will be used to elicit information, along with the logistics that will support the elicitation activity are the core aspects that must be considered as a part of this activity. So providing supporting materials to the stakeholders well in advance of the elicitation activity helps them to get prepared for the elicitation sessions and other important elements that are to be adopted and considered. So further, the guidelines and tools consist of the business analysis approach, business objectives, existing business analysis information, and potential value. Now let us see the techniques, stakeholders, and output. So coming to techniques, it consists of brainstorming, data mining, document analysis, estimation, interviews, mind mapping, risk analysis and management, stakeholders list, map or personas. Then stakeholders consist of the business analyst, project managers, sponsors, and domain subject matter experts. Finally, coming to the output of the elicitation activity plan, it includes the logistics, scope of the elicitation activity, selected techniques, and supporting materials. Further, let us look into conduct elicitation step. So it actually describes the work performed to understand stakeholder needs and identify potential solutions that are capable of meeting those needs. And coming to the purpose, so the purpose of conducting elicitation is to draw out, explore, and identify information that is relevant to the change. Then description consists of, like, there are actually three common types of elicitation: collaborative, research, and experiment. So collaborative involves direct interaction with the stakeholders and relies on their experiences, expertise, as well as judgment. Research involves systematically discovering and studying information from the materials or sources that are not directly known by the stakeholders that are involved in the change. So stakeholders might still participate in the research, and research can include the data analysis of historical data as well to identify the trends or the past results. Then coming to experiments, it actually involves identification of the information that could not be known without some sort of controlled test. So experiments include observational studies, proofs of concept, and prototypes. So there are input elements, guidelines, and tools. So again, the input consists of the elicitation activity plan itself. So in element part, it consists of guiding the elicitation activity and capturing the elicitation outcomes. So just for an information, guiding and capturing the elicitation outcomes is the primary focus of the business analyst. Now coming to guidelines and tools, so it consists of business analysis approach, existing business analysis information, stakeholder engagement approach, and supporting materials. Now let us move on to the techniques and their elements. So there are techniques which includes document analysis, observation, brainstorming, collaborative games, workshops, surveys and questionnaires, interface analysis, and interviews. So there are separate elements related to these and we'll discuss them. So document analysis consists of preparation, document review and analysis, and record findings. After that, observation consists of the observation objectives, prepare for observation, conducting the observation session, confirming and presenting the observation results. Then comes brainstorming, which includes preparation, session, and wrap up. After that, collaborative games. So here is game purpose, process, outcome. Examples of collaborative games are vision box, feature tree, and sailboat. Now coming to workshops, it includes preparation for the workshop, workshop roles including sponsor, facilitator, scribe, timekeeper, participants, and many more. Then conducting the workshop and post-workshop wrap-up. Then the sixth one is survey and questionnaire. So prepare, distribute the survey or questionnaire, and document the results. So these are the elements. Now coming to the interface analysis. So first, prepare for identification, conduct interface identification needed in the future state for each stakeholder who interacts with the system. Then define the interfaces, so where coverage of the interface is included. Then exchange the method, message format, and exchange frequencies. And the final one is interviews, which includes interview goal, potential interviewers, interview questions, interview logistics, interview flow, interview follow-up, then interview type that consists of structured and unstructured. So these are the techniques and their elements. Now next, talking about the stakeholders and output. So stakeholders are sponsors, end users, customer, domain subject matter experts, implementation subject matter experts, and other stakeholders. Then finally, the output of elicitation results, so that are actually unconfirmed. It captures information in a format that is specific to the elicitation activity. Now next, we'll look at the second step, which is confirm elicitation results. So it involves ensuring that stakeholders have a shared understanding of the outcomes of the elicitation, then elicited information is recorded appropriately, and that the business analyst has the information sought from an elicitation activity. Now coming to the purpose. So the purpose of confirming elicitation result is to check the information gathered during an elicitation session for accuracy and consistency with other information. Then coming to the description part. So elicited information is confirmed to identify any problems and resolve them before resources are committed to using the information. So this review may discover errors, omissions, conflicts, and ambiguity. So collaboration with stakeholders might be necessary to ensure their inputs are correctly captured and that they agree with the results of non-facilitated elicitation. So if the information is not correct, the business analyst determines what is correct and which can require more elicitation. So there can be risk, that is committing resources to business analysis activities based on unconfirmed elicitation results, and it may mean stakeholders' expectations are not met. So if the results are inconsistent, then additional elicitation might need to be conducted to resolve the discrepancy. Now let us look at the input and the elements over here. So the input is the elicitation results which are unconfirmed. Then coming to elements, so the confirmed elicitation results is divided into two parts, that is against source information and with other elicitation results. So these serve as the elements for this step. Now coming to the next part, which is guidelines and tools. So there is elicitation of the activity plan and existing business analysis. So the elicitation of the activity plan consists of like collecting the information for creating a business plan, and when there is existing business analysis, then they have to check the existing business plan in order to make sure that everything is correct. Now next is the techniques. So it consists of document analysis, reviews, interviews and workshops. Now coming to stakeholders, there are domain subject matter experts and various stakeholders. So they can be any stakeholders who has knowledge, experience and expertise over business. Now next, let us move on to the third step, which is communicate business analysis information. So it actually provides stakeholders with the information they need at the right time. So talking about the purpose of communicating business analysis information is to ensure that the stakeholders have a shared understanding of it. And business analysts must communicate appropriate information to stakeholders at the right time and in formats that meet their needs. So a business analyst must act on each and every feedback and disagreements. Also, they have to communicate appropriate information based on stakeholders' need in tone, language and style appropriate to the concerned person. Also, here the thing to note is that the planning and behaviors that we as business analysts demonstrate early are used everywhere. For example, the core input of this activity business analysis information and stakeholder engagement approach are leveraged from business analysis process management. So there are critical components and here are objectives and formats of communication. So based on the stakeholders' needs, there are formal documentation, informal documentation and presentations that may be used to communicate business analysis information. So the core output of this task is business analysis information that has been communicated to the appropriate stakeholders. Now coming to the inputs, elements and guidelines as well as tools. So input consists of business analysis information, stakeholder engagement approach. Coming to elements, determine the objectives and format of communication, communicate the business analysis package, and then business analysis approach and information management approach is the guideline, and business analysis approach and information management approach serves as the guidelines and tools. Now there are techniques, stakeholders and output as well. So techniques consist of interviews, reviews and workshops, and stakeholders comprises of end users, customers, domain subject matter experts, implementation subject matter experts, testers, and it can be any other stakeholders also who has knowledge, expertise over business. Then coming to the output part, so business analysis information which are communicated is the output for this step. Now let us move on to the next step, which is manage stakeholder collaboration. So it describes working with stakeholders to engage them in the overall business analysis process and to ensure that the business analyst can deliver the outcomes needed. The purpose of managing stakeholder collaboration is to encourage stakeholders to work towards a common goal. So this is the purpose of managing the stakeholders collaboration. And coming to the description part, the business analysis work lends itself to many collaboration opportunities between groups of stakeholders to come up with the product of the business analysis work. So here managing stakeholder collaboration is an ongoing activity actually, and the more significant the impact of the change or its visibility within the organization, the more attention is directed to managing stakeholder collaboration. So business analysts manage stakeholder collaboration to actually capitalize on positive reactions and mitigate or further avoid negative reactions. So the business analyst should constantly monitor and assess each stakeholder's attitude to determine if it might affect their environment in the business analysis activity or not. Then coming to inputs and elements over here. So it consists of stakeholder engagement approach again, business analysis performance assessment, and then coming to elements, gain agreements on commitments, monitor stakeholder engagement and collaboration. Then describing the elements into detail. So gain agreements on commitments consist of time commitment and resource commitment. The second one, that is monitor stakeholder engagement, consists of monitoring the participation and the performance of the stakeholders, monitor for risk related to stakeholders engagement, and the third one consists of maintaining the free flow of information, promote shared efforts to resolve the problem and achieve desired results. Now let us move on to guidelines and tools. So it consists of business analysis approach, business objectives, future state description, recommended actions, and risk analysis. Now the next one is techniques, stakeholders, and output. So techniques consist of collaborative games, lessons learned, risk analysis and management, stakeholders list, map, and personas. Stakeholders can be the all stakeholders of the entire business, and the output is stakeholders engagement. Now this was all about the elicitation and collaboration part. Now next we'll be moving on to the use case, where we'll discuss and write some points related to all the steps, all the concepts that we have discussed in this module. So let us go to the problem statement. So Vincent Logistics is a rapidly growing online seller of accessories. They began making handbags as a hobby to sell at local art fairs. They were so popular that they decided to start selling through the internet, and they became the #1 wholesaler over the past 2 years. Further, they started experiencing tremendous growing pains and effect of slow systems that are not keeping up with the demand. So the number of complaints has increased by about 10% over the last 2 years, and some of the comments on social media can be quite nasty. So now, as a business analyst in the company, you need to make a plan to analyze the problem and give guidelines to overcome the problems faced by the company using the below template. So here the first thing is approach for business analysis work. So this section should describe at a high level what approach is being followed to perform business analysis. So as a business analyst, you have to first gather all the business requirement related to daily business activities as well. Then you have to monitor the business for some time in order to understand the business activity and its related hidden details in order to understand the problems that are actually occurring in the business. Then you have to make a strategy to design the plan for creating effective business analysis processes. Now coming to techniques again, so you have to create a list of techniques such as a process modeling, use cases, document analysis, requirements, workshops, and interface analysis. But here you have to analyze the business cases. Then you have to analyze the documents that are present which describes the business processes. Then estimation and financial analysis gives the detail about the financial aspects of the business. Then comes risk analysis and management, and you have to then analyze the scope of methods that are used by the companies in order to run their business. After that, deliverables and timeline is a key component over here. So there would be certain deliverables and due date, so it actually depends on the company. So you have to gather those details as well as the estimate budget. Now then comes the formality part, the level of details. So depending on the organizational context, a formal approach may be adopted. So this also depends on the data that is provided to you by the company. Then comes requirements prioritization. So here you will need to understand that how will the requirements be prioritized and the key stakeholders involved in the requirements prioritization process. So here you have to identify the problems and all the requirements related to it. Then prioritize the requirements and select the most important requirement to work on. Then you have to check the impact of low priority requirements on the business, whether they make a huge impact or not. And if yes, you have to keep them in high priority. After that, you have to look into the tools for the business analysis work that you will require. So if there are any requirements management tools or repositories used, this needs to be detailed out here. So you have to use business specific methodologies and framework specific to this business. Then you have to check out the business policies. You have to work according that. Then stakeholders engagement approach, data gathering tools, data analysis tools. So these are the tools tools for the business analysis work. Now coming to approach to communicate. So how will the communication occur, the medium and the frequency? So there will be direct communication with the owners and the stakeholders in order to understand the problems of the business as well as to find the solution, and the frequency may depend on the type of issue and the resolution. So over here you have to check out the details of where the company is exactly lagging. Either it can be customer support or application or their services or delivery. So it depends on the type of issue, the number of issues and the resolution process. Now then comes identifying the set of stakeholders that will be involved in Vincent Logistics. So there will be business owners, domain subject matter experts, investors and sponsors. So this hands-on activity is actually a very basic activity that consists of the template where you have to fill in the details of what actually are the steps that are to be followed by a business analyst in order to resolve all the business issue and put all the analysis related to the business in front of the stakeholders.
Risk management. So why I was taking this concept now, because risk management is very important as soon as you have covered the requirements gathering. Because what happens is actually once the your requirements gathering is done and once your BRD finalization is done, so from here your project is going to start. So planning is one of the major thing which happens as soon as the BRD document is signed up. So the internal stakeholders, the project manager level people, usually they will sit together and they will be able to identify what are the types of the risks that can expect in the current project. So depending upon that project, they will prepare a framework how to handle this. So that whole process we are going to call it as a risk management. So now I'll write the definition. So what is a risk management? It is a process of identifying, monitoring, and managing the potential risks in order to minimize and have the positive impact towards the delivery of the project. So this is about the risk management. So to create this risk management, so we have to follow the 3 steps. So the 3 steps involved in risk management. The first one is risk assessment and analysis. The second one is risk evaluation. And the third one is risk treatment and response. Okay, now we are going to discuss about the individual thing. So this is about the risk assessment. Now after this risk assessment, I'm going to explain you people what are the types of the risks that are involved in the software products. So actually these things are the basic things. Depending upon company to company, we can add 2 or 3 more. Because for example, when you are taking this airways project or something like that, there you have a more risk associated with the data information also. So as when we are working with the different clients, they also will have their own risk management system, and they will try to take the standard ones along with the other optional risks associated with their company. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So what do you mean by the risk assessment? So first, what does they do? To work on this thing, you will have a set of people. Okay. So one person will be your senior program manager, and one person will be your senior resource manager, and one person will be like one director. So usually, so these people will sit together and they will start thinking about the project. Okay, when is a BRD sign off and when is a go live date, and what are the things that which are planned in between, and how things are happening. So okay, this domain we are not able to do properly. In this domain, we have to have a few more resources so that we can deliver it properly. Here, testing resources are missing. Here, these people they don't have a product knowledge more, so they should go for a training. So all this planning will be done during the once the BRD document is signed off. So in this risk assessment, what they will do is the stakeholders will analyze the process and user requirements user requirements to uh, to what I should say, to remove the negative impact on day-to-day operations. Okay, so this is the risk assessment definition. So what does the people will do? People will start sitting together and they will do the requirements management matrix and they will address those issues to the team also ahead, because tomorrow, for example, usually few resources, what you will say, few skill set will be very difficult. Actually, for example, if you have a MuleSoft, it will be very difficult. So what does people usually will do? They will get one one guy, and they will try to tag them in multiple projects. So for example, if he is working in project A, he'll be working on it. If there is an immediate requirement in project B, so immediately he will leave the work, whatever he's doing in a project A, and immediately he will run and start working in project B. So what it is going to happen? So the people who are dependent in the project A, so all their day-to-day operations are got affected, right? So it creates lot of the productivity issues, and it also creates the delivery based out. So many problems will be coming with this risk assessment. So usually in this is a first stage. So people will sit together and they will analyze it in a very crucial way, so that they can address it in a better way, so they can reduce the things and they can improve on it. I'm going to discuss about the second one, which is going to call about the risk evaluation. So what does people will do in this risk evaluation phase? These people will submit an analysis. Okay, so these are the risks that we have identified, and this is a matrix that we were going to try to follow it. And these are the persons who are involved in the risk association management, and he's the person. For example, if there is any risk related to the operations, he's the point of contact. If there is any risk in the out of the scope, so he is the responsible person. Like that, they will give the detailed structure. Who is the person to whom we have to contact? So all those things. So all that things will be happening in the risk evaluation. So in this, what they will do? They will try to analyze what is the risk which is already there and how we are going to address it. In this planning, they will compare in this stage the stakeholders will compare the present risk and how the organization is trying to address those issues. Okay, so this is about the risk evaluation. So what does they will do, it seems, and in this risk evaluation also, they will prepare a set of actions, how they are implementing so that the risks are reduced. Project. Okay, so now I'm going to explain you the format of the risk evaluation. It's like you can call it as a risk management template. So first one is risk identify date and what type of risk is it and who is the responsible person. You can take it as stakeholder, and the next one is plan of action. So these are the 4 things that you can do it. So risk identified date. So what do you mean by the risk identified date? When you have identified that risk, and what is the type of the risk? For example, if you are planning about the resources, you want the more resources, then you can tag it as under the operational risk. And if you wanted to, what is a plan of action? What do I mean by the plan of action? You have to sit with your resource manager and you have to do, okay, these are the requests, these are the number of the resources I want, this is the skill set I am required. So those are the actions that you will write it very clearly. And stakeholder, who is holding this responsibility? Either project manager will hold this responsibility, or either program manager will hold this responsibility, or either the account manager will hold this responsibility. Right. So for example, now we have identified on 05 line of action. For example, usually what happens is most of the companies will follow this risk manager. He will be the person who will he's the head of the what you can say. For example, you have a 4 or 5 people together who is working on that risk assessment. So he will be representing from that team. That person you are going to call it as a risk manager. So now I'm going to discuss about the risk treatment and the response. So what do I mean by the risk treatment and the response is, so whatever plan of actions that we have decided and we have taken those actions. So how we are going to react about it. So for example, we understood that whatever our project is going out of scope. So we will have a call with the customer and we will tell him, see Mr. So-and-so stakeholder, every time we are coming up with a new requirement, so we are not able to deliver the project on time. So I'm recommending you, this is a high time that we have to stop the requirements. We are not going to change anything more. If you want anything new, please raise a change request. So this is the action that you are going to try to take on it. After taking that action, we have to analyze it. Means whether whatever action we have taken, is it really working, or we need any improvements in it, or are we struggling any problems? So all this resource has to be done by the business analyst. So that thing we will classify under the risk treatment and the response. So what are the improvements happened after the implementation of actions? Yeah, so this is about the risk management concept. So now we were going to discuss about how do we come to see, for example, what is a risk? We will classify this risk plan of action. So risk is nothing but uncertainty which has happened. Uncertainty happened in the project. So when we have identified that there is one uncertainty in the project. So from there, how we will address this issue and do we have any particular format that we were trying to analyze this issue? So it's not a format I will tell. So before we putting this risk under this risk management, we will follow a certain steps. So in that we have a 5 steps totally. There are 5 steps involved in identifying the risk in any project. The first thing is identify the risk. So what do I mean by the identify the risk is whether it is a long-term risk or either it is a short-term risk. And so in identifying risk, we also should be able to identify under what type of risk it comes. Either it may falls on the operational risk, or either it falls on under project cost risk, or either it falls under the deliverable risk, or either it falls under the reputational risk. Under what type of risk it will follow, that is what you have to identify. Identify the types of risk. Identify the I'll classify. So this is the first step. And what is the second step? The second step is analyze the risk. So what do I mean by the analyzing the risk? So in this, I wanted to understand in a more way. Okay, so what it is happening, how it is happening. So what are the things which are involved in it, and how I'm going to take an action. So all those things you have to do under this. What actions can be taken? So all those things. The next one is evaluation. Evaluate the risk. So I mean, what do you mean by the evaluate the risk? As we have seen the evaluation, the same process we were going to follow here. So the second one is treat the risk. So what do I mean by the treat the risk? So you have to talk to the respective person, and you have to plan the action how you are going to react to the particular risk. This is the first thing. And the second one is monitor the risk. So what do I mean the monitor the risk? Monitor the risk means, so after implementing the plan of actions, so you should be in a very key, and you should be thinking, okay, whether we are improving, and is it really working for us, or do we have to do anything else, or do we have to implement more? So the next one is monitor the risk. So what do I mean by the monitor the risk is whatever the plan of actions that you have taken, are we able to solve that risk properly? And for example, if you have a 1 to 5 scale, so you should be able to come up saying that, okay, out of my 5 scale, I can rate it around some 3. I can rate it around some 3.5 like that. So this is how my risk is handled. So I'm able to get this result. So that is how you should be able to help it out. So that is what we will do it in monitoring the risk. Now we have completed the risk management, and after that we have also learned about the risk, and we also learned about how to identify the risk in any project, and now we are going to see what are the types of risk associated.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys, and the question is, what type of variable can be used to capture fixed effects? And your options are random variables, dummy variables, or continuous variables, or all of the above. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Enroll for the advanced certification in Data Analytics for Business by Intellipaat in collaboration with IIT Madras Pravartak. Build most in-demand skills, work on real-world projects, and get trained by IIT Madras faculty, as well as receive mentorship from industry experts. Get dedicated learning managers and build a very strong portfolio of projects. Avail career services by Intellipaat. Get certified now.
We are going to discuss about the types of the risks that we have. So the first one is about the cost risk. So first I'll write all the list, then I'll try to explain it individually. Okay, that goes good. First one is cost risk. Next is schedule risk. Next is operational risk. Next is budget risk. Then Next one is performance risk. Next is reputation risk. Next one is legal risk. Next one is governance risk. Next one is governance risk. What else we have? Technical risk. We have resource risk. And what else is there? Scope risk. I don't know. Scope risk. And we have personal risk and we have schedule risk. Okay, so as of now I was able to figure it out only these types of risk, but we have more that we can classify it as a risk associated with it. So first thing is we will discuss about the cost risk. So what do I mean by the cost risk? For example, one of the best scenario I can say is when you're doing the project planning, you will also discuss about this how many systems you want and what is the type of skill set that you are looking for, and how much you are planning to spend it for this see, for example, to deliver any project, right, we have a n number of activities which are involved in it, right? You should take the people for the team lunch, you should take the people for fun do activities, you should take the people out for the team building activities, you should also assemble the training activities. So many things will be classified it. For example, you have quoted it all inclusion everything as some let's say around some $2,500. It's a very small amount, but you have classified it for only one enhancement. So after doing all these things, no, because a few skill set people, you have to pay them very high. So by tagging them into the project and everything, you are deficient with the budget. So during that time, what you does? So you will be able to identify where you are lagging that amount. Either it is in development stage, or either it is in testing stage, or either it is in team building activities, or either it is in training activities. So all this cost risks which are associated with the cost things, you will classify them under the cost risk management. Cost risk. Financial things. Involved in the project. So this is about the cost risk. And what is the second thing? The second thing about the scheduled risk. So what do I mean by the scheduled risk is, for example, when you have one business analyst who has to travel to on-site. So already his schedule is booked and everything is booked. Then all of a sudden he will come up saying that I cannot travel. So then what is happening? So depending upon his travel, so you have scheduled one delivery out of it. So all of a sudden that whole delivery will go in toss, right? So such type of risk you will encounter under this schedule risk. So now the second thing is operational risk. So what do I mean by operational risk? For example, most of the big projects know where the data is very crucial. So they will ask you to build this ODCs for their entire project. So to set up this ODC, so a lot of amount is incurred in it. For example, you should not allow your team members to take their cell phones. So you should put it over there. And so much of cost is involved in it. And if something really bad goes in that ODC, the whole day-to-day operation got disturbed in that way. So then lot of resources are involved and all those things will get disturbed. So that type of risk we are going to classify under the risk operational things. So next is budget risk. So what do I mean by the budget risk? For example, when most of the business analysts will be keep traveling. right? Either to on-site or either to attend some training, to attend some training, or one thing or the other, they'll be keep traveling it. So during the time, what happens actually, uh, according to your competency, they should follow only according to their competency level. They should get a hotel accommodation. All those things will be there. But what happens is actually there is one company which is called as an Isotus, and they are into this contract management system. So what would they prefer? It's a client for one company. So what would they prefer? They wanted all their employees to stay in one particular hotel, because after the working hours also, all the employees can sit together and they can discuss it. For example, if there is a junior level person, and according to his competency, he won't be able to afford that big hotel, but his manager is sitting in that big hotel, so that whatever amount which is coming, which is being which is more extra, no, that amount will come under the project cost. So that is a risk for the project, right? Because certain amount is going less from your whole project cost. So such type of things you will classify it under the budget risk. It's like you don't have a much major difference between this. The cost risk is when they were talking about one individual, whereas a budget risk, they talks about the whole group, like whole project. Under the cost risk, they will classify it for the training. Okay, what that does is actually project manager, when they were as soon as the project is signed up, they will have a certain amount. Okay, so they will be classifying. For example, if the project is around some 1 lakh, let's take this 10,000 for the training. Let's take this 10,000 for the team activities. Let's take this 20,000. For the developer team, let's take this 20,000 for the testers team, and the remaining amount will be for this management program. Like that, they'll be dividing the amount. So what does the cost risk happens is, for example, if you have only 10,000 amount as a training, but sometimes you have to pay so much of amount for the trainers to come and train you. That is a cost risk associated with that department, right? So such type of risks we will address in the cost risk, which is it's in the I'll write it within the projects. So these are about the few things, and as usual, the second thing is like, for example, the performance risk. As we discussed earlier also, if you are getting one new person into your project, at least we should give him a 6 months of buffer time to understand, to learn, and to deliver as per his roles and responsibilities and whatever we are expecting. Right, that comes under the performance risk. And sometimes what happens is actually, if you have a really very good project, very big project, so the performance risk is not to that level. For example, if you have a very small team, around some 5-6 team, in that if one person is also not performing up to our expectations, then obviously the performance risk will be high, because only few people, and that in that few people also one person is not answering properly, like he's not doing his job probably, so that the performance risk level is very high. So that is about the performance risk. And what is a risk? Legal risk. For example, sometimes what happens is there might be the data breach, or either for example, what happens is usually when most of the BS will visit to the on-site, either US, UK, Germany, like that. So when they will be going to the client location, so they'll be so interested to take the pictures and all, and what they will do it. For example, if they were standing in the client location, and when you're capturing the photo, the company of the client is coming in that photo, and you're uploading that document in the Facebook, or either you are uploading the document in your LinkedIn, uploading that photo, it creates a legal issue for you. Because when you're in a client location, you're not supposed to take any photos regarding their company, either their address or either their location or either their logo, and without their knowledge you cannot upload the photos in your Facebook, or either it might be WhatsApp, or either it might be Twitter, in any social medias. That is a legal risk. And the second thing is, sometimes what happens actually, the people, when they were moving from one project to another project, usually they will save their codes. When they're coming into the new project, they will start using the same code. whatever they have what they have done in the previous project. That is a one of the legal risk that you are taking. And in few companies, there are few policies. Okay, for example, if you are working in airways projects from almost like 6-7 years, and you're trying to move to another airways project, the same business analyst should not work on the competition of the both airways. If he's doing that, it's a legal risk that your company will sue for it. So that is a legal risk that you are trying to address on. These are the types of the risk which will come under the legal risk usually. So next I'm going to discuss about the governance risk. So what do you mean by this governance risk? Each and every country they will have few things which are related to the government. See, for example, if anyone is working in India, we don't pay more attention towards our insurance policies. For example, when we are relocating the same person to US, they will concentrate more on their insurance policies, and the whole benefits will get changed after going there. So before sending one person, so we should talk to the embassy, and we have to restructure his CTC, all those things. So depending upon their government laws, so that we can classify under the governance risk. So the next thing is we were going to talk about the technical. So what do I mean by this technical risk? For example, when you are start developing the product, all of a sudden you think that you need one MuleSoft guy, and you don't have anyone in your team, and the requirement is really very it's on high priority issues, then it's a risk for the team, right? So you have to raise a request to the HR team, please get one resource who is having this MuleSoft. In one particular project, so many technical people are involved, right? So all of a sudden, if there is a requirement comes that MuleSoft guy has to handle it, and you don't have a MuleSoft guy in your team, so that is a risk for you, right? Because you have to deliver it, and that MuleSoft guy has to code it, and all of a sudden you don't get that MuleSoft guy because he might be tagged in the other project. So to get him into your project, and you have to train him also, because it's not training. At least you have to explain him your requirements, right? What type of requirements that you are expecting and what he's delivering. So it's like almost like 15-20 days of your time is getting wasted over there. It's a technical risk only, right, for you. If you don't have that person, again you have to get one new resource guy, and you have to train him, and you have to make him understand what is the importance of him and what is the product that you are going to deliver it. So it's a technical risk only. It may take 15 days. It is not as issue as it is not as small as it. If you have a big company, because most of the few people will be sitting on bench, so you can pull that guy and you can make him work. But if your company is mid-level company, and you have this technical requirement, then you have to source that guy. So it kills a lot of your time. So it's a technical risk, right? So the second thing is about we have covered about the technical risk, and the next one is about the resource risk. Already we have discussed enough for this resource risk. The scope risk also I have discovered, when your deliverables are running out from your product. That is what your scope risk comes. What is this personal risk? So for example, when you have two internal stakeholders working on the same project, they don't like each other. So whatever decisions will be taken by one person will be always objected by the other person. So there what is happening, there your time is getting wasted, right? Considering on your personal grudges, you are making your team to suffer. So these are the risks that you can identify before. That's why when people were doing planning very clearly, so they will always try to get a same project mates working together. So now we have covered about the types of the risk also, and risks management. So now I'm going to discuss about the SDLC life cycle. So what do I mean by the SDLC life cycle? Full form is software design life cycle. So in the software design life cycle, So what does we does is actually it's a process. It is a process which emphasis on decision making process that affect the system and usefulness. So what is a SDLC lifecycle? A software design lifecycle. So in this we have classified this whole development of product into different phases. So that phases, it's a whole process. That process we were going to call it as a software design lifecycle process. Okay. So now what is the main objective of this SDLC lifecycle is it helps us to deliver. Objective of this SDLC lifecycle is it helps us deliver the quality product, and it also helps us to establish the logical connections while developing the product, and it also helps us to identify the problems ahead. Okay. So now these are the objectives of this SDLC lifecycle. What is the first one? It helps us to deliver the quality product, and it helps us to give the logical connections while developing the product, and it also helps us to identify the problems ahead. So what type of problems we may face and what are the things that we were going to get it before. So all these things it helps us to identify before. Okay. Here this I'm referring to the software design lifecycle is when you are talking, I'm just talking about the process, how it happens. I'm not talking about one singular particular product. So in that the first one is about we have a few steps. The same way we have the phase 1, phase 5 like that. So it also consists of few phases. Consists of few phases. So the first one is system design, and the second one is feasibility study, and the third one is system analysis, and the next one is testing, and the third one is system design, coding, testing. Coding, testing, and sixth one is testing. Testing, that's it. So now I'm going to discuss about the each and every individual stage. So first I'm going to discuss about the testing. So what we does actually in testing, once we were developing any process, once we have coded everything, so in this people will test whether the functionality is working fine or not. So whether you are able to meet the requirements of the customer. In testing, when you are writing the test cases, you will have a two type of a test cases. So one is a basic flow and one is an alternate flow. Basic flow is when you're clicking on this should happen. When you click on this should happen. Whereas alternative flow is when I go back, what is the next step it is going to happen. So it's a mix of more probability and combinations. More permutations and combinations is about the alternative flow. So all these test cases will be tested specifically under this testing scenario. Now people will ask one question. In agile, everything goes in a parallel sequence. Everything goes in a parallel sequence. Once the product is completely developed, before deploying this particular product into the client's location, you will have a dev stage. So in the dev stage, you will check whether everything is working fine or not. Each and every property, each and every single click of the functional requirement. So everything has to be fixed in this, and then whatever dev you have prepared perfectly out of bugs, that bugs will be deployed in the customer's production.
Okay.
So that is the activities that we will be doing in the testing stage. In this testing stage, Usually we will classify this test stage into two categories. So one is a program test and the other one is system test. So what do I mean by the program test? So program test is nothing but what whatever codings we have developed, whether all those are meeting the customer requirements. So that is what we are going to change. That is what we are going to test in the program test. Whereas in the system testing, we were going to technically test the system. Means how much time it is taking to load the page, how much time it is, are the configurations, are everything looking fine in the Windows. In few applications, right, when you are using Windows and when you are using this iMac systems, so there will be a lot of difference in the view of the app. So all those things you will be using in the system testing. It literally means doing the system testing. It's the device testing. So now the second one, like the coding is usually everyone knows about this coding stage. So whatever BRD documents we have written, that we are classifying them into functional requirements and non-functional requirements. And as soon as we have classified them into functional requirements, our development team will start coding the requirements. Right? Developing the scenarios. So the next one is system analysis. So what do I mean by system analysis? So it is a process. It's a process of implementing the operational data. So what do I mean this operational data is, for example, so you should be able to know who are the users who are going to use it about it. So until unless you will have a clarity about who are the persons who are going to use it, so you cannot test the data properly. So in the system analysis, you will sit with the respective person, either might be a tester or either he might be a developer or either he might be the external stakeholder from the customer side. You will sit with him and you will try to understand what is the workflow of their company. How does the thing will works actually? So who are the end users who are going to use this product, and what type of data they might be expecting out of this product, whatever we are trying to develop it from scratch, and what are the suggestions that you can give, what are the suggestions that you can get it from the customer, you can get it from the user, and what type of assumptions you can make, and what type of constraints that you can make. So all these things you will be doing it in the system analysis. Here a few customers know, before you are developing the product itself, they will give you the metadata. For example, when you are talking about this contract management lifecycle product, few clauses and few templates will be already provided by the customer, and data also will be already provided by the customer. Such type of things you are going to call them as a metadata. Users information, metadata, and gathering the operational information. Gathering the operational details means who are the users from the customer side who are going to use it, for whom we have to give to the access, and for whom we have to support when they are in problem. So all those details we will be able to identify under the system analysis. And one more important point is finding the bottlenecks. So what are the problems they were facing currently? What are the things that they were expecting out of this product? So all those things we will be covering under the system analysis. So next one is about the feasibility study. So what do I mean about this feasible study? So in this feasible study, we were giving the detailed information. We were studying everything very detailed. Detailed studying about the process flow of the customer, products, and relationships with them, relationship with the users. What do I mean by the relationship with the users is how many negative customers are there, how many positive customers are there, how many users are actively using it, how many users are, for example, if you are using this mobile application, so we will be able to identify how many people have installed your application today and how many people have uninstalled your application today, because they will be able to see the statistics from the admin, can be able to pull out the data. So all those things you can be able to identify. So any company, before handling out their business requirement document, they will give you as this feasibility study also. So what are the who are the users who are involved in this, and what type of metadata they will be following, and who is the head of the department to whom we have to reach out to if you need anything. So all these details will be provided in the feasibility study. The next thing is about the system design. So what do I mean the system design? So in this, I would like to discuss about what is the outcome picture of the product that we were expecting out. What is the flow of the process? How it is going to happen? For example, let me take one example. In contract management lifecycle, what does it happens is actually you will create an agreement. From there, it goes to the other things. Let's take this example. For example, when you're logging into Facebook, so as soon as you have logged in and you have entered your user details, you will give a click on okay. Then it will take you to home page. So what is going to happen in the home page? So if you want to upload any photo, so where you have to go? So it completely designs to your system workflow. It completely designs your each and every page navigation. So when I'm clicking on this thing, where it should go, when I'm clicking on this thing, where it should go. So it gives you the complete outcome of the project. So who are the people will be involving in system designing? Wireframes will be done by UX team. So UX team will do the system design and they will give you the data very clearly. So from there, the business analyst will do the feasibility study, and from there then he will take out and then he will give it to the product owner. So from there he will explain it to the technical manager, and thus when the coding will start. So in the system design only, we will be able to identify the problems also. Problems identification will be done, and process flows will be designed by the UX team, and we also will be able to inference of the things in a very clear way. Inference of things. So all these things we will do it under the SDLC life cycle. Now let us discuss more about this feasibility study. So feasibility study gives, I've already told you, feasibility study will give you the detailed information about what are the process which are involved in it, and the things that which were how we were going to consider it, and all those things. So now let us write the definition of the feasibility study. It gives feasibility study is a process where basically the test of the proposed solution usability meeting customer requirements, effective use of the resources, and the core and quality of the effective and quality of the product. Okay. So now, what is the thing that we were going to discuss in this is feasibility study, information about the resources and their skill sets, and the estimation timings, and benefits of developing the solution for the company. So all these things we are going to discuss in this feasibility study. So for example, I won't say that every I cannot assure that every company will do this feasibility study, but most of the MNCs will make it as a standard document before developing the product further. So now, what are the objectives why they were doing this feasibility study is to analyze whether the software will be really helpful for this organization. So whether it will solve the problem that whatever we are trying to develop it, how we were gonna to use it. So if we were giving this access to the users, how they were able to react it, how they were gonna to use it, how it is gonna to really helpful for them.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of business analytics by answering this question. Business analytics can be used for which of the following? A. Finding patterns. B. Verifying previous decisions. C. Predicting results. D. All of these are correct. Comment down your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So all these type of questions will be addressed under the feasibility study. So the objectives of first one is analyze whether the software will be helpful for the organization and how the users are getting benefited to determine whether the soft system will be able to integrate with other P or SAP or any Oracle practice. Just not even fitted. So the next thing is whether the product we are developing is according to the current technology. So the main objectives of this feasibility study is to analyze whether the software will be helpful for the organization or not. Because when the client is coming and when they are investing so much of money, so even they also should be able to come to a conclusion saying that this product is going to really helpful for us. How it is going to helpful and what are the problem areas that we were trying to address it and how the users are getting benefited and to determine whether the system will be able to integrate with the ERP, SAP or any Oracle practice. So developing anything from the scratch will be always a difficult thing. To reduce the time and to effectively make it to utilize. So now most of the products we were developing in such a way in a SaaS model where we can integrate with the ERP or either you can integrate with the SAP or any Oracle practice on the customer instance, which you can do it in a virtual way. There is no necessity that you have to develop the product in this client location. You will develop in your own location, just you deploy the code in the client instance. And whether the product we are developing is according to the current technology. See now, most of the products were developed either by using Python or either by using .NET. So no one is using Java. It's really very old technology. No one is using about it. So whether we were developing the product according to the current technology. So all these things you have to consider when we are planning to do a software development product. So these are the things that we have to consider before it. Under this, we can classify this feasibilities into different types of the feasibilities. So the first one is technical feasibility. So the other one is operational feasibility, and the second one is economic feasibility. Feasibility. Now let us go from the economic feasibility. So what we are planning to discuss in this economic feasibility is that it helps us to understand whether whatever amount we were investing in developing this software, really this is going to be really beneficiable. Does it is going to reduce so much of manual work, whether it is going to reduce, whether it is going to support us to improve the profits of the organization. Does it really capable of generating the profits for the organization? And it also tries to check out the how we can decrease the other software developments which are happening currently to run this product. For example, let us take one, PeopleSoft. So to run the correct PeopleSoft, you have so many other metadata to be configured in your system. So that is also one type. That metadata configuration is also one software. So when we are developing a new product, so company thinks that instead of investing in two products, let us invest in one product where you will be able to be more beneficial. So when they were doing this economic feasibility, so these are the points that they will consider before doing or before signing off any project. Now I'm going to cover about the operational feasibility. So what we were going to see in this operational feasibility is, so to check whether, so in this operational feasibility, so what does we do is check whether the whatever product we were developing does support all the devices that we were going to use, we were planning to use, and next, and how dependent it is on dependent product, and how much of manual work, how much of manual work can be reduced, and how does the visualization of the product and how it is going to improve the gap analysis. Improve the product and reduce the gap analysis, and after that also helps to perform whether the, and it also helps us whether user whether we are able to understand, whether we are able to understand and meet the requirements of customer. So under this economic feasibility, under this operational feasibility, so what I'm trying to check out is, correct, when I'm developing any mobile application. So what type of systems I'm going to support, whether it is only for Android or whether it is only for iOS, or if it is iOS one particular version, whether I'm able to support the previous version. So if it has to support, what type of compatibility I have to take out. So all these operational related activities, I should be able to give a brief description about it. That, for example, in lot of human resource department, we will have a lot of rework. So to reduce that rework, we were developing, we were deploying any new product in the human resources. So how it is going to helpful them, how it is going to reduce their rework, how it is going to reduce their manual work. So all these things we will be discussing about this. We will be discussing in this operational feasibility level. So it also helps us the users to visualize the outcome of the product. So how it is going to be? Okay, for example, if 10 steps were there in manual process, by implementing this product, only 2 steps will be there, or either only 2 steps will be reduced. So all these visualizations also will be explained very clearly in this operational feasibility. And the second thing that we were going to discuss is about and what is the technical feasibility. So what do I mean by the technical feasibility is, so in this technical feasibility, and what are the skill set, analyzing the resources skill set, and what are the expectations, of the customers from technical guys. And so we also will be able to determine whether technology we were using, we are using this recent one, and we also should be able to understand the technology chosen for the development will help us to configure better when it comes to integration. Yeah. So in technical feasibility, so whatever technology that we were using and whatever technology we were using to develop the product, how is it? How really it is easy for people to understand the architect of the product? And once you are developing, so is it really that compatible to integrate with the other systems? Because now most of the products are developed using the SAS model. So if it is not very feasible to get deployed in the other systems, virtual systems, becomes really very difficult. So in this technical feasibility study, we will discuss about all these things. So customer know few times will be very specific about the resources, skill set, and the experience they have, and the years of experience they have. So all these things will be discussed under the technical feasibility studies.
So, Certified Business Analysis Professional, or you can say the CBAP for short form, is a professional certification program on business analysis. And this program is ideal for the professionals who have extensive business knowledge and have years of experience in the practical business world. And today, CBAP is one of the most respected designations for business professionals. In fact, the certification program gained huge recognition since it was first introduced in 2006. And today there are 1,000 plus professionals from all over the world with CBAP designation. And this figure declares two facts, that the fast growing demand of CBAP among the professionals and the certification is gaining recognition globally. So it is intended, and the intention of the CBAP certification is to check the professional's capability, whether they can work in the business analysis domain or not. So a business analyst has a lot of skills like analytical skills, technical skills, problem solving skills, decision making skills, communication skills, and there are so many skills that are not described over here. So all this is checked by this CBAP certification exam. So Certified Business Analysis Professionals exam actually makes you industry ready and gives you license for working in the business analysis domain. Further, the actual need of CBAP certification is like it is actually used to check how can we prove our business analysis skills. It helps us to showcase our business analysis skills, and also it helps to make a competitive edge for ourselves in business analysis domain and how to get shortlisted for business analysis jobs. So if there are three individuals applying for a job for a business analyst for business analysis domain, so obviously the company will pick up the individual who is certified, and if he or she is certified business analysis professional from IIBA, that is the governance body, so obviously this individual makes a competitive edge over others, and that actually helps to get hold of a good position for the business analysis domain in the industry. So who is actually a CBAP professional? You might have a question. So a certified business analysis professional is one who has achieved the CBAP designation awarded by the IIBA, that is International Institute of Business Analysis, by qualifying the CBAP exam. And the CBAP designation holders have years of experience in business analysis and are experts in identifying business needs of an organization. And they actually suggest the best business solutions for organizations as their experience speaks to bring in the maximum benefits for the business organization or the company for which they are working. So business analysis and systems analysis are the most common and best suited candidates for the CBAP certification program. So there are various benefits of CBAP certification exam, like it is a globally reputed certification from IIBA and the members of reputed professional groups are there, and the understanding of the principle and practices of business analysis, so they have quite a good and a thorough knowledge of it. Then it provides a definite career path with specialized knowledge on technology industry, and after clearing the CBAP certification exam you have better job opportunities and roles in the organization that actually helps to excel in your career as a business analyst professional. Now we have used this term as business analysis a lot. Now let us see what actually is business analysis. So business analysis is the set of tasks, knowledge and techniques required to identify business needs and determine solutions to business problems. So in real world, business analysis is the practice of enabling the change in an organizational context by defining the needs and recommending solutions that deliver value to the stakeholders. And the set of tasks and techniques that are used to perform business analysis are defined in a guide to business analysis body of knowledge that you might come across when you get into this field. So it is the task of a business analyst to analyze all the business and to create a set of tasks, use the knowledge and techniques to identify the business needs. So the business analyst is an agent of change, and business analysis is a disciplined approach for introducing and managing the change to organizations, whether they are for profit, business, or government, or for non-profits. So the job titles for business analysis practitioners include not only the business analyst but also business system analyst, systems analyst, requirement engineer, process analyst, product manager. They can be product owner also, enterprise analyst, business architect, business intelligence analyst, and there can be many other profiles. So business analysis is actually used to identify and articulate the need for change in how organizations work and to facilitate that change in real time. So as a business analyst, we identify and define the solutions that will maximize the value delivered by an organization to its stakeholders. And business analysts work across all levels of an organization and may be involved in everything from defining the strategy to creating the enterprise architecture to taking a leadership role by defining the goals and the requirements for the programs, as well as the projects or supporting the continuous improvement in the technology and processes that are used. So there are the ways in which the business analyst find the solutions, and the solutions often includes the systems development component, process improvement, organizational change, and project related analysis as well. So for this, we have the specialized knowledge to act as a guide and then lead the business through unknown or unmapped territory to get it to its desired destination. So the value of a business analyst after performing the business analysis is in realization of benefits, avoidance of the cost, identification of the new opportunities, understanding of the required capabilities, as well as modeling the organization for better future. So through the effective use of business analysis, we can actually ensure an organizations that they can have much better profits and benefits, and ultimately improving the way they do the business. Now further, there are many things related to the business analysis. So if we consider the current business state and the enterprise analysis, and in future we have to have a business, so it is defined by the future business states, and we need to perform certain activities in order to take the current business state to a particular or a specific future business state. So these are business analysis planning and monitoring, requirements elicitation, requirement analysis, solution assessment and validation, requirement management and communication. Now let us have a glance and a short description about all these fields, because this is the most important fields if you are preparing for the CBAP certification exam and if you want to become a business analyst. So talking about the business analysis planning and monitoring, when starting a project or an initiative, a business analyst will need an overarching framework on how they will be approaching their objective. And this knowledge area highlights the tasks that business analysts perform in order to organize and coordinate the efforts of business analysts and their stakeholders. So the task explained in this knowledge area aims to produce outputs that are used as key inputs and guidelines, as well as the tools for the other tasks throughout the business analysis activities. So there are a lot of things. So here you have to plan the business analysis approach, plan the stakeholders management, plan business analysis governance, plan business analysis information management, then performance improvement you need to take care of. So these are the things in business analysis planning and monitoring that you need to take care of, and you need to have a good knowledge if you are preparing for this certification exam. Then coming to the requirement elicitation, and this is also called elicitation and collaboration. So this is the more well known of business analysis skill set, and the elicitation and the collaboration knowledge area describes the task that business analysts perform to prepare for and conduct the elicitation activities and confirm the results obtained then. So most change professionals will relate elicitation and collaboration back to the use of workshops or interviews with relevant stakeholders, but where business analysts will typically be the facilitators who will also communicate the key findings of the elicitation exercise. So this knowledge area covers the communication with the relevant stakeholders. Now coming to the requirement analysis part, also called as requirement lifecycle management. So from inception to the retirement, there are specific tasks business analysts perform in order to manage and maintain requirements and design information. So this knowledge area describes these tasks in addition to emphasizing how these tasks describe meaningful relationship between the related requirements and the designs. Also assessing and analyzing as well as gaining the consensus on proposed changes to the requirements and design. So this knowledge area fulfills all these tasks. So you have to trace the requirements, maintain the requirements, prioritize it, assess, approve all the requirements. Then we have solution assessment and validation, where we have to assess the solution and validate it by the stakeholders by approaching them in order to further implement those solutions. Now coming to the requirement management and communication, here to help the business analyst create representations of the elicitation results and how these relate to the solution. So they will need to structure and organize the requirements discovered during the elicitation activities and then specify and model the requirements and designs. After that, validate and verify the collected information. Then they have to identify the solution option that meets the business needs, as well as they have to estimate the potential value that could be realized for each solution option. So this knowledge area covers the incremental as well as the iterative business analysis activities, which ranges from the initial concept and exploration of the need through the transformation of requirements into a particular recommended solution. So there are many tasks over here also that you will study while preparing for the certification exam. So they can be specifying and modeling the requirements, verifying the requirements, validating the requirements, and defining the requirements architecture as well. So this is business analysis, and I hope you now get a quite good idea about what actually is business analysis. Now let us move on to the next part, which is why do we need business analysis? So what is the actual reason? So the business analysis actually helps stakeholders achieve a shared understanding of the organization's need, and this shared understanding puts the team in a position to make legitimate recommendations for those needs and ultimately puts the organization in a position to move forward with the set of recommendation that best meets those needs. So business analysis plays a vital role in every organization, and analyzing business requirements, creating proper documentation, identifying the areas for process improvement and organizational change, as well as the strategic planning and developing various policies that drive an organization towards a better future are observed as the most common solutions. So an organization can leverage business analysis to achieve its strategic goals by identifying and implementing specific changes. So the nature of the change can be strategic or structural. Sometimes it may involve changing various policies and processes within an organization to compete better in the market. So organizations can improve their strategic as well as technical skills, their technical business processes by understanding the current market scenarios with the help of of business analysis, and this in turn helps them identify where they are placed in the market compared to the competitors. So there are many aspects to business analysis and in which it actually helps the business. So it helps in performing the feasibility studies, risk assessment and mitigation plan, identifying and defining new business opportunities, writing a detailed business case. So there are a way lot of things in business analysis, and we need them actually in order to grow our business and make a competitive edge for our business in the market. Now, there is the role of the business analyst when we talk about business analysis. So all the business analysis task is done by the business analyst. So let us discuss the role of a business analyst, what they actually do. So business analyst works as an intermediator among the stakeholders in order to extract, analyze, communicate, and validate the requirements for changes to business processes, policies, and information systems. Then the business analyst understands the business problems and opportunities in the context of the requirements and recommends solutions that enable the organization to achieve its goals. Also, a business analyst is responsible for ensuring the project's output meet the requirements of the business and that they are fit for the purpose. So this is the actual role of a business analyst while performing the business analysis activities for the company. Now, I hope you are clear with the idea of why do we need CBAP certification and why do we need to clear the CBAP certification, what is business analysis, why do we need business analysis, and who performs the business analysis activities, that is business analyst. And we have talked about the role of a business analyst, what they do. Now further, let us talk about the major part of this session, which is the types of certification for BA professionals. That includes the CBAP certification as well. So coming to the types of certifications for BA professionals, there are three types of certification that we'll discuss in the next few slides, that is ECBA, CCBA and CBAP. Now let us start with the first one. So this is the entry certificate in business analysis, and the short form for it is ECBA, that is entry certificate in business analysis. And this exam is designed for the beginners in business analysis. If you don't have any prior experience and if you want to get into the field of business analysis and want to become a business analyst, so the very first exam you have to clear is of ECBA. So to attempt the ECBA certification exam, no prior experience is required, and the entire exam is based on the business analysis body of knowledge guide called as BABOK. And let us talk about the ECBA eligibility and requirements. So you must have completed 21 hours of training in the last 4 years. You need to agree with the code of conduct and agree with the terms and conditions of the governance body, that is IABA. So the training, that is 21 hours of training, can be of anything, like if you have attended a seminar of 1 week for 3 hours per day, if it is conducted by any authorized body, so you can show it as the experience. You can apply for the certification exam, and when they approve it, you are eligible to give the exam. You can schedule the exam by paying the fees. So you can do any certification course also, online certification course, which is of 21 hours. So you have to get this training of 21 hours. So this is the requirement. Now further, the exam pattern is, it has 50 multiple choice questions and you get 1 hour, that is 60 minutes is the time limit to complete the examination. And you can give this ECBA exam from anywhere, as it is a proctored exam, and you can give it from your home also. And IABA monitors the candidate digitally while taking the exam. So no issue. This first basic level, or you can say the entry level of certification exam, you can give it in your home as well. Now talking about the ECBA exam cost, so the application fee is $60. So you need to first apply, you need to fill the application and you have to submit the application, which is of $60. And when the application is verified, where you have to show your experience or that 21 hours of training thing, so after your application is accepted, you can pay the fees and you can schedule the exam. So for IABA members it is $110, and for non-members it is $235. Now let us move on to the next certification exam, which is of CCBA. So it stands for Certification of Capability in Business Analysis. So apart from the beginners, it is an intermediate level of certification exam provided by IIBA. So this exam is designed for all the business analysis professional who are in their intermediate level in their careers. So to attempt the CCBA certification exam, 3 years of experience is required, and the candidate should have 3750 hours of business analysis experience. So it is close to 3 to 5 years of experience, but it is specifically mentioned that they should have 3750, that is 3750 hours of business analysis experience. Then it can be minimum of 900 hours of experience in 2 of the 6 knowledge areas. So we have discussed the knowledge areas, about the knowledge areas, that is elicitation, collaboration, planning and monitoring, and so on. So you can have minimum of 900 hours of experience in 2 of the 6 knowledge areas that are there, or minimum of 500 hours in 4 of the 6 knowledge areas. So apart from these two, you can have any one of them to show in the application, so that your application can be approved for giving the certification exam. Now minimum of 21 hours of training is required within the last 4 years. So it is same as of the ECB exam. So you can complete any certification course which is of 21 hours. For the business analysis, you can do an online course as well with an approved training provider. Then same, agree with the code of conduct, agree with the terms and conditions for which you have to give the business analysis certification exam. Now coming to the next part, which is CCBA exam patterns. So it consists of 130 multiple choice questions. So it was 50 for the ECB exam, and it has increased in this exam, that is 130 MCQ questions, and you get 3 hours to complete the exam, which is like enough to complete this type of exam. But you have to have a thorough knowledge and practice to solve all the questions correctly. And then you have to take this exam at an IIBA approved testing center. So you cannot give this exam from home. So you have to take this exam at the center that is approved by IIBA, and you need to submit the application before taking the exam, and it has to be approved, and then you can schedule the exam by paying the fees. Now coming to the cost of exam, the application fee is $125, and then the exam fee for the IIBA members is $325, and for the non-members it is $450. So this is about the CCBA certification. Now comes the most important certification that for which this session is all about, that is CBAP certification exam. So it stands for Certified Business Analysis Professional, and this exam is designed for the expert professionals in business analysis. So by the term expert means they have quite a lot of experience in the field of business analysis by working in the industry as a business analyst or in any other domain also. So to attempt the CBAP certification exam, minimum of 5 years of experience is required, and the entire exam is based on the BABOK guide. Also, you must have extra knowledge like the experience, the solution that comes from experience. So you cannot just read through the business analysis body of knowledge guide and gain the knowledge and clear the certification. You should have experience also, and you can say like you should have next level knowledge or an expert level knowledge for clearing the CBAP certification exam. Also, the candidate must have 7500 hours of business analysis experience in last 10 years. So it is close to like more than 5 years, 5 to 7 years. So this is the most important thing you need to take care of, and minimum of 900 hours experience in the 4 of the 6 knowledge areas. So this is the requirement that you have to get approved. Also, you should have completed a minimum of 35 hours of training within last 4 years. So in previous 2 exams it was 21 hours, and for the CBAP certification it has increased to 35 hours of training. So for approving your application you need to have these requirements. Now coming to the next part, which is the exam pattern, CBAP exam pattern. So there are 120 multiple choice questions that you need to solve correctly, and it consists of scenario based questions, and you get 3.5 hours to complete the exam. You have to take the exam in an IIBA approved testing center, and then you need to submit the application before taking the exam. Also, the cost of the application over here is $125, and the exam fee for the IIBA members is $325, and for non-members it is $450. Now further, how to get certified as a BA professional. So first you have to pursue a certification course to get the experience, as we have discussed in the previous slides, for various types of the 3 types of business analysis exams, and then you have to submit the application including the application fee to verify it from IIBA. Then after the application is approved, you have to then pay the application fees, and further you have to schedule the exam, and finally you have to attend the exam and pass in order to get certified as a CBAP professional. Now, I hope we have discussed and you understood about the CBAP certification details, the requirement, the cost of the exam, the eligibility criteria.
See, a business analyst is focused on finding trends to make sure that there are ways to check where the business aspect is going wrong in the present. To use this kind of an insight or use the trends that this person can see through the data, and then have informed decisions. Make informed decisions, and of course, improve all the performance numbers. You can have KPIs or key performance indicators which will indicate where what is lacking, that can be assessed for, that can be analyzed to find where things are going wrong, and a business analyst can do that really well. And then coming to a data analyst is a person who has the capability to recognize information from raw data and then make predictions based on the results that are at hand. So a data analyst will be working with a huge amount of data sets when you directly compare it to a business analyst, of course. But then this again depends on the company, depends on the projects and a lot of other things. But in general, the size of the data set, the data analyst. Now, where do business analysts get their data from? See, they will get most of their data from the initial project requirements and from clients themselves, because when clients approach business analysts, they'll be like, hey, this is the problem, we want to understand why things are working the way it is right now, right? So there's many types of business analysis out there: predictive, prescriptive, descriptive, many of these kinds, and they'll have a problem with one of those kinds of requirement where you'll have to ask and you have to engage with the client a lot more and pick up all the data from them based on the project requirements and a lot more. So that is where business analysts get their data from. And then when we're talking about data analysts, right, data analysts will be working with a lot of ad hoc data. And when we talk about ad hoc data, depending on the project or depending on the module you're working in a project itself, the data can change a lot, or data can be split up from a massive data set into small data sets too, and you cannot treat one entity of data in a similar way as another one, right? So these guys get their data from the data engineering team, and this mainly used for and then they mainly coordinate with, of course, the data scientists at hand and the data engineers to go on to produce stunning visualization and tell beautiful stories with the data. And then coming to the third point, which is problem solving. See, a business analyst is a person who has the capability, who has a requirement in today's world to be as descriptive as possible in terms of how one can go on to handle projects, what is the goal definition, and of course, what requirement gathering needs to be done to take us from that particular point. We call it a road bump. So where do you go from this road bump and how do you cross this kind of a bump in the highway of business? But then when we talk about data analysts, right, these guys will perform a lot of types of analysis. They'll be using a lot of algorithms as well to make sure they can bring in the power of ML, AI and all of these things to go on to do predictive analysis, prescriptive analysis to gain a lot of insight about the data. Predictive analysis talks a lot about how your present situation can be mapped and how you can go on to predict what might happen in the future if the situation remains the same. Prescriptive analysis makes sure to find out what all wrong things that have gone through right now, and then ask questions based upon that to make sure that they don't occur again in time. So with this point number 4 we have to talk about, I'm sure you guys are very curious to know the average salary of a business analyst and a data analyst. Now, business analysts get an average salary of somewhere around $90,000 per year in the USA and around 9 lakhs per annum in India. And data analysts get a very competitive salary when you compare it to business analysts as well. They get an average salary of $85,000 per year in the USA and around 8 lakhs per annum. So the numbers are pretty similar. And I would say a business analyst gets as much as a data analyst in today's world, because it depends on a lot of things. It depends on a lot of skill, how certified you are, and what expertise you have in this domain. So understand that these are the average salary numbers that you're seeing, and there's a very good chance that you might have a friend or a colleague or someone who is earning a lot more than the number you see on your screen. And that's the beauty of anything analysis, right? Be it data analysis or be it business analysis. And then now Coming to the fifth point of this comparison, we have to talk about the skill set. So business analysts require certain knowledge in terms of how they can communicate well, how well they can convey a story to stakeholders, how good they are at negotiating, for example, price for performance, and how good are they at handling data, which will help drive the decisions. And when it comes to thinking, right, business analysts need this kind of an analytical thinking, out of the box thinking per se, to make sure that they can go on to gather and jump on a trend, and of course work with a lot of data, and at the end of the day use the data in an effective way. See, everyone can use data, but then using it in an effective way requires some knowledge, and business analysts are good at that. And then coming to data analysis, right, so data analysts know how to work with data manipulation, and of course they're going to require an in-depth knowledge of that, on how well they can handle data, all the concepts of data science, data manipulation, and data handling too. And when I say data science, I'm sure your interests are peaked right now, because data science is an ocean of its own, right? Well, a lot of data science is actually required in the field of data analysis too. In that particular case, it definitely adds value if the data analyst in question knows and understands how data science methodologies can be used to work with data and make his or her life a little easier in terms of work as well. And then coming to the sixth point of the comparison, we want to talk about user interaction for a bit, because when we talk about user interaction, right, see, who are business analysts talking to? Because most of the time they're either talking directly to customers, clients, they're talking to the users, they're talking to system developers, and if they are looking at trends, then they'll be hunting for technology enthusiasts who can find ways on how they can rapidly go on to analyze what's wrong with their business, or how better can they go on to do business, right? That's the primary centric when we talk about business analysts. Now in the case of data analysts, what usually will happen is that these guys will have extensive communication with a lot of SMEs as in subject matter experts. You'll require various technologies. For example, you'll require a person in data ingestion who knows big data. You're going to require a data scientist who has the capability to drive a lot of algorithms, and of course the data analyst himself is going to require a lot of knowledge about a lot of technologies, right? So in that particular case, these are the primary interactions that usually happen in the case of a business analyst and a data analyst. And then I'm sure you guys are curious about the job roles that we have today for these designations, right? See, a business analyst can get involved in a lot of job roles, be it in consulting, be it product management, be it project management, and many other roles. So there is no lack, or there is no dearth of roles for business analysts, and of course for data analysts too, because data analysts can be data scientists themselves, they can be data architects, data engineers, they can be end-to-end specialists when it comes to working with data, and of course driving some result out of it. So taking a raw entity such as data and converting it into absolutely useful information which is worth its weight in gold is something a data analyst can do. And when that is the requirement of today's world, of course there'll be more than 10-15 designations that of course, and I'm sure you guys are curious about which is easier to learn, right? See, business analysis is a place where your secondary skills will definitely be as important as your primary skills, because here you'll require a lot of knowledge and skill on how to strategize things, and how confident you are in for example, convincing a client of a strategy, or how confidently can you take your business across and use something entirely else, be it a technology or be it a strategy, and how best can it work or not. So you need confidence for that, right? That is important. So to understand the latest trends in the technology is very important for a business analyst, and if you are inclined towards learning new things which might not have thousands of millions of users right now, but you might have to know that it is a very powerful tool which will have amazing, which will provide amazing insights. In that particular case, you should go on to pick business analysis, in my opinion, and that would be easier to go on if it aligns with your interests. Now, coming to data analysis is something you should be looking at if you require a technical knowledge, because if you're good at something technical, if you know how to work with data, and let's say you have a penchant, you have a liking for data in that particular case, and then definitely you should be looking at data analysis, because this will be very much easier to learn if you know your way around data and how to effectively use data. So more than what is easier to start up, see, both of these domains have amazing documentation to start with. In fact, you can get started with both of these in a structured way. Stay with me for a while, I'm going to show you how. So if it comes down to what you should pick, I definitely think you should look at where your interests lie, what your career goals are, what you're interested in. And so what are business analysts focused on? As we discussed, they mostly are working on how they can create strategic business plans for the future, assess key performance indicators or what we call as KPIs. They'll be building use case scenario, be it positive use cases, negative use case scenario, to make sure that that doesn't actually happen. And these guys will have the capability to plan out an entire year if required on their business front, to see where things might work, where things might not work, where they might lose money, where they can bring in a lot more money. And with trends, that thing keeps changing every now and then, so they have to have the ability to scale themselves and their findings to make sure they align themselves with these latest trends too. And the primary focus of data analysts, right? So these guys, first of all, yes, they account for the data that's at hand, but they're also responsible for a lot of other things too. Primary focus is data. Primary focus is to analyze data and produce a good result, a result which is not only informative, but but they have the capability to go on to talk with non-technical audience and then convey this message or the result to them, for example, board members or superiors too. And not only this, these guys are also responsible for keeping the data safe, consistent and reusable, right? As I told you, data, we're generating a lot of data today, and the three things that you have to talk about is how safe is your data, how well is your data stored, and can we make a use of your data effectively. Now those three questions I asked are in order of data safety, data consistency and data reusability. So data analysts need this kind of a knowledge to work with that too. And then coming to point number 10, team members. So who do business analysts and data analysts work with? Well, business analysts works with CIOs, CDOs, analytics managers, data warehouse engineers, and a lot of other people who are going to give them the data that's required to furnish and create a good business motive plan. And then we have data analysts. Data analysts, with these guys, these guys are working with technical experts 99% of the time. But then, of course, if they have a business requirement, business analysts can themselves work alongside data analysts or business managers too, to help meet the requirements of the client in a way. If the client came around with a lot of data, and if the data requires some amount of mining, some amount of hunting through to get the eventual result that's required. So understand this, it's not a separate domain. Business analysts can work with data analysts hand in hand too in an organization, and this actually happens a lot in today's world.
Basically, a business analyst will be taking all the data there is, all the information he can find on a particular field, and analyze it, process it, and then create meaningful, figure out meaningful patterns out of it, and create visuals and representations so that he can show these representations to the stakeholders, or those who are who are top of the company, who are supposed to make all the important decisions, those kind of people. All right, so why business analytics? Now, business analytics helps us to get a deeper, figure out all the deeper trends that we might miss out if you're not using any of these algorithms, or if you're not using business analytics, all the techniques there are. If you're looking, if you're using just humans might miss out a few things that, software can figure out. And using business analytics, you get a better understanding of the market. Now, there is a huge market, and you get to get a better understanding of it, you need to collect all the data and then figure out each and every aspect of this particular market. And then you have to go ahead and establish a market presence. To establish a market presence, you need to figure out what is the correct time, what is the best product or service to introduce at what particular location and at which particular time, etc. Then you get to grow your market share based on these data, and then increase the efficiency of your whole business processing. All right, now let's discuss the salary. How many zeros are there at the end of the salary you might be earning if you become a business analyst? So as you can see with America, as a junior business analyst, you might be earning around $50,000, which is truly amazing. I mean, again, the standards are high in America, but that's still a really good amount to start off, especially as a junior business analyst. And as a senior business analyst, you'll be earning close to around $85,000. And remember, guys, these are just average salaries. Even the Indian one, where you're earning 5.5 lakhs per annum as a junior business analyst, and a senior business analyst, you're earning 10 lakhs per annum. These figures, they change from company to company, which country and what position you're applying for, what are your different skills. They'll depend. Like if a company thinks you're more worthy, they'll pay you even more. They might even pay you 10 lakhs per annum as a junior business analyst, because they see that you have a really good set of projects that you've done. Your CGPA is really high, those kind of things. Like they'll judge you and accordingly they'll pay you. But these are the average figures. For India, it's 5.5 lakhs per annum as a junior business analyst, and in America it's 51,000. Whereas for senior business analyst, it's $85,000, and in India it's 10 lakhs per annum. Well, you can see there's a first one, that's a generic one, as a generic business analyst position. Now, in a lot of companies, business analyst is it's a very fickle word. Like it's a very ambiguous word, because a business analyst might be doing a lot of things, and they might not be exactly doing what properly is defined in this particular field. They might be doing other things also. But to give you guys a general idea, we'll start off by discussing what a generic business analyst profile. So you'll start off as an entry-level junior business analyst, where you'll be working on smaller projects, and you'll be giving your input based on the analysis you're creating. Then you'll move on to become a senior business analyst, where you've had some few years of experience. You know about the different technologies and concepts that you need to use. You're very adept at communication, and you're very good at research work, and you can even handle a team. So this is when you become a senior business analyst. And then you can move on to become an enterprise level business analyst. Now, enterprise level business analysts are those people who have been working in this field for a pretty long time. They have around like 6, 7 or 10 years of experience. And the business acumen is next to the highest person, with all the business knowledge. So as an enterprise business analyst, you'll be doing a lot of things. You'll be making major decisions for the company. Like not just specific projects, you'll be handling a lot of things, like a lot of data of this particular company and making decisions. So as an enterprise business analyst, you'll be basically not managing the whole company, but you'll be helping making the big decisions. Like if you want to go into another market, if you want to increase your market share in a particular field, then those kind of decisions will be made by enterprise level business analyst. And the name even might change. It might not be enterprise business analyst. You might be more of a CFO, or like a very like you'll be in like a top level management side. You'll be working as a really top level, like a product manager, or as a branch manager, and you'll be performing all the duties of a enterprise level business analyst, but you may not have the same name. Then comes all the different types of business analysts. You first have business process analyst. Now the business process analyst is more of a specialization of the business analyst role. This is the profession, this is the role that is still maturing. A business process analyst is a modeler of business process. So basically he helps to model the whole business process. Like create a whole pipeline of how your service will be given to the customers, or how your product will be produced, or the logistics, or warehouse where you storing the particular product, all those kind of things. So he will help you make the whole process, the whole business process, and he will do so by doing countless research, examining a lot of data, and taking past experience and etc. Then comes the IT business analyst. Now, the IT business analyst is a professional who is generally associated with requirements, elicitation, analysis, and solving problems using information technology solutions. This role is the bridge between business and IT. So, inside, there's a lot of gap between technology and business. I mean, like, you use a lot of technologies in business, but it's different talk when you're talking about IT and business. So, this particular role is there to bridge the gap between them. So the IT analyst role is generally where they're given an IT project, has been initiated, and it has to be involved with a particular business aspect. They are the ones eliciting requirements from the stakeholders, analyzing the requirements, documenting them, and in this role, the analyst may also interact with the development and quality assurance teams also. Again, you'll be doing a lot of things that are involved in the generic business analyst role also, but it'll be more technology based. Then you have the systems analyst. System analyst is very similar to IT business analyst, who's more focused on, but this particular role is more focused on system design and more on the technical aspect of the whole thing. Then comes the social media data analyst. Now, a social media data analyst is very self-explanatory. We basically, you go through social media. How much, if you as a as a business analyst, you'll be basically checking how much interaction you have, how much engagement you have, all those kind of things, and you'll be using all of those data to figure out what is the next best move, whether you should release this video or this photo, or if this is good for your PR or not, those kind of things. Then comes the sales analyst. Now, a sales in any business is the end goal. You have to make a sale to get profit. So a sales analyst can be extremely important for any organization if it has to crack the code of sales. A sales analyst will evaluate the sales strategy of any organization and predict the right course of action when it comes to optimizing the sales. He has to pour through sales figures and analyze if something can be done at a lower cost. Because, it's all about improving the efficiency at the end of the day. And that's a sales analyst, help you make the best sales possible, the upsell as much as possible, create a better pipeline so that sales can be made much more efficiently. Then comes the budget analyst. As the name suggests, budget analyst basically evaluates the budgets and funding requests from different teams and all of that. He measures the previous quarter's feedback. He sees all of those things. How much did this particular team spend? Did they spend it well or not? And then he tries to speculate how much will the company be earning in future and how much budget can be distributed. Those kind of things. So all these are the different types of fields you can specialize into. As a business analyst, you basically, if you're entering into this field, if you're a fresher or if you're a person who's just changing his field from something way out of the domain, then you'll have to enter as a junior business analyst, where you will not specialize in any of these particular fields. You'll be starting off in the entry level, and then you'll move on. And as you move on, you'll either become, go to a very high position, or either you'll start specializing. But it's preferred if you don't specialize in anything, or it can be good also if you're specializing in anything. Because, if you're not specializing in anything and you're good at everything, or at least good enough at everything, then you'll be paid very high amounts. But if you're specializing also, then people will look out for these kind of things. Like if you're specialized in sales analysis, then people will look out for you because you are the best at it. But this particular company, they have a lot of fields, and they want one central person who knows a lot about all these different fields. So they would go for a person who has a generic background, or has a background where he's done a lot of multiple different fields and he has an idea about it. So they would rather go for him rather than just a sales analyst. So it depends on the company's needs also. All right, let's see what are the different types of employers for business analysts out there. So first you have banks, definitely banks, because who to give to loans, and a bank involves a lot of data transaction, and business analysts can be very useful there. Then consultancies, like you have your big MNCs like Wipro, Cognizant, and DS Solutions. All these companies basically offer services to other companies, and they offer business analysts, they offer developers and all. And so you can work for a consultancy where you'll be going and working for smaller companies or different companies that have hired your company. Then telecommunication companies also, because again, in this field, there's a lot of data being trafficked from here and there. And to make, better decisions overall, you'll need good business analysts. Again, social media companies also, pharmaceutical companies, manufacturers, and even e-commerce companies like Amazon and Flipkart. All of these companies, different types of companies, will be basically looking for business analysts. These days, almost every other company is looking for a business analyst, apart from maybe government jobs. So there's no limit to how many jobs there are for this particular. All right. First, excellent communication. You must be able to convey your ideas very clearly. Basically, if you've come up with an idea, you need to be able to tell your stakeholder or your boss what your idea is very clearly, so that they can understand it and then, make it go further. And then you need to be very good at listening to stakeholders' requirements, because you'll be doing a lot of requirement analysis. So you'll be basically taking the requirements of a particular product from the stakeholder and analyzing it, how efficiently can it be made, etc. Then you need to ask good questions. You'll be sitting in a lot of meetings, so you need to be able to ask them good questions, not stupid ones. And you need to have good documentation skills also, so that your ideas are represented very clearly. All right, then problem solving. Now, problem solving is the core part of any job where you have to solve problems. But as a business analyst, this particular skill is very important, because you have to devise possible solutions to a particular problem. And this particular problem might be your project itself. As in, like, you're working on a particular project and the project is a solution to a particular problem. So if you're working for a consultant and you've been hired by another company and they've asked you that, can you help me make my business process more efficient? So that is the particular problem and you have to solve it. So your project, you doing your project is the solution. Now, it can happen on small scale events also, where you have to solve the problems, and it can happen on big scale events also. Like, you have to make up a very important decision for the particular company. Then comes presentation. Now, presentation is very important for a business analyst, because all the insights and observations they make are useless if they cannot represent it and give a proper idea to their boss or to the high management or the stakeholders. If you cannot represent it clearly, if you cannot give the other person the clear idea, then it's of no use, right? That's why presentation can be very important for a business analyst. Then comes research and financial planning. All right, so research is very important, as research is the first step in forming a final solution to a company's problem. It's gathering of information and statistical data that is needed to form a solution. Using the IT and technological skills, you have to be able to gather accurate information and analyze that particular information. You have to provide high quality and detailed requirements to everyone involved in the project. Meaning, if anyone has any questions, your detailed research must be able to answer these particular problems. And then you need to be able to financially help people plan. Then you have to take the numbers and research that you conducted and plan out exactly how much everything is going to cost. Financial planning is the task of determining how a business will be able to afford to achieve its strategic goal or objective. Usually a financial plan is created immediately after the vision and objectives have been set. This comes after the research and data analysis. Then comes the statistics. Now, statistics is again important. Gathering statistics and data on whatever your company's problem is very important. But analyzing the data and statistics is also super important. Because you'll be dealing with so much data as a business analyst. You need to be able to handle all of this data. And statistics is very important when you're doing so. All right, so business analysis techniques. So there are a lot of different business analysis techniques out there. So you need to, basically apply various models and templates to analyze and think through requirements. Discover those requirements, perform requirement review sessions to see if those requirements are going to be feasible or not. Then you need to know process flow diagrams, business process models, use cases, wireframes, data mapping, data dictionary, and ERD or entity relation diagrams, and system context diagrams. Now, all of these are very important for business process modeling. So you're creating a particular business process model, and to make it as efficient as possible, you need to know all these different concepts, like how the business work flows operationally, how often it is completed by analyzing the business process, etc., and creating the business process flow diagram itself. Now, one thing, guys, if you're working in a particular business analytic field, you need to know that field very well. Suppose you're working in a food delivery app, then you need to know that food delivery app and the market you're operating in very well. How does this market operate? How often does it mutate to have another demand? And those kind of things. You need to be very adept or have a lot of knowledge in the particular market you'll be working in. And that's where research comes in. You need to research it firsthand, and you need to know about it. All right. So, in business analytics techniques, you'll be using, you'll have to create business process models. So, use those business process models, create flow diagrams, etc. Now, business process modeling is the graphical representation of a company's business process or workflows. It is used as a means for identifying potential improvements. You can see the business process model in front of you, and if you can figure out where the improvement has to be made, then that will be great. Now, this is usually done through different graphing methods such as flowchart, data flow diagrams, etc. So you can use like flowcharts to map out the whole business model and then see where to make the changes or not. Then you need to know how the software system supports the business process workflow. Often, you often complete it through functional requirement models like use cases and wireframes. Now you need to be able to draw use cases and wireframes to figure out the functional requirements of the particular product. Also, you need to know how data and information are stored and maintained by organization, because then you need to collect it, right? You need to collect that data. So you need to know how it is stored, how it is maintained by a particular organization. And you can do so by using data modeling techniques. All right, let's move on and know what. So now you need to know or have some kind of knowledge in some of the tools that a business analyst must know. Now, there are a lot of tools out there. Let's just list them down. You have your Excel, SAS, Tableau, SWOT, Microsoft Visio, and SQL. Now, you guys may be wondering, why is Excel there? Excel is just simple for writing lists and tables, and that's it. But that's where you're wrong. Excel is very underrated. It is used a lot. You need to be very proficient in Excel to get into this field firsthand. So if you are thinking of getting into this field, make sure that you're very adept in Excel. And if you want to become better at Excel, we have videos on our channel that you can view for that particular purpose. Now, SAS is another business analytic tool that is not a must, but if you know it, then and companies that use SAS, then you have a better opportunity, better chance of getting into that company. And I've mentioned Tableau over here, but Tableau is not must. You can use any other visualization tool also. You can use MSBI, Power BI, anything you want. Use any visualization tool and basically know how to use that visualization tool. Then you need to know about SWOT also. Now, SWOT is basically your stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So you need to be able to perform SWOT analysis, use a SWOT tool for performing a SWOT analysis and assessing these 4 aspects of your business. Then you have Microsoft Visio. Now, this tool made by Microsoft is used for many things, like creating layouts, diagrams, and charts. The graphics that are used in Visio are standard images utilized by flowcharts, decision diagrams, playbooks, and even networking diagram. So you can use them. And SQL is very important. So if I had to say the 2 things you need to know definitely before getting into the field of business analysis, then you need to know Excel very well and you need to know SQL very well. SQL is for querying all the data, right? So if you want to handle and manipulate the data that you will be studying and researching, then you definitely need to know SQL. SQL is very important, and so is Excel. So if you have any takeaway from this video, is that you need to know Excel and SQL when you're getting into business analysis. Alright guys, so let's discuss the different responsibilities. Now, as a business analyst, you have a lot of different responsibilities out there. So let's discuss them. So first, you need to perform requirement analysis to figure out what are the requirements of your stakeholders. Use your requirement analysis techniques to find the best requirements, and see if they're feasible or not, etc. Then you need to be able to gauge your business process. Look at the company that you're working in or the company you're going to be working in. Then you need to figure out how the business process works. So you need to be able to analyze your whole organization's business process, model it out, figure out if there are any areas where you can improve upon, and then try to implement better solutions also, or develop and implement better solutions. Then you need to be able to conduct meetings and presentations to share your ideas and findings. Then you need to continuously review the business process, develop optimization strategies. So these are the few responsibilities of a business analyst. As a business analyst, you'll be doing requirement analysis, gauging the business process, finding areas where you can improve upon, doing a continuous feedback evaluation loop, and then conducting meetings, sharing your ideas, etc. Then you need to, as a business analyst, you need to document each and everything and communicate the results of whatever insight you've gained or whatever observation you've gained. And gathering critical information from meetings with various stakeholders and producing useful reports. Now, meetings sound boring from first hand, but meetings are very important because you're discussing a lot of important data, like something new that might be implemented. And you need to listen carefully what's happening, note down all the critical information, and then use it later, to basically remind you what has to be done, what is the requirement. Then, as a business analyst, you need to be able to allocate resources and maintain cost efficiency. So you'll be doing this a lot. You'll be trying to make sure that your business process model is as cost efficient as possible, because as a business analyst, your main job is to reduce a company's expenditure and increase the profits. So one way of reducing expenditure is by maintaining cost efficiency in your business process model and allocating the resources accordingly. Then final responsibility in all of this is prioritizing initiatives based on business needs and requirements. So you need to be able to rank which particular need of your business, rank all of them, then work on them based on their rank. If it's something is more important, then you definitely have to work more on that particular component. So guys, these were the different responsibilities of a business analyst. But it's not just these. There'll be a lot of different responsibilities. Your responsibilities might even change from company to company, because not everyone has the same particular set of business process and same requirements from you. Alright, I hope that gave you a basic idea of what are the responsibilities. Now let's check out some companies out there, like Amazon. What are the things they're asking? So as you can see in responsibilities, they're asking you things like identifying and developing and executing data analysis to help marketing, product and category functions and create more business impact. Presenting written recommendations and insights to key stakeholders. So as you can see, all of these different responsibilities are the same things I've told you before. And they ask you to be, very proficient in Microsoft Excel, Oracle SQL, and other data manipulation languages. So right now they've asked you Oracle SQL, but you don't necessarily have to be very good at Oracle SQL. You just need to be good at SQL. If you have a good foundation for SQL, then you can, shift from any language, any particular SQL. And they're asking for a bachelor's degree in engineering, mathematics, statistics, or similar quantitative discipline. So if you have a background where you come from CS or ECE or mathematics or statistics, then this is the kind of field that you can easily get into. But don't worry, even if you're not from that kind of field, you can get a certification, get yourself certified as a proper business analyst from a very reputed e-learning institute like us. And you can use that certification in your resume. And if that is not enough, then what you can do is you can do multiple projects, because a lot of companies in the end want to know if you're good for them or not. They don't really care about where did you get your degree from. They want to know whether you are good at this particular knowledge or not. So if you're applying for a business analyst, they want to see if you are a good business analyst or not. They'll ask you all the technical questions, and they'll see how proficient you are at particular things. And as you can see, again, they're asking for strong proficiency in SQL, Microsoft Excel, and statistical analysis tools and techniques. So this was Amazon. Let's move on. So we have Flipkart. In Flipkart, the skills required are like strong problem-solving skills, analytical skills, SQL, Excel, scripting languages skills, etc., etc. And in the desirable skills, they mention exceptional written and verbal communication. Again, you need to be very good at communication, excellent at communication. And the rest is, all the other different jobs also have. You need to know different BI tools also and web analytic tools. So this is again based on company to company. As you can see, web analytic tools was not asked by Flipkart. It was asked by Flipkart, but not by Amazon. And we'll discuss the last company here, PhonePe. So as a business analyst in PhonePe, you'll need to define configuration specifications, business analysis requirements, figure them out, perform quality assurance, see how well your basically check the PhonePe's business process model, figure out where an improvement can be made, and see the product that they're releasing or the service they're giving, is it really good or not. Perform acceptance testing, those kind of things. Then define reporting, alerting requirements, own and develop relationship with partners. So they want you to have really good, communication and contacts with other other people, other clients. So they want you to be able to talk to them, discuss their requirements, and then implement those requirements. Help design and document, maintain system processes. So as you can see, all these responsibilities will start repeating again and again. So basically, in the end, they want you to be a good business analyst with good knowledge in all the different in Excel, SQL, and some BI tools. They want you to perform all the important tasks like improving a company's business infrastructure, make good decisions, be good at presentation and documentation, be able to communicate the ideas very clearly. So as you can see, the trend repeats with all the companies. Those kind of things. And then you need to have strong basics of maths and statistics, as you'll be using those to analyze data. Then you need to know about the different business analysis techniques. You need to know a little bit about database technologies. It is not that important, but you need to know SQL very well. And then finally, you need to know the data visualization, how to visualize data. So these are the few concepts that you need to know. So you can make a list of it, and then as you go ahead.
Right. So there are 3 levels of business analysis that you should know about. One is the business level, we have the software level, and of course we have the information level. So you as a business analyst can be put into any one of these levels where you'll be working with, or in fact at the end of the day, if you are proficient and if you have a lot of experience in business analysis, you can be doing a lot of tasks in all of these levels, right? So in the business level of things, you'll be looking at managing, you'll be looking at actually solving a problem, you'll be looking at keeping the finances in check, being a good checking your managerial skills and whatnot. On a software level, you'll make sure there are tools, there are pipelines, there is a good data flow, and you have applications and tools that will help you, go on your way to solve a problem. On the information level is where you will procure information, maybe from the clients, understand the problem, find out ways in which you can solve the problem, and do a lot of research basically. So on all 3 of these levels, a business analyst is an amazing fit, because at the end of the day, this is required in every single company out there. And every single company out there, let me tell you, this is going to be using a business analyst in one way or another. Even though they might not have an official designation of a business analyst, it is definitely sure that someone who's willing to grow will definitely think about all of these as well. So talking about the business architecture, you as a business analyst need to know how the workflow model of the company works. It is very important that you understand the working of the existing structure out there, because there is a very good chance you're joining a company who already have a business analyst in their company, or who already have a workflow model that they follow day in and day out, right? So you need to know how to understand what already exists, how you can fit in better there, and of course how you can improve at the end of the day by bringing you and your skills to the table. So understanding the existing business architecture and developing upon it is a skill. It's a technical concept that you really must have. And it's not just that. An organization in today's world is governed by data. Let's be very clear about that, and I'm sure you guys already know this. So it is very important that you understand how the data moves in the company. So you might be a person who's working on the business aspect of things. You might be a person who's also thinking to look towards data analysis at the end of the day. But if you're looking to bridge the gap in between business and technology, you need to have the complete understanding of how data moves into the company, how data moves inside the company, and of course at the end of the day, how your product or how your solution is going to move towards a client from your company, the outbound data too. So understanding the data flow is something which is very important, and it's required for a business analyst, guys. So these are some of the technical things that you really have to know. And another important technical thing we have to talk about is the process flow control. Be it a startup, be it an established company, there are many teams that will be working on a common goal, depending on the product, depending on the service, or whatever it is that the company is doing. So either new process methodologies have to be put into place, or existing ones might have to be reworked to make sure at the end of the day the solution is achieved better, faster, more quicker, with less finances and whatnot. And to bring about a better coordination in between multiple teams. Business analysis is one of these roles where a team playing, being a key team player is something that is definitely required, because at the end of the day, the ability to coordinate with multiple teams, the ability to get the job done by people and making sure that everyone is on the same page is something which is very, very important, especially when designing and working with the process flow control models as well. So in that particular case, make sure that you scale up on your team building skills and team playing skills. The first skill you must have, more than a skill, this has to be an interest, is that you need to have a drive for problem solution. So you need to have a passion, a drive to solve the problems that exist out there. See, as I told you to reiterate from the start of this session, to reiterate again, you already know that every business might have one problem or the other that a business analyst can solve. But the first thing is to realize that there is a problem, is to find a problem. So having the ability for you guys to sort of treasure hunt around, find that there is a problem that needs to be fixed, is something that is usually avoided. That is something that is usually neglected, but trust me, it is very important in the field of business analysis. Your ability, as I told you in the last point, is to collaborate with experts, talk to like-minded people, find out what's going on in the industry, see how best you can solve a problem, is definitely something that's going to help in the long way. And knowing that there are many tools and techniques that's going to help you work, make your work easier at the end of the day, well, you need to have the ability, and you need to have the ability to drive yourself and your team to actually use these tools and to make sure that these tools are being used effectively to achieve the common goal that's put in place. See, the goals might differ based on the user requirement, there is no doubt about that, but then making sure that you are using all the latest bells and whistles, you're using everything to make your job at the end of the day a little easier and probably definitely more efficient as well, right? So in that case, you need to have this drive, you need to have this passion to solve problems and understand how to do that as well. And then the next point is decision making skills. Decision making skills is something a business analyst needs to know, because having good judgments at the end of the day with anything regarding to business, as I told you, can make the business or break the business. So you need to have the capability to assess the situation, see what's going on, and see how you can propose this to stakeholders as well. Because if you're a business analyst, you will be working with your business team, as I told you. So this can be a board of directors, this can be the stakeholders in the company, this can be your immediate supervisors, a non-technical audience, or whatever it is. So you need to understand that you have to convey this problem to them, get their inputs on what can be done, and then plan on what you can do to fix it, right? So it's not just you, your team. You will have to talk to a non-technical audience, you will have to talk to your supervisors who might not be as technical as you, to get their inputs, see which is the best route that you have to take, and eventually go that route. So having good decision making skills, standing up for your decisions, is something which is very important, and it is definitely needed in the case of business analysis. And it's not just that. Having good managerial skills is important. Your managerial skills is very important, even though you might be the solo business analyst out there. I'll tell you why. See, you have to plan out the project timelines to see when you got the user requirements, plus when is the promised date that you told you're going to solve this particular problem to your client or your superiors. So that is very important. And then when you're talking about forecasting budgets, this we're going to discuss in the next point, where we're talking about finances of how you can work with the project, and at the end of the day, how you can make sure that the finances are met, because some things will definitely cost a lot of time, it's going to cost a lot of money as well. And then supervision of projects. See, there are some projects that you might be spearheading in a way where you're working on it actively, but then there are some projects where you will be leading it, you'll be taking the charge, even though you really don't have to have 5-10 years of experience to do this. A skilled business analyst can take charge of a project very quickly as well. That's an advantage of this career. So you can be supervising projects, and you'll be handling tasks right from sitting with the client, understanding their problem, all the way till giving them the solution and literally handing over the keys, let's say, to the problem, basically. So these 4 things, right, you need to be very good at. There is no doubt about it. Read the fifth one. You need all of the above at the same time. So you need to have all of these skills, and there is a very good chance, if you are a skilled business analyst, you will be doing all of these at the same time in a single day too. See, morning you can be planning a timeline, in the afternoon you can be forecasting a budget, you'll be supervising that project in the evening, and you of course at the end of the day, if you're doing the first three, you're doing the fourth one. If you're doing the fourth one, you're doing all four. This is a very, very important skill that you need to have. You need to have people skills, you need to have intrapersonal skills, and of course at the end of the day, interpersonal skills is something very, very, very important too. And your ability to explore tools. Well, come on guys, you already know this, right? So for every problem out there is a solution, and we have another extension to the same. For every problem there is a tool that will help you solve the problem quicker. Well, in that particular case, you as a business analyst needs to have the capability to find new tools, understand them completely, learn it, make use of that tool, and probably find ways or methodologies where you will be teaching your team to use the same as well. So in this particular case, knowing that there are different tools is one thing, knowing how best you can use them is another thing, knowing how well it fits to your solution is the third thing, and the fourth thing is to actually use it and solve the problem, because at the end of the day, solving the problem is the most important thing, right? So this is a very, very important skill to have. You need to be open to learning new things. You need to be open to using new tools as well. See, the tools can be PowerPoint, the tools can be Excel, the tools can be any other in-house analytics tools out there, but at the end of the day, the capability of you to do it is required. And then the next point talks about statistical analysis. See, statistical analysis is something which is important. You will begin by assessing a business statement. You will take a problem. You will see what are the options that you have to work on solving this problem. And you will see if you have the data to support this particular problem, or if you have the data that will actually help solve the problem. So to do this, to understand that, sometimes you can automate this by making use of data modeling. Data modeling is actually a process where you or your data analysis team is going to actually take in the data, analyze it thoroughly, create algorithms, work on it, use sample test cases, do tiny projects on them to understand if the data you have is accurate, to understand if the data you have can be taken into an actual product, and helping you on your business analyst's role to actually bridge that gap in between technology and business, right? So to do that, the technology aspect of things needs to be taken care of. To take care of the technology aspect, the data that the tech team uses need to be fully accurate as well. And of course, at the end of it, to filtering to solve the problem. As I told you, right, to reiterate on the previous points, you need to have the decision making skills to understand what's required, what's not required, and to filter it. Because we are trying to control complexity here with the case of business analysis, because things can really go out of hand really quickly if you're not careful. So it's all about us controlling complexity rather than creating complexity, and your ability to filter complex things and making it into simple things is definitely something that's going to add a lot of value to your career. And then let's talk about the most important point, which is presentation skills. Presentation skill is a very, very, very important here, because this is where you will have the ability, because this is where you have the chance to showcase your work. This is where you have the chance to explain what's going on. And if you cannot do it right, and if you cannot do it well, it really will not add any value, because you might be a technical guy, you might be a person who knows everything, who knows the in and out of business analysis, but what if you cannot convey this to a person who is actually looking for the solution to the problem you're working on? It doesn't make sense, right? So you need to have good skills where you'll be creating beautifully looking dashboards, you'll be creating concise and meaningful reports, you will be conveying a lot of technical things in a very simple way to a non-technical audience. The non-technical audience can be your stakeholders, can be your board members, can be the client, can be anyone out there. So you having the ability to communicate well, you having the ability to present yourself and your solution well, and how you can convey the business process models. This is what the problem that came in, this is how we attacked it, this is how we solved it, and this is how we are planning to verify it, or this is how we have verified it as well. So understanding the business process models, working on it actively, and solving the problem is very, very important. And you doing it in a way where everyone else can know what you're doing too, that's a win-win. And then, as I told you right in the previous point, financial planning is something which is very important, and this is a skill that you really need to have. If you're wondering, hey, why would I require financial planning skills? Well, let me tell you this. since there is a problem at hand, to solve it you will require a budget, right? See, you will require manpower to solve the problem, you will require tools that cost money, you will require probably expert help when you're outsourcing something that requires money. So there is a lot of things that is needed, especially in finances, to solve a problem. So you will find a pathway from where you are right now and see what it costs to take you to the goal. And once you do that, you will understand that it's going to cost some money. And after you know that, hey, this is the XYZ amount that's costing to take us from the problem statement to the solution, you will know how you can find the best way to actually solve the problem by keeping a balance in between your financial budget and your actual goal. Because at the end of the day, if your budget is, let's say, $10,000 to solve a problem, and if you can do it in, let's say, 5,000, and it really is really very close to the 10,000 solution, of course your client is going to prefer that, your boss is going to prefer that, and all that. But if your problem says it takes 10,000 to fix it, but then you have no other way of doing it apart from spending $30,000 on it, then it becomes really difficult, right? So having a balance between knowing what to drop, what to pick, how much of money to put where is something which is very important. Because let's be honest here, we're talking about having a goal where we're either benefiting the client and of course benefiting the company together. We want both the client and the company to make money as well. So your employer, your client, or in case if the client itself is your employer, the goal here is to make profits. We're talking about business. A business analyst's role is to take a business, solve a problem, and solving this problem is either going to make them more money or it's going to have a lot of impact, and you already know this. So keep the goal in mind and have this.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which one here is a type of casual forecasting? And your options are multiple regression, exponential smoothing, surveys, or the Delphi method. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info, guys. Enroll for the advanced certification in Data Analytics for Business by Intellipaat in collaboration with IIT Madras Pravartak. Build most in-demand skills, work on real-world projects, and get trained by IIT Madras faculty, as well as receive mentorship from industry experts. Get dedicated learning managers and build a very strong portfolio of projects. Avail career services by Intellipaat. Get certified now.
Now, point to consider is whether we'll be following a methodology to, depending on that one, we'll be identifying whether it is a classic life cycle or agile methodology. How we execute all these activities, how we perform them, depending on that one, we have got the two different methodologies basically. So classic life cycles and then agile methodologies. There are various flavors of them. So from waterfall point of view, from classic life cycle point of view, we'll be understanding about waterfall model from business analyst perspective. What business analyst is supposed to take care of in a waterfall model. From agile perspective, we'll be looking into Scrum projects. How Scrum will be working, what we are supposed to contribute there as a BA. Now let's move on to understand waterfall model. One of the classic life cycles, very beautiful methodology, which we have been using for years. So typically when something new thing is encountered and you would like to explain something about it and you don't have any hint about it, so how can we understand that? Try to go through the word that have been used over there. Waterfall model. What is the characteristic of waterfall? Basic characteristic of waterfall. It has to, again, this is the top of the hill, then only it can fall back, fall again. Otherwise it can't just go back like that. That's the basic characteristic of this model also. Here, we have got 5 phases. We have got 5 phases where each and every phase has to be completed. First phase has to be completed to move on to second one. Second one has to be completed to move on to third one. Similarly, third one has to be closed before you could move on to fourth. And fourth has to be completed before you could move to fifth. If at all you want to start something, you want to bring something, then you have to start from the first phase. Generally, we refer them as non-overlapping phases. 5 such kind of phases have been identified here. Communication phase, planning phase, modeling, construction, and deployment phases. So different activities take place here. Let us try to understand them from business analyst perspective. So the communication phase. Here basically 2 activities will be taking place. One is project initiation, another one is requirements gathering. Typically, project manager is the person or the role that will be leading this entire project. Accountability will be on project manager to make sure that project is delivered on time within budget. So project organization, if I talk about the structure of the project, how it will be, there will be a team led by project manager. So he can organize it in multiple teams, sub-teams, smaller teams. So project manager can have different teams under him with different skill sets. For example, developers is one team. That is, programmers or developers is one team. Testers will be another team. Business analysts will be another team. Architects, software solution architects, they will be another team. Deployment and release team, database related team. So if it is a bigger team, like the entire project is big one and then it require number of people or more, then for each of these teams there will be a lead, like tech lead, QA lead, testing lead. Generally testing is also referred as QA, quality assurance. So QA lead and business analyst, lead business analyst, release and deployment manager, maybe lead DBA, database administrator, like that. There will be corresponding leads for each of these teams. Those leads will be leading the teams and all these leads will be led by project manager. Typical approach, typical structure. Then what happens? Functional reporting will be done to the lead by the team members. Legal reporting will be done to the project manager. Now this is legal reporting means any leaves or appraisals or any salary related issues, everything that will be handled by project manager. Functionality wise, the work what has been assigned to them, what is the status with that, that will be updated to the leads only. That will be typical approach here in this waterfall model. So what happens? Project manager will initiate the project plan. He will initiate the project. There will be kick-off meeting held, project kick-off meeting. The project will be kicked off. Project manager will introduce all the team and then he will explain what we are going to do here. Officially, business analyst will also be introduced to the business people. Once that is done, then automatically you will start your requirement gathering activities. In order to do this, project manager will come up with a kind of high level planning. Generally we refer it as project charter. In that one, he will be mentioning what are the things we are going to hand over to you. We call them as deliverables. What are we going to give it to you? There will be a commitment from project manager. We call them as deliverables. So project manager identifies all the deliverables and prepares a project charter. We can consider this as a high level project plan, not in a detailed way, but it will be at high level. What are we going to consider for this project? Who are going to be part of this project? What is the schedule? And everything will be explained here. So project charter will be prepared and then will be presented to the team during this project initiation phase. And then business analyst will also take care of requirement gathering activities. That means business analyst will interact with the stakeholders, discuss with them, understand what are the things they need, come up with a document. There are different types of documents that can be prepared here, like BRD, business requirement document, FRS, functional requirement specifications, or FSD or FRD. Three are same. FRS, FSD or FRD. Few people refer as FRS, few people call it as FSD, few people call it as FRD. Three are the same. That contains list of all the functionalities to be developed for that particular product, written in specific format. Similarly, SRS, system requirement specification document. System requirement, few people it also called as software requirement specification. So system requirement specification document again contains the requirements and little bit on technology side. What are the different technical things we need to consider? All those requirements will also be considered under this particular document. So again, if you observe here, we have got project charter, one document, BRD another document, FRS out of these three, any one name, so one more document, and SRS. We got approximately 4 documents minimum. So towards end of this phase, that means when the timeline is coming to a closure, whatever documents have been prepared by business analyst supposed to be shared with the stakeholders, get them reviewed by them. If any comments are there, review comments, the documents have to be updated, and finally we have to take an approval from them. Generally we call it as sign off. We have to get a sign off on all the deliverables that have been created in this particular communication phase. Any modifications are there, we are supposed to update them, and then we are supposed to get them approved by them. Meaning that whatever you have done is acceptable for us. Business is trying to explain us through approval. Whatever you have done is okay for us. We can proceed further. We don't want any changes. We have captured everything. That's the intention of signing off. Then we call it as requirements have been frozen. We have to freeze the requirements. That means we have to get an approval on the requirement documents. So what exactly it is? It's like, for example, you want to purchase a phone. You want to build a phone, mobile phone, for example. So what are the different functionalities that phone should have? What are the different features that phone should have? That will be documented here. For your easy understanding, I'm trying to explain this way. So you prepare that listing in a document and show it to the client. Okay, is it what you are expecting? And he'll say, yeah, you have covered everything. Fine, that's fine for me. That's what the sign off on all your requirement documents means. With this phase will be closed. With this sign off activity, this phase will be coming to a closure. And typically, project managers in this particular methodology, they will be already developers. They would have started as developers. They would have come like a tech lead, and they would have gradually become a project manager. So they'll be knowing most of the things they'll be aware of. And again, PMP certification is there where people will also be looking into. There are certain guidelines. What are all things to be considered? Which needs to be considered as a development deliverable? How to estimate? There are multiple formula and everything. They'll be applying all of them. So once we got these deliverables signed off by business, then we'll be moving on to the next phase, that is planning. Here onwards, our business analyst activities will be a little bit less to zero kind of thing. Project manager will be active in this particular phase. And then, as I said, he'll be applying all the techniques, whatever he knows, whatever he learns. There are many estimation techniques also, so he'll use all of them based on his experience, based on referring to other projects, right? Other formulae are there, functional points estimates and everything. So he'll apply all of them, and however it is, it's his problem to come up with estimates. And based on the inputs shared by business analyst in these requirement documents, he'll come up with a proper project plan. Charter has given us the high-level idea. What are the things going to be? Now that will be detailed in a very detailed way, elaborated in a very detailed way in project plan. And also work breakdown structure kind of thing will also be created, where it will be mentioned which activity to be started by when and then supposed to be closed by when. Dates wise, everything will be listed out, and then all of them will be again presented to the team. So again, all of these before we could take it to team has to be signed off by business. Again, minimum three more documents here, right? Okay, we got 3 more documents. Already we got 4 minimum there, and then 3 here. So approximately 7 documents we have prepared so far. Alright, so let's move on to the next phase. That is known as modeling. Modeling again, it's not ramp walk modeling kind of thing, right? We are trying to come up with the designs, right? We have to have the software to be developed. So software tech will be active here primarily, and then all other team members also will be active in contribute and prepare their own portions of work. They'll complete their own job. So all team members, if I talk about, say for example, different teams like software architecture team, they'll come up with high-level design and low-level design documents. Let's not worry what goes into it for now. That's a big subject to discuss altogether. And then similarly, database design done by the SQL team, SQL developers and DBA kind of teams, whatever it might be, database team. Functional architecture, business analyst can also create such kind of functional architecture which contains kind of block diagram representing which are all the functionalities we are going to work on and indicate how the flow will be. Such kind of any document if required or not required, then you can ignore it. Not a mandatory thing. And testing team will come up with the test scripts, test scenarios, test data preparation, test bed preparation, etc. Again, that's also many things they are supposed to consider because they are supposed to test the application in and out. So they do all those preparatory activities here. Deployment and design team, the design will be done by the deployment team, release and deployment team. They'll come up with for example, it's a web-based application, then where it has to be hosted, what is the firewall structure and how we need to consider the LAN connectivity, and all such kind of things will be considered by those people. They'll come up with kind of diagram there, representing how it should look like. So again, all of these have to be signed off by business towards end of this phase. Again, any corrections are required, that will be done. Has to be approved finally. So next is construction phase. This is where the actual picking of our dish takes place, right? Similarly, programmers will sit and then start coding the things. They'll start building the functionalities that we have already covered in our requirement documents. So there will be different activities taking place here. So coding and code base, we call it as code base. That is whatever program they write, that entire instructions will be considered as code base. Once they have built something, they'll test by themselves. They would want to make sure that it is working fine. That we generally refer to as unit testing. So code base will be built by them, and then unit testing will be conducted by developers themselves, and they will hand over that software after. If any problems are there, they'll fix them up and they'll hand over it to testing team to test it. Then testing team will go through multiple types of testing. They'll apply multiple testing types. They would like to make sure that application is working fine by all means. So they'll apply multiple techniques there to test the application, and wherever there is a deviation, wherever there is a problem, then they'll come out with a bug. What is the bug here? Simply to say, it's a deviation from expected behavior. We want to add 1 and 2. 1 plus 2, what should be the answer? It might be anything. It might be blank, it might be 0, it might be minus value, it might be some other value. If you are not getting 3, that's a bug. Expectation is 3. There is a deviation from the expectation. That's what we consider as a bug. Alright? So all such bugs will be raised by testing team. Those will be rectified. In the sense we say that bugs are fixed by developers. That means they'll correct it. Why it is not happening, they'll look into the code, they'll modify all those things, and then finally that will be ready. Then we are supposed to hand over the application to end user. Now bugs have been fixed, we are supposed to hand over the application to end user. That means to the business. We are supposed to give it to them. Before we could do that, business would like to make sure that functionalities are working fine from their point of view. So they want somebody to test the application from their side. The testing is known as user acceptance testing. So user acceptance testing, what happens here? End users from business will be identified. Those people will come and test the application. And the business analyst is supposed to take care of entire thing. Because you are the person who has connected with them initially, and you are the person who has been communicating with everyone, then you are supposed to take care of this UAT as well. They might have explained you, this is the functionality I want. Now you are supposed to explain them, okay, this is how we have built. Test it out and let me know if it is working fine or not. That's why business analyst has to handle the UAT. He's supposed to be there. Preferably physically, person should be there with the testers and help them out in completing the testing. Again, there might be bugs raised by them as well. They might also come up with bugs. Again, they have to be fixed by developers. So in order to reduce the number of bugs in UAT, before actual UAT starts, you would like to do a mock UAT. That is called as pre-UAT. You want to test it before end user can come and test it. So that's called as pre-UAT. That will be done by business analyst. A business analyst then during pre-UAT itself can identify all the bugs as many as he or she can, and then all of them have to be fixed by developers before actual UAT. And again during UAT also, if there are any other bugs found, then also they have to be fixed by developers. Once everything is fixed, again quickly they will verify them whether everything has been fixed properly or not, and then they will give a sign off on UAT sign off. So code based unit testing results and then other tests, whatever the team might have done, all of them will be considered as deliverables, including UAT test results. Test is nothing but, for example, you have a mobile phone, you are purchasing a new phone. So what you do, you open it and then you will check it out whether everything is looking, are there any scratches, is there any breakage. You turn it on and see whether it is working fine. You dial it and check it out. Are you able to listen voice? Before you could purchase, you want to do that kind of thing. That's nothing but UAT here. Testing, whatever testing it might be, whatever test results we call. What is happening? Are you able to hear the voice? Yes, I'm able to hear the voice. But we call it as a test case. It will be as simple as that. Nothing much. Okay, nothing like something to worry about it. It will be very simple only, but there will be a lot of things to do because there will be hundreds of functionalities that we would have developed by this time. In this approach, what we do, there might be 1,000 functionalities you would have recorded in your document, requirement document. All of them will be prepared here. Everything has to be tested. So it needs a lot of time to complete the testing. Otherwise, test cases and all these concepts will be relatively easy to understand also. But which is again, there are testers who will take care of many things. From our perspective as a BA, it will be UAT that we are supposed to take care of. That will also be easier thing only. It will be the same lines. You are supposed to execute the functionality and check it out. As I have shown you, right? 1 plus 1 on website. So you just enter 2 values and then check it out. Okay, are you getting proper result? Enter 0 and some other value. Check it out. That's what the UAT would be. It will be simple to handle. So once this is done, then we'll be moving on to the next phase, that is known as deployment phase. So in this deployment phase, we are supposed to install the application. You can simply understand it as an installation activity to be done. So there will be deployment team who will be working on this particular activities. So they do some kind of setups and everything, maybe server related ones and LAN related, etc. Whatever is required, they do those kind of activities. They do some pre-installation activities, maybe partitioning, some cleaning, etc., formatting, etc. They install the application and they look after that. Okay, how it is working? Is it working fine or not? Something like post installation activity. So all these activities they do, and finally the application will be live. We call them, all these activities put together, we call them as go live activities. Go live means after this installation is done, business is going to use this application for their actual business purpose. That's what we call it as go live activities. So generally you'll be using this word. People will be using, we are live now, we are going live. These kind of words will be used. So that's what this means. Right? Then business analyst. As and when some bugs are reported, business analyst is supposed to understand them and analyze them. What that bug is about. Is it a functionality mismatch or is it something else to do with technology related one, program related one that you have to understand and then pass it on to the team. There will be a warranty period in general as we receive warranty period for our gadgets that we purchase. Here also there will be a warranty period for the services. So probably 3 months or 2 months, something like that, depending on the length of the project. During that period, whatever bugs have been raised by business, those have to be fixed by development team for free. They can't charge anything. After warranty period is over, then project manager will again start billing for all these support activities. Then project will be moved on to maintenance phase. That's not a specific phase as such, but development is over. Now, what is the next thing is maintenance. Product is ready. Going forward, it will be only kind of servicing we are supposed to do for it. That's the maintenance phase. That's what happens here. And then go live will be done. And once go live is done, then we are done with our software development. One cycle of it. Any changes, new things to be considered, you have to start with from beginning, from the communication phase, and we have to come down towards deployment. Now, this is BRD template for you. Again, BRD, FRE, SRS, whatever document it might be, whatever document it might be for that matter, you are supposed to check with the team, you are supposed to check with the organization if they have their own template to follow. As an experienced BA, you're supposed to check that first. You can't just start creating the document because these are all organization specific templates. There's no standard template as such recommended by anyone from that point of view. People have evolved it over a period of time. As the organization requirements are there, according to that, they'll be preparing their own templates. So what you are supposed to do, whenever something is being requested you to do, check with them. Do they have any template? You can't just straight away start doing it. If you're claiming your experience as a BA, you should not do that way. That's what you're supposed to do here. So what goes into BRD? Typically, these are all some of the things that can be considered. This is one such kind of template. There might be different templates also available with your organization. You're supposed to check with them. And so any document for that matter will have 3 portions: introduction, body, conclusion. There will be 3 things in it. What are you supposed to do? Introduction will describe about the introduction part, right? Whereas the body will be the major portion of the document. Which type of document you are creating, that will be the body. For example, if I am talking about BRD, then business requirements will be majorly focused in this particular document. That will be the body of the document. And then conclusion, you can close it saying that okay, what the next step is, or any attachments or any glossaries to be considered. All such kind of things can be considered as a part of conclusion. So this will be typical for that matter any document. So this will be having these 3 sections. You are supposed to understand what has to go into body portion especially. According to that, you can build the introduction and conclusions. If it is a BRD, body will be business requirements. If it is FRS, it will be functional requirements. If it is SRS, functional requirements and little bit on technical requirements. Like this. So this can also have different aspects to consider. Again, this is also organization specific template only. This is an example for you. Sample requirement template, SRS template. Nothing can be assured that this is the only thing that is going to be there. It's not assured that way. Should not be assured also. You have to check with your company.
To discuss about the project management. So in this project management, today I'm going to discuss about what are the various types of projects we have and what are the phases in an IT project. So yesterday we have discussed, right, that SDLC life cycle. So the same phases will be there in the IT project also. Important activities, deliverables, and the key people who are involved in it. And I'm going to discuss about the different types of the product lifecycle methodologies we have today. I mean models. Now, in today's class, the first topic is about the introduction to the various types of projects. Usually, we can categorize this whole projects into three things. The first one is about the first category is the civil engineering, and the second thing is management, and the third one is about the manufacturing projects. So these are the three types of projects. Totally, we will categorize any product into these categories. So first now we will individually will go what type of projects we will cover it under the civil engineering. Okay. So what are the projects that we were going to cover under the civil engineering are usually this architect people. How does the civil engineering works? So the actually what does the civil engineering people does is the constructors, right? The person who tries to build up, who tries to take this project, so he will call up for the few of the construction engineering team, and they will use one software which is called as a ProE or ANSYS. So most of the people thinks that this ProE and ANSYS are the mechanical software things, but these things will be used by the civil engineers to design your house structures or the buildings planning. So these people, they do the blueprint of the project, how it is going to look like. And when you visit any construction site, they will tell you this is a total square area, and this is a 1 BHK you have. You will have totally 3 rooms, and this is your dining table area, this is your bedroom. So all this planning will be done by the civil engineering. They use one software which is called as a ProE and ANSYS. What we can say is any amenity or whatever you wanted, so they will develop using this software systems. So most of the software systems company will deploy it on their virtual machines, and only they will opt for the maintenance projects. It's most of the times it goes like a updating. They don't create anything new from the scratch. Usually, these types of the projects will be remotely working. Projects will be supporting remotely. What do I mean by remotely? So because, for example, one construction manager is doing, there is no necessity that construction manager or the civil engineering guy has to go to the place and he has to visit the location and come up and do the design. So for them also, these people also will give the person who wants, he will also will give the requirements, right? For example, when we are trying to build any house, we will meet one civil engineer architect guy and we'll tell him, boss, see, this is a way that I want it, this I want a kitchen over here, and like everything will be, we will also give the few requirements, right? So depending upon the requirements, depending upon the area that you have, so they will develop this plan. So that's how these projects will work. So there is no necessity that construction worker should be in the place and has to configure this plan. He can do it remotely, and most of the construction workers install the softwares into their systems, and they'll be keep doing it. So this is about the civil engineering projects, and the second one is about the management projects. See, usually where does we get the need for this management projects is actually when any company is moving out from the one particular location and it is going to another particular location, then the need for any products will arise. That is where they will face the problems. That is the reason they will reach out to any of the service based companies and they will ask you to develop the product for them. For example, to give you the better example, like Mindtree is into this TTH vertical. So where it has a lot of the Sita aircrafts and Lufthansa, and it develops a product for the South African Airways also. So what happens is actually it has developed one software where the kid alone can travel from any country to anywhere. He can travel from US to India, he can travel from US to UK, he can travel from Australia to everything. So there is no necessity that parents has to travel with him, and there is no necessity that there should be any guardian or anything. So actually what they will does is, so when you are taking a special permission that your kid is traveling alone, they will insert a GPS system in the kid's ticket. So with that, they will send you one application where you can track the in and out of your kid's movement. So whether he has landed or whether what he's doing in aircraft, either he's sleeping or either he's eating something, whether he has met his grandparents or either whether he has met his parents, everything can be tracked. So it completely comes up from the requirements of the product actually. So most of this banking and finance or either most of this US healthcare. So when we are developing the US healthcare products, it completely depending upon the governance, right? In US healthcare products, it completely differs from US and it completely different from the UK. So it completely depending upon your country. Not all the product will be same, right? So that's how the management requirements comes from. So the management requirements will happen either when they want to introduce a new concept into the market, or either they wanted to relocate something, or when they were really into a deep risk where they were not able to come out of anything. So that's when the requirement, that's when the establishment of this management projects will happen. Projects where the risk is very high, and they were planning to relocate. They're trying to introduce the new product. So it's not a project like. So what I mean to say here is this is the basic standards that these are the basic categories that we will do it. So when it comes, I'll agree that you have so many project types. For example, when we are developing any SAP, that it comes under the management. So whatever product we were developing, it's like either it will fall into either of these categories, right? It's a superset. So that is what I was trying to categorize into. Whereas if it comes to manufacturing projects, we have so many things, right? In tiles, when you are planning to check the tiles, there when you are trying to if you have any visitor to any of these manufacturing services, they also will use so many softwares where they can configure the systems, where they can put the design specifications. That is also one project, but it is entirely into completely different field domain itself, right? So I was trying to categorize according to the domains what we have right now. So the second thing that we were trying to cover is about the management projects. So as we discussed earlier also, the projects where the risk is very high and where the company is trying to create something new, and where we were planning to provide the solutions, where the company is looking out for service, and where the company wants to develop the product according to the market. So all these concepts, all this type of projects, that whatever we were doing comes under this management projects. So we have both the failure and the success rate will be very high in the management projects, because for example, if we have signed up around some 100 projects, almost like 80% of the projects will be in a success stage, and at least 20% of the projects will be in a failure stage, because the expectations of the customer will be different and whatever we have developed is something different. Yeah, everyone has heard about this air Boeing, right? Boeing.
Yes.
Yeah. So these people have recently visited to one of the startup in Pune. They wanted to develop a sourcing application. So what do I mean by the sourcing application is, for example, different type of the vendor, they will be signing up an agreements with a different type of vendors. So as soon as when the vendor was trying to quote it, so depending upon the quotations, they should be placed in a system according to the values whatever they have quoted. So they wanted to reduce all this manual work, and they wanted vendors to come on board and to quote the amount. So that application they were trying to call it as a sourcing. So when the requirements has discussed and when they have delivered it everything and when the BRD signed off everything, the person who is working as a product owner was pretty much okay with it. But after once it has gone to go live, that company seriously not even use it for once. Then do you consider it as a success or do you consider it as a failure? Failure, right? So as a company we have delivered it a very good product, but as a customer we were not liking the product and we were not using it, so it is a failure of the product. So not 100% all the products will be successful. So in management projects you will have a both success and the failure, whereas in civil engineering most, because they will develop a very less products, hardly they will have around some 10 12 like that, and all the products will be used by the civil engineering team. So that's where the ratio of the usage of the products comes into the different types of the category projects. So like what type of projects comes under the manufacturing projects? For example, when we are developing anything, a new piece of the manufacturing product, developing a new piece of the manufacturing product. For example, what do I mean by this? If you want to develop a small pen or smaller pencil, so for everything you should give a specification, right? So where the cap has to be there, where the refill has to be filled. So to do this all specific, to do this alignments, we will be using different types of the softwares. So those type of products will comes under the manufacturing projects where we will develop the new piece of the manufacturing product. It helps to reduce the manual intervention of the project. So the quality of the products delivered is very high and usually conducted in factories. And the next thing is usually conducted in the factories and other important environments where we are facing the development products. And what is the second thing most difficult is in the case of a complex product where the product development is very complex and we have to develop the product, develop the specifications for that product. Yeah, helps to reduce the manual intervention of the project. What do I mean by that is, for example, when you are developing any manufacturing project, so much of manual work is utilized, right? You have to sharpen it and you have to cut the thing when according to the, for example, when you are developing any iron product, so you have to sit there and you have to draw the measurements and you have to cut it when it is extra. So all these things is a manual work only, right? When you have a specific software installed for it, when you give the specifications, automatically it will measure it. It cuts, right? According to the specifications.
Can we take an IT example from an IT sector?
Here I'm not discussing about the IT sector because this is related to the manufacturing project, right?
Okay.
When I was discussing about the manufacturing projects, it's completely related to that particular domain. I cannot discuss about the IT projects over here.
I was just getting the idea.
No, today as I've told you, we are trying to understand what are the project types we have on a high level. We are not at all discussing about any IT or any specific domains. Today is completely related to the project manager. Anyone has anything apart from this?
Not much of idea though, but all I've heard is manufacturing projects will have a lot of plans where they develop some projects or machines or something like that. So not really having much of idea on that.
To give a better example, we have so many manufacturing companies, right? Like car manufacturing. If you take any of the things, so each and every specification of the product will be designed ahead. When you take a small nut, you will have a lot of threads assigned to it. So they will also describe you how many threads you have, how it should be there in the nut, and according to what smooth it should be there. According to the everything, they will be giving the specifications. So there is no single person who will sit it and who will do all the specifications. So they will have a multiple softwares and they will give the specifications in the software. So that's when they will also use the IT technology. They will also use the technology. I won't say they were not using the technology, but it's completely entirely different to the category that we were using it.
I think maybe we can take examples of car manufacturing, like we have big companies like Audi and all that, right?
Yes. So the next topic I'm going ahead is roles and responsibilities of the project manager today. So as we have discussed so many roles, though it might be quite, I don't say it's most of the roles will be most of the roles also will be played by the business analyst, but the way that business analyst will involve in these roles will be at least I can say around 60%. Whereas when it comes to the project manager, it completely 100% project manager's responsibility to do all these things. So let us define who is the project manager. project manager is a person who is responsible for delivering the project, taking the decisions, includes both short and long term, and successful planning and outcome of the project, design and execution of the project.
Teams are self-organized, and that is why we have a product owner, a scrum master, and the development team. And it's often
Yes.
said that the work is assigned by themselves. So in that case, what is the role of a project manager in an agile environment when we have product owner and scrum master?
Yeah. So actually, the product owner only works as a project manager over here.
Okay.
So because under this product owner, you will have a multiple BAs who will be reporting to him. Okay. So when you comes about the Scrum Master, he will plan it overall delivery. Okay. Overall delivery, what I mean to say is, for example, this is the first sprint it has to happen, and this is a agile methodology that planning to follow. So that's when the Scrum Master comes into the picture. Total outcome of the delivery. Like, okay, this is the first demo that we were going to do. This is the first sign of approval that we were planning to do. So it's like a overall deadlines.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. So the project manager or the product owner is a person who actually does all these things.
Okay, so does it mean although we have a product owner in agile environment, they'll have separate project managers as well, or when you transition from waterfall to agile, the scope reduce?
See, actually, I'll tell you. When you are making or when you are signing up any agreement, so the internal stakeholder will be your project manager, first person. So whether you have product owner or whether you have a senior functional consultant, so whoever you have, project manager is a must and should compulsory role. Every company would look out for. And when you are discussing the scope of the document with the customer, he is the person who will be representing from your company, and he's the one who will discuss about the how you are planning to develop this solution. Because no business analyst will be involved in this. Business analyst only will come when he wants to explain the product more. So these are the roles and responsibilities of project manager, and there are the few more roles and responsibilities also. We will just discuss about it. So when I was talking about the roles and responsibilities of manager, the same roles and responsibilities also will be shared by the business analyst. I'm telling you repeatedly, the roles and responsibilities will be same for the project manager and the business analyst also, but the project manager heads the whole team, whereas a business analyst will head only the particular project, whatever he's working on. For this, I wanted to give you an example. For example, if I'm the project manager of EFS Global, I'll be taking care of all the vendor systems, whatever I have. Whereas if Aman is working as Aman is working as a business analyst for one particular module, she will be acting as a project manager for that role. So the roles and responsibilities of both these people will be quite similar. That project manager, you will get it only functional consultant when you have almost like around some 10-12 years of experience as a proper business analyst. The roles and responsibilities will be, I'm just writing everything here. So these will be the most of the roles, whatever he's planning. So might be here and there it will be. So the first one is planning and defining the scope. And the second one is activities, planning and sequencing. The third one is resource planning. Next one is developing schedule. The fifth one is time estimating and cost estimating and developing a budget. And here you have documentation approvals. So that is regarding the document approvals. So the second thing is creating charts and schedule and risk analysis and managing risks and the issues and monitoring and reporting the systems, and team leadership, your strategic influencing and controlling the quality, and we have the benefits of the release. Like there are few other roles that there are few more roles and responsibilities might be involved in day out and day in, depending upon the strength of the project. So usually these will be the most important things which will be the project manager will be playing. So when it comes to planning and defining the scope, can anyone help me out? So when usually before signing up this BRD document or before coming to one conclusion, you will be having a multiple calls, both from the customer side and both from your side. In that meetings, the pre-sales team will be involved, and as a business analyst, you also will be involved, and the project manager is also involved. So different persons will be involved in it, and they'll be trying to explain what the customer is looking out for, what are the pain points the customer is looking, and how we can address that thing. So that becomes the planning and the defining of the scope. So the next one is about what are the activities which are involved and which activity has to go on the first. So when you are giving the SOW document, in the document, did anyone has any experience in seeing the SOW documents? What type of activities will be involved in your SOW documents? Statement of work, what type of activities will be involved in your statement? So what happens in SOW is actually they will explain you what type of a processes that you are planning to do it, and what type of activities that you are performing, and what are the out level, detailed functional requirements what the customer is expecting. First functional requirements, I mean to say, it's not about 1, 2, 3 like that. The outcome of the product, what they were trying to look out. So you will have an each and every step which is explained very clearly, and who is the contact person for which problem, who will be taking the whole responsibility for developing the product and delivering it from the customer side and from the client side. So everything will be planned properly. So when you are trying to release your first phase, when you are trying to release your second phase, when you are planning to do the testing, so everything will be in a sequence way and everything will be in a detailed planning way. So usually most of the people will share this document along with the SOW document, and most of the companies involve it in SOW document itself. Right now, we were going to see about software lifecycle models. What do I mean by the software lifecycle models is, as now agile methodology is improving, so people are slowly moving to agile methodology. So most of the people, like the people who are in having around some 10 years experience like that, they could have seen only either this waterfall methodology or either this we also have one methodology which is called as an experiment methodology. So might be the people, most of the people could have seen only these two methodologies, but when IT industries had started developing the products, they had the different methodologies, and according to the different methodologies, the way that they were working, and they were considering the disadvantages of one methodology and they were trying to improve on it, and that's how we have come up on this agile methodology. Okay, as I've given the introduction about it, the life cycle model is like what is the best way that you are trying to develop your product. Either you are developing it in a incremental basis, or either you are developing it in an experimental way, or whether you are developing in a prototype model, or whether you are doing it in a V model, or either you are doing it in a spiral model. So this completely life cycle is whatever we have discussed, that 5 methods like coding, testing, design. So all those 5 types will fall under one particular model. So for every model, all the 5 stages will be same, but here and there the addition will be there. So that is a life cycle model that we were talking about. So I will list out the best models as per my knowledge, whatever I have known till now. So the first one is waterfall cycle model, and the second one is spiral, and the third one is incremental, and the fourth one is spring model, and the second one is iterative, and the other one is agile. Everyone knows about it. Waterfall, spiral, incremental, experimental. So these are the few models like most of the IT sector usually will follow. So there are the few other models also where companies might be following. So every company will follow different models. So as per my knowledge and whatever I have worked on till, so these are the models that I have worked on. So the first one is about the waterfall life cycle model. So what do I mean by the waterfall life cycle model is it is one of the simplest model where everyone will be able to understand it in a very clear way. So the other name of this life cycle model is also called as a linear sequential. So it is also called as a linear sequential model. So in waterfall model, what happens is actually each phase must be completed before going to the other phase. So what do I mean by that? For example, when you are doing the requirements, when you are collecting the requirements, you cannot plan the requirements planning. First, you have to collect all the requirements, then only you can go to the planning phase. So once you are done with the planning phase, then only you can go to the design phase. Then after once you are done with the design phase, what are the activities which will be involved in design phases? Doing the wireframes and preparing a schematical diagrams and so all those things. So once the design is done, then only you will go to the build phase. Once the build phase is done, then only you will go to the unit test. So after each and every set of actions will be following in a linear sense. So one activity will be finished and the second activity will start. One activity will be finished and the second activity will be started. So that is what happens in the waterfall life cycle method. So these are the steps which are involved in the waterfall method. The first one is requirements gathering. The second one is planning of requirements. So what do I mean by the planning of the requirements is dividing them into functional requirements and the non-functional requirements. And the third one is designing. So designing is creating the blueprint of the product like wireframes, schematic diagrams, and the fourth one is build and the unit testing. So the build and unit testing, the coding will start and they will code according to the requirements. And the third one is integration and system testing. So what I mean by system integration and the system testing is like most of the applications now we were doing on the SaaS methodology. So either we will be integrate with the SAP or either we will be integrate with Oracle practice. So it is called as a P2P. It is production deploying in production. So that's how they will call it off. So that process. So that usually it happens in this integration and the system testing. So these are the steps that which will be involved in the waterfall diagram. So now I would want to discuss about the advantages and the disadvantages of this. So first one, it comes to advantages. It is one of the most simplest one that where everyone will be able to understand. One of the simplest method where everyone can understand, and it is beneficial for small projects. And as a working model, the users will get enough time to involve in each activities. And the thing is, errors and risks will come in the later stage of the integration. So these are the advantages of the waterfall model. So because what happens is actually Here we are not performing any action in a sequence. Here we are not performing any action in a parallel. So every activity is going in a sequential way. So first the requirements gathering is done. So even the users also will get the sufficient time. So there is no what I can say is there is no confusion that there is no hurry burry thing. So you can take your own time and you can just do the requirements gathering. In the same way, it is beneficial for the very small projects, because if your project is only lasting for 6 months, then you can plan it in a very good way. 1 month only for the requirements phase and 1.5 month is only for the planning of the requirement. So for each and every activity you will get a good amount of time, and the errors and the risk also will come in the later stage of integration. So because here we were not developing anything in a parallel way, so you will be able to identify the problems once the testing stage begins. So there will be a no pressure or no stress on your team members. So these are the few points that which I can consider as advantages. Now I'm going to discuss about the disadvantages. So at the end of the during the delivery time, it increases the complexity of the overall system, because we were not doing anything in parallel. So all of a sudden when we started doing it, we will get tensed. Oh god, these are the bugs that I'm trying to face it now, though how I will resolve it. So there is no much time now. So a lot of it increases the complexity and it increases the stress towards the delivery of the product, and it also have the high level risk associated with scheduling of the project. And it also affects the implementing and the repairing the way the system is built. For example, here nothing is happening in parallel way, so everything is happening in sequential. So if any functionality is missing, so again you have to go back and you have to check it in the requirements document, and you have to make a corrections over there. Then people will start coding it again. So there is a lot of productivity issues which will be involved in it. So this is one of the biggest disadvantages. That is the reason people started moving it from the waterfall model to the agile methodology, so which we can call it also as a incremental model. And next we were going to discuss about the incremental. So we were going to discuss about the incremental methodology. So in this incremental method, so the business requirements will be already collected, and we will be developing the product in an incremental base. Means, for example, let us take, if you have so many things involved in it, either it might be login page, or either it is a payment page, or either it is a products display page. So you have a different pages involved in one application. So when you have developed the login page, you will go and immediately will give the requirements to the customer, saying that see, this is what I have done it. So are you comfortable with this way, or do you want us to make any changes? That's how you will have a continuous discussions with the customer, so he'll be able to help you out in a better way. So the product delivery feature will be in a incremental basis. So usually the things here will happen in a parallel manner, so there is no sequential concept over here. The requirements gathering will be done in one stage, the planning of the requirements will be done in parallelly, and the business analyst will start writing the user stories, explaining with the technical team. So that how the things will work in the incremental model. So next I'm going to discuss about the iterative model. So what happens in usually in iterative model are, here the cycles are divided into the smaller and easily manageable iterations. So what do I mean that? For example, in the login page, you'll have so many scenarios. So either through Facebook, or either through Gmail, or either through other social media, or either through your normal phone number, or either through your Gmail. So these are the different scenarios. So what does a customer will do is, the customer will divide more the scenarios into a deeper way. So as soon as you have done with the login with Gmail, so he'll be able to see what is the product feature that you have improved on. So whenever as the first activity is done, the second activity is log in through the Facebook. So that is the second activity. So third activity, like that, he will divide the whole login page into the sub activities, and once all the activities are finished, so he will be so interested in seeing the login page. That's how it will happen in an iterative method. So the phases which are involved in the iterative method is requirements collection, next is planning of the requirements, next is designing of the requirements, the third one is building the requirements. So what do I mean by the building the requirements is coding the requirements. Next is unit testing. The next is integration and the system testing. So after this integration and the system testing, there is one thing which is called as a go live period, where the customer will be using it, and you have to support the customer when he's trying out or when he's figuring out the problems for you. So these are the phases that which are involved in the iterative method. So what are the advantages of it is, it helps the customer to understand the product in a better way, and you will be able to see the product in an early stage of life cycle, and it is more flexible because you will be able to be aligned with your scope, and there is no concept of changing the requirements because you have already started developing the product. And if it really the change request comes up, so you are in the same development phase, so the implementation cost also will be very less because already your resources will be there and they'll be working on it. So it doesn't take much time to integrate a new change, and the testing and the debugging is also happening on the same phase. So as soon as you will develop a product, the tester will be testing, and what happens after that? You will assign the task to the developer saying that these are the bugs which I've identified, you please fix it up. So that's how it happens. And there are the low risk factors because in every stage of it you are trying to figure it out the risk which is associated with it. So it's very easy and one of the best methodology that we can use it. Slowly the people are I don't say slowly, like most of the people are started following this iterative methodology. So what are the disadvantages of this iterative methodology is, it is very rigid, it is very rigid because you don't know what is going to happen at any point of time. You may think that everything is fine, you have started developing the product, and you explained the requirements to your technical team, and they were doing it in a very fine way. All of a sudden, things comes up back and saying that okay, this is not what I have expected. I wanted something else should come. So it's like they will expect you to be very adaptable, and you should be one of the risk taker. The person who is working as a business analyst in such type of models, he should be a very risk taker and should be very adaptable, and he should plan out things in a very good way, so where the things doesn't overlap. And in this methodology, not all the requirements are gathered in the first phase itself, because when we were developing the product, the customer may think, okay, this color is not good, or either this font is not good, either why we have to restrict access till only here, can we involve more. So all those things will come up. So either they may raise for a change request, or it depends upon from company to company. So that how the things will work in the iterative model. So whereas it comes to the experimental model, what happens is usually one of the best example for this experimental model is called as a pre-sales, which most of the pre-sales people will be knowing it. So first they will interact with the customer, they'll try to understand the requirements from the customer, and they will develop a POC sort of a product to the customer, saying that how it is going to address the customer's requirement, how it is going to help them, and what are the things that which are really involved in it, and what are the product features that they were looking out for, and if they want any customizations, what type of customizations we can make. So all these discussions will be coming in POC model, and that is one thing. And the next in the spring model. So what happens in the spring model is usually how would I can say is, they will, the whole product life cycle, they will divide it into a circular manner. So it will be a phase 1. So next it will be a phase 2. Next, it will be like a phase 3. In phase 1, it will be like only small arc. So whatever the arc comes up, so they'll be able to take only that thing. See, for example, if you have 100 requirements, in that they will start marking it on a scale of 10. So wherever they can make a half arc, they'll stop it as a circle 1, and they'll be keep doing that. So whenever they were increasing the length of their arc, their more requirements will be coming under that phase. That's how the sprint model works.
What is arc? I'm not getting it.
For example, what happens is actually you will have a requirements. A bunch of requirements will be there.
Okay, let's suppose 100 requirements.
Yeah, let's suppose have 100 requirements. Out of that 100 requirements, you will prioritize what are the requirements that you wanted. Let us take 3 requirements which are really very important for you. So these 3 requirements, they will consider it as one arc. So they will develop this thing. So that means that they have covered one full semicircle. So like that, they'll be increasing the count in the next circle. That's how they will indicate it actually. So that's why they were calling it as a circles methodology.
Actually, we are just trying to make an umbrella type model, like we are calling it an arc, and we are putting the most important things or the job into that umbrella or arc, and we do it first, and then after we do it for the next priority level job.
So yeah. So the next one is about the prototyping model. So what happens is actually, now we were telling it as a, I've already told you, prototyping model is what happens is, before customizing anything, so what does people usually does is, they will develop same replica of the existing product. They will visit the customer, they will give the demos. And once the customer thinks that this model is suiting him, so he will create a few users, and they will be using that product in and out. So if those users will come up with the data saying that this product is really helpful for them, so that's when the customer will take up this product, and that's when the customer will come and will buy the product from the client. So client will come and buy the product from the customer. So that type of model will works on the prototyping model.
In prototype model, do we make a full model or half model or some kind of partial features we provide?
It's like we will explain only the high level requirements, whatever the customer is expecting from us. So how does a prototype model works is, first we will collect the requirements gathering. Then we will do a quick design about it. Okay, we will do the wireframes regarding the requirements, whatever we have collected. So then after that, we will do the rough phase of a prototype. It's a small diagram, we will do it. So after that, client will evaluate it. Okay, so this is a prototype, these people have done it. Or might be they can remove this part which is not helpful for us, or either they can insert this part which is going to really helpful for us. Like that, he will give you the few suggestions on it. So then what does we will do? We will redefine everything again. So we will create a new prototype. So then the customer will likes it, and finally whatever the customer is expecting us to develop, that will be the final product that we are going to develop. That's how the prototype model works. So actually, it is the advantage of this prototype model is the customer will get a proper hang on about the product, whatever he's trying to buy from us, because he'll be seeing about the features, what features will be there, how does it work. So all these things he'll be able to see it. So it is really good thing that, like in olden days, people used to follow this type of methodology, but right now everyone are moving towards it agile. So there is no concept of this prototype model. To develop this prototype model, we have considered the limitations of waterfall model, and from there we have developed this prototype model. The next thing I'm trying to cover under this is spiral model. So it is similar to the iterative model, but it will be more emphasis on the risk analysis. So what types of risk we may face in this model. So when they were developing the product also, they will consider the risk which is associated with it. For example, when we are doing the system requirements, in the system requirements, the technical architect or either the product manager will come and they will ahead tell us that these might be the risks that we may face it currently. So considering that risk, we will be developing a preliminary design of the system. Means we will plan it accordingly. If a technical architect comes and says that I have a few resources who doesn't have a knowledge on data, who doesn't have a knowledge on this Java, like that. So in that case, either we have to plan for the training or either we should hire the new resources. So these are the two type of the risk that which he straight away tells us. So all these things will be considered, and depending upon that only they will try to develop the model. And here the most thing is it is one of the cost effective strategies which is working out for a project. What do I mean by the cost effective means everything you are telling ahead, what type of risks you may think will be applicable to this project, how it is going to happen. So all these things will be discussed initially. So it doesn't create loss to the any customer, or either it doesn't create loss to the client also. So it is one of the most cost effective method when a little amount, when you don't have a sufficient budget, people usually will prefer to go to this methodology. So I would like to discuss about what are the advantages of this methodology is. It is really good for the critical projects where the customer is more specific about whatever requirement that he has given, and where we were developing the product in product lifecycle methodology, and large amount. And what is the most advantages, it helps us to analyze the risk, whatever risk which is associated with this model. So these are the few advantages of this model, and now I'm going to discuss about the few disadvantages also. It involves really high stress to the people because lot of planning activities will be keep happening, and it is not suitable for the larger projects. And here the project success will be completely depending upon the people who are working on the project. So these are the major risks we will address in this spiral method of technology, spiral model. So this is about today waterfall life cycle. These are the different types of the software life cycle models. And there is the next thing that we were going to discuss is about the critical path and the path analysis to identify the complexity which is involved in it and how we were planning to work on it with reference to its critical path. So for means, what do I mean that? Nowadays, we are signing up with this Microsoft, so we have a TFS founders, and we have a different tools where we will be able to identify what are the burn down charts, how many tasks we have, and what are the issues that we were facing. So all these things. Whereas in olden days means around some 5 to 10 years back, people doesn't know the knowledge of TFS, and we don't have any software system which is helping us to raise the bugs, and which is helping us to track the data whatever we are doing. So there are so many things. So at that time, we don't have any tool where we can estimate. So in those days, people used to follow this critical path analysis where you will be able to identify how much time it will take to develop a product. And if you have a critical alternative flows means, for example, when you have one product where you have to insert almost like more than 100 logics to develop that. So that is one of the critical product that you are doing it. After put 100 logics, you should be ready with the 200 test cases. So it's like lot of complexity which is involved in that project. So to calculate the cost and to identify the estimations and to identify how many resources we need exactly, and to identify how long this product is going to work. So all these things we can be able to identify with this critical path analysis. So usually this critical path analysis will be indicated in the form of a circle attached with an arrow. So what do I mean by a circle is, so whatever activity or whatever task that I'm doing or I'm planning to do, that one we are circling, that one we are indicating with a circle. So for example, if anyone has drawn a circle, that means he has some task that which he needs to be finished, and that circles we are going to call it as a nodes. What are the how we were planning to do this? I mean, what are the steps that usually involves in the critical path analysis? Is first we will sit and we'll list out what are the activities that we have in the software development life cycle. That is the first one, and the second step is we are planning it. Okay, how much time do we require to develop this product? What are the activities which are involved in it? So this is the second step. So depending upon that, you will be able to classify each task, and you will be able to identify either it is a dependent task or either it is an independent task. While we are developing a software product, we will be most of the times you will be able to have the dependent and the independent clauses. So for example, requirements gathering, it is dependent on your internal stakeholders and the external stakeholders. Whereas coding, again the coding is dependent on your business requirements document finalization. So most of the documents will be like that. Whereas to write the test cases, it is an independent job, because anyways your requirements will be finalized and you will have a document. There is no necessity that people should start coding. You can write your own test cases. It is independent of your team. So it's like that. So most of the tasks in any project will be dependent, and independent projects also will be there. So whatever tasks we were trying to denote. So all such type of things we were going to draw with a circle. And if there is a relationship between the two tasks, so we will draw the two circles and we will put an arrow between that, so that the arrow says that there is a relationship between the two tasks. So that is how the critical path analysis will be done. And most of this critical path analysis will be done in the statistical projects, where lot of this metadata and lot of this data involvement will be very high. So the next is about your PERT. So what do you mean by the PERT? The PERT is the PERT is program evaluation and the review technique. So what does we do here is it gives a more emphasis on the spectacular view of time. Means, for example, if the company comes and says to you that I want this product to be delivered within 1 year, including testing, including coding, including the requirements gathering, including everything. So everything, if customer wants to mention it very clearly, that type of technique we are going to call it as a PERT technique. And it is one of the more what I can say is it helps you to identify the each and every smallest time which is involved in performing the activities. So with this PERT we will be able to do that. So in PERT type of analysis, we will be classifying the times into three categories. The first one is a short term, the second one is a likely time, and the third one is a longer time. So shortest time is, for example, if you think that for completion of one task, you need 15 minutes. As a project manager, I will convince my team that they have to deliver that 15 minutes task in the 10 minutes task. So this one I am going to consider as the shortest time. Considering this 5 minutes buffer time, when I am telling it to the other people, I'll tell it the actual time inclusion of the buffer. Buffer is, for example, if your task will finish it up by you in 1 hour, but you will tell to the customer that it will take 2 hours, because you are considering the other situations also which are involved in the completion of that task. So that one you are going to call it as a buffer. So that is one thing. So the likely time. So what do I mean by the likely time? For example, if they have given you the BRD document which you have to complete, usually it will take around some 1.5 months like that. But you are able to complete it within around some 20 days. So even sometimes we will also will be updating to our manager, right? I guess it may takes around some 1.5 hour for me to complete. It's like you are guessing it. It's like most likely you are trying to that most likely you are trying to do that task in some particular time. So that one you are going to call it as a likely time.
Starting with the first one, what is the difference between a data analyst and a business analyst? Now, starting with data analyst, the role requires more problem solving skills and data analysis skill, whereas it requires more of decision making and data visualization skills for a business analyst, as we are dealing with the real life business problems and a business analyst has to resolve it, has to find a solution for it by making a better decision. Now, it is more of an operational role in the organization for a data analyst, and for a business analyst, it is more of a strategic role in the organization. Then, data analyst profile requires knowledge of statistics, SQL, data mining, and many more, whereas the business analyst profile requires the knowledge of business intelligence. There are various tools for business intelligence, then data warehousing, analytics, and many more. Now, let us move on to the next question. List the core competencies of a business analyst. So, a business analyst should have a strong analytical thinking and they should have proper knowledge so that they can make decisions, or rather you can say proper decisions for any business. They should have business and industry knowledge. So, they should have experience of working for a business organization, as well as they should have proper industry knowledge so that they can deal with the problems that a business faces. Then comes business process management, which includes various tasks and strategies that a business possesses for improving its strategies. Then comes technical and soft skills. So as in this digital era, most of the companies or businesses uses some or other sort of technology for implementing their day-to-day business tasks. So a business analyst should have a thorough knowledge of which technology their company is using. Also, they should have knowledge of various tools that helps them to analyze the business data for their company. Now coming to soft skills. So as the job of a business analyst is to analyze the business data and prepare reports, then make the team understand about the business insights. So they should have a good communication skills, or you can say the soft skills, so that they can communicate well with their team. And the next one is problem solving and negotiation skills. So problem solving skills always help to solve the real life business problem. Therefore, same applies for a business analyst. Now coming to negotiation skills. So good negotiation skills help build relationships because the aim is to foster goodwill despite differences in the interest of client and the company. So good negotiation skills help in avoiding future conflicts and problems by leaving both parties equally satisfied with no barriers to communicate for the future. Now let us move on to the next question, that is, what is a feasibility study? So a feasibility study is identifying the possibility, or you can say the success rate of the proposed idea for a business problem. So first you should have a business problem, so how you can exactly resolve it. So then you should have an idea. Then after building or developing the product or the solution to it, you should evaluate it on the basis of success rate or the feasibility study. So a feasibility study is an analysis that takes all of a project's relevant factors into account, including the economical, then technical, legal and scheduling considerations to ascertain the likelihood of completing the project successfully. Basically, it evaluates the project's potential for success. Therefore, perceived objectivity is an essential factor in the credibility of the study for potential investors as well as the lending institutions. So the main purpose of a feasibility study is to assess the financial viability of a developed product, whether it will be a success or a failure. So this is about the feasibility study. Now let us move on to the next question, which is what are the different tools used in business analytics? Starting with MS Office. So it is a set of computer applications that is mainly used for business or office purposes for storing the data. So MS Office helps simplify basic tasks and improve the work productivity, and each application in MS Office is designed to address specific tasks such as the word processing, the data management, making presentations, and organizing emails. So it is a collection of various applications, and each application has a unique purpose and it offers a specific service to the users. So it has Microsoft Word that is used to create documents, then Microsoft PowerPoint used to create presentations, then Microsoft Excel that is used to store the data in a structured way. So that is why we use MS Office. Then comes SQL, that is a structured query language. So it is a database language. So as we are dealing with analytics of the data for resolving a business problem or analyzing the business, so we need data for it. So where do we get it? We use SQL for fetching the data from the database. Then comes Blueprint. It is a tool that monitor the impact of your business processes. So it helps in reporting and analytics, and it is a tool for gaining clear, centralized and executive level visibility of the data. After that comes ClickView and TabView. So these are the tools that actually helps to visualize the data using various graphs and plots. So you can get the clear idea about the data using the beautiful graphs. After that comes Python and R programming language. These two programming languages serves as the major tools for the analytics of the data, and it provides various libraries and packages that helps to get the insight of the data using various graphs, plots and various parameters. So these two are the widely used programming languages used in the business analytics industry. Then comes Azure. It is a powerful design tool for creating highly interactive HTML prototypes for web, mobile and desktop application projects. So the rapid prototyping in Azure is the core focus of the tool, and it allows users to quickly create wireframes and prototypes for any rough ideas that they may have. So it is a wonderful tool for business analytics. Now explain the business analysis process flow. So these 8 are the core processes of business analysis, starting from information gathering. The very first thing is you have to gather the information or the data related to your business, to analyze it and to perform the analytics on it. Then identify the key stakeholders that are an important asset for the business and who actually affect your business. Then identify the business objective that you have. So there are a list of objective for your business that you must know about. So identify them and then determine the available options that you have for resolving the problem. Then define the scope of the project. After that, define the delivery plan, which includes how you represent the execution of your project plan. Then comes defining the requirements for a project, which includes gathering the resources that are needed for implementing a project. And finally, you have to implement your project plan and then evaluate and test for knowing how well it is built. Now let us move on to the next question. How do you perform risk management in your project? So a risk is defined as an uncertain event that causes threat to the existing business. So for performing risk management in our project, here are the risk management process. So first you have to identify the problem. After that, you have to analyze the problem by using the data that is available related to your business. So you have to understand and analyze the problem from the data. Then you have to create a plan for the resolution of the problem. So you have to make a proper strategy to execute your strategies made for the resolution of the problem or the risk. Then you have to make actions on that, the strategy and the plan that you have made. You have to execute it, and after executing the plan, so after making the proper action for the made strategy, you have to monitor the results and you have to understand and analyze the results so that you get the knowledge about whether this risk management process is working out for a particular business problem or not. And if the process is not working out, Then again you have to analyze the shortcomings, then you have to make changes to the plan, and then again act or implement according to the changes you have made in your plan. Then again monitor and control. So this is actually the risk management process that every company follow. Now let's go to the next question. Differentiate between risk mitigation and risk avoidance. Starting with risk mitigation. So risk mitigation is what to do when a risk occurs, and risk avoidance is what to do to avoid the risk. Then coming to risk mitigation, it reduces the probability of risk occurrence, and the risk avoidance, it avoids the risk by eliminating the cause that is creating the risk. Then comes, it checks whether any impact occurs for the business or the project. Whereas in risk avoidance, the impact of threat occurrence is reduced to zero, as it avoids the risk by eliminating the cause. Then in risk mitigation, cost is high in case any risk occurs. Whereas in risk avoidance, cost is eliminated in risk avoidance. So this was the actual difference between risk mitigation and risk avoidance. Now let's go to the next question. What are the different phases of an IT project? So there are 5 phases of an IT project, starting from project initiation, then project planning, execution, closure, and finally monitoring and control. So initiation is the very first process of the phases of an IT project. So first you should have an idea for the project, what you have to actually build. After that, you have to plan what all things actually your project requires. So you have to jot down the requirements and how you have to make your project, along with the resources that you need for developing this project. Then comes project execution. So after getting all the requirements, resources and planning about the project, you have to execute the project. So you have to put all your resources for implementation. Then after the successful execution of the project comes the project closure step. So after the successful completion and the closure of the project, you have to monitor and control your project so that you can test it, you can evaluate its performance. So these are the phases of an IT project. Now let us move on to the next question, that is differentiate between a software development life cycle and project life cycle. So starting with SFDC, that is software development life cycle, it is used for developing particular software products, whereas project life cycle is used for developing a new product in the business. Then mostly involves, that is software development life cycle mostly involves single software across different phases, whereas project life cycle involves multiple software in a single customer scenario. After that, SDLC phases include requirement gathering, design, coding, documentation, operations, and maintenance, whereas project life cycle phases include idea generation, screening, research, development, testing, and analysis. So these are the basic differences between software development life cycle and project development life cycle. Now let us move on to the next question. What are the tasks and responsibilities of a project manager? So starting with defining scope, resource planning, budget estimation, risk analysis, and quality control. So these are the tasks and responsibilities of a project manager. So in defining scope, so it actually refers to the combined objectives and requirements needed to complete a project. And the term is often used in project management, and it is properly defining the scope of a project that actually allows manager to estimate costs and the time required to finish the project. So in simple words, it is all the work that needs to be done in order to achieve a project's objectives, and it actually involves the process of identifying and documenting specific project goals as well as outcomes, milestones, all the tasks, then cost and timelines, including dates specific to the project objectives. So this is actually defining scope. Then comes resource planning. So actually resource planning is a process of allocating tasks to humans as well as non-human resources so that they are maximized for efficiency. Also, it helps project managers manage resources and its utilization and track resource capacity to keep projects on budget. So in simple words, resource planning is a systematic process to achieve the optimum use of an organization's time and people.
So using a confluence of project management skills and various techniques, we can maintain stability between projects, tasks, teams, time and budget. Then comes budget estimation. So it is the process of estimating all the costs associated with completing a project within scope and according to its timeline. So it is actually forecasting the cost and other resources needed to complete a project, and it accounts for each element required for the project and calculates a total amount that determines a project budget. After that comes risk analysis. This is one of the most important factor in any project development task for a project manager. So risk analysis involves examining how project outcomes and objectives might change due to the impact of the risk event. Once the risks are identified, they are analyzed to identify the qualitative and quantitative impact of the risk on the project so that the appropriate steps for tackling the risk can be taken to mitigate them. After that comes quality control. So control quality involves activities that are used to evaluate whether the product or service meets quality requirements that are specified for the project. And this quality control is very crucial in any project for any project manager handling the task of business analytics, because it ensures that everything is within the scope of the project planning. So these are the tasks and responsibilities of a project manager. Now let us move on to the next question. What do you mean by critical path analysis? So critical path is the set of activities which includes the longest path in the whole project. So it is basically a technique that requires mapping out every key task that is necessary to complete a project, and it includes identifying the amount of time necessary to finish each activity and the dependencies of each activity on any others. So basically, it is also a sequence of project network activities which can add up to the longest overall duration, regardless of the longest duration of the project. Then it actually helps to identify the most important task in a project, and this provides a higher level of insight into your project's timeline and a correlation between tasks that gives you more understanding about which task durations you can modify and which must stay the same. So this is actually critical path analysis. So you can see this diagram. So here is the project start date, and it is categorized with the labels of A, B and C, starting from A1, that is 10 days, then A2 8 days, A3 9 days, and finally the project completion date. Then comes B1. So B1 has 2 days, B2 7 days, B3 3 days. Then coming to C1, C1 has 10 days, C2 has 8 days and C3 has 12 days. So the longest duration is of category C and the least duration is of category B. So you can analyze the timeline that is required for the completion of different tasks of a project. Now let us move on to the next question. List various components of a strategy analysis. So it starts from vision, then mission, then objective of the project, then strategy, and finally the action plan. So starting with the detail of vision. So what actually is the vision when talking about the strategy analysis for any project? So a vision is a description of the desired state or ultimate condition that should exist after the project has been completed, and then it is typically expressed in a vision statement, which is a clear and brief summary of what the project team members and their stakeholders expect to achieve. Then comes mission. So the mission statement is a summary of what the project is trying to achieve. However, if you ask many people involved in a project what is the mission statement, most of them will not know. So a team lead should remind the project members of the mission statement at regular intervals so that they can know in which direction they are heading towards. Now we'll talk about the objective. Now project objective describes the desired results of a project, which often includes a tangible item. So an objective is specific and measurable and must meet time, budget as well as quality constraints. So project may have one objective, many parallel objectives or several objectives that must be achieved sequentially. Now coming to strategy for any project. So basically it identifies and implements the organization's long-term goals as well as the objectives of the project. So the project strategy is actually a direction in a project that contributes to the success of the project in its environment. Then comes action plan. So it is a list of tasks that you need to do to complete a simple project or objective. So to draw one up, simply list the tasks that you need to complete to deliver your project or objective in order that you need to complete them. So this is the component. So these are the list of various components of strategy analysis. Now let us move on to the next one. What is business modeling? So business modeling is identifying the value proposition for a business and then building a step-by-step approach for operating the business. So in business analytics, business process modeling is the activity of representing processes of an enterprise so that the current process may be analyzed, improved and automated. So the change in the management programs are typically involved to put any improved business processes into practice. So this is the use of business modeling. So these are the outliers, or you can say these are the outliers for business modeling, that is vision, options and plan. So vision consists of you have to map your target's ecosystem. Then in options, you have to create winning business model options so that you can stand unique in the market. Then you have to map your business Then you have to map your business model roadmap by making effective plans and strategies for your business. So this was about business modeling. Now let us move on to the next one, that is list various software engineering processes. So it starts from gathering of requirements, where you have to gather the requirements of the user, client or customer. So what they actually need in the software, or any functionality or any specific function they need in the software. So first process and the first step is actually the gathering of the specific requirements, and that you have to collect directly from the customer or the client. Then you have to analyze the requirement to make the software or to make the proper strategy, the software. Here you have to analyze what all things can be done and what all things cannot be done. So you have to look into the estimation of the cost, the time that is required for developing the product or the software. So you have to analyze all that. After that, or after analyzing, you have to design the product. So how your product or how the product for the client will look like, or you have to design the structure of the software so that you can add the functionalities, or you create or develop or implement using various tools and techniques or programming language. Then comes the implementing, that includes the implementation part using the programming language or any tools or technology that you have to use. And after that comes the testing part, where after the development of the software you have to test it in order to evaluate it or evaluate the performance on the basis of various factors or parameters, so that you can iteratively test and improve the software for the final deployment. And finally comes the deployment in the business environment. So you have to deploy the software in the real-time business environment to see how it performs. And then again you have to collect the response, and again if there are any changes you have to do it. So these are the list of software engineering processes that companies follow. Now let us move on to the next question in the queue, that is differentiate between agile and waterfall model. So talking about agile, so it is flexible in nature, whereas waterfall model is structured software development methodology. So agile focuses on customer satisfaction majorly, and in waterfall model the internal process does not require customer participation. After that, agile is flexible to changes in the requirement. And talking about the waterfall model, so the requirements must be clearly defined and the changes are difficult to implement. So agile has an incremental approach, whereas the waterfall model has sequential design process. Finally, in agile, testing can be done in every phase, and in waterfall model, testing is performed only in the final phase. So these are the major differences between the agile and the waterfall model. Now let us move on to the next question. What is RUP methodology? So RUP is an object-oriented approach that guarantees successful project management and top-notch software production. So the RUP development methodology provides a structured way for companies to envision, create software programs. Since it provides a specific plan for each setup of the development process, it helps prevent resources from being wasted and reduces unexpected development cost. Also, the main goal of RUP, or you can say the rational unified process, is to create high quality software with a predictable budget and time frame. So it is supported by a variety of tools supporting change and configuration management, as well as creating automated documentation with performance tracking and other tasks. So it actually helps in application improvement, software production and project management. Now let us move on to the next question, that is, what is RAD methodology? So RAD stands for Rapid Application Development, and it is a form of agile software development methodology that prioritizes rapid prototype releases and iterations and user feedback over strict planning and requirement recording. So you can see the diagram. So first is the requirement planning, then comes the design where it collects or designs the prototype, then it tests the software, and after that improve over iterations by testing and finding the errors or bugs or any shortcomings in the software. After creating a successful prototype, it goes for the development, and finally it is delivered to the customer. So basically it is an iterative model, and in general RAD approach for the software development means putting lesser emphasis on planning tasks and more emphasis on the development and coming up with a prototype. So this is about the RAD methodology. Now let us move on to the next question in the queue. What are project deliverables? So project deliverables are a set of measurable goods and services that are delivered to the end customers at the completion of a project. So the term deliverables over here is a project management term that's traditionally used to describe the quantifiable goods or services that must be provided upon the completion of a project. So deliverables can be tangible or intangible in nature. So some of the examples of process deliverables can be statement of work, work breakdown structure, project scope statement, project governance plan, and there are the key deliverables of a project. There can be key deliverables of a project. So a project is only complete when the deliverable is accepted or signed off. So the key deliverables are the main goal, tangible or intangible, that has been accomplished, or the many key deliverables set in the timeline along the way. Now a question may arise, how do I find project deliverables? So there are certain steps or methods that you can follow to find the project deliverables. So here are few of the steps that I would discuss. So you should have a detailed and clear description for all team members involved in the project. Then specify the operations and functionalities that will be performed by the software. Also, you can ensure the alignment with all the requirements provided by the customers and clearly establish the client's expectations, and then clearly establish the client's expectations and secure the client's consent and acceptance.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of business analytics by answering this question. Business analytics results in which of the following? A. Evidence-based decisions. B. Data-driven decisions. C. Better decisions. D. All of these are correct. Comment down your answers in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So these are few of the steps that you can follow to meet IT project deliverables. Now let us move on to the next question. List the components of requirements work plan. So these are the list of the components of the requirements work plan, that is project description, key issues, deliverables, goals and objectives, strategy, resources, budget and time. So in project description, you should have knowledge of what actually you are developing. So here you need to describe the details of the project, the features, the functionalities that are to be added in the project. After that comes the key issues. So you should be aware of the key issues you might face during the development or the planning of the project. So there can be various issues related to the resources or the technology that you have to use for developing the project. You need to create the prototype of your project in such a way that you may face during the development of the project. Then comes the deliverables. So you need to focus on the key deliverables. You should know about that. So we already discussed about the deliverables, what they are. So I'll move on to the next one, that is goals and objectives. So what is the goal and what is the objective of creating this project or developing this project? So you need to be clear about that. Then comes the strategy. So you have to make a proper strategy for creating the project. So proper strategy and planning is must for developing any project. Then comes resources. So you have to plan and you have to decide about the resources according to the requirement of the project or the requirement of the client or the customer. So you have to focus on the resources also, so that you have proper resources for developing the project. And then comes the budget and the time. After the proper analysis of the project, then key issues, goals and objectives, then strategy, then resources that are needed for developing the project, you can estimate about the budget and the time. So how much exact time is required for creating that project and what is the budget of the project. So these are the list of the components for the requirements work plan. Now let us move on to the next question, that is, what is the purpose of the requirement traceability matrix? So RTM, that is requirement traceability matrix, is used to record all the requirements given by a client. So the purpose of RTM is to ensure that all of the mentioned requirements are met. So it is actually a document that demonstrates the relationship between requirements and other artifacts. So it is used to prove that the requirements have been fulfilled, and it is typically documented that consists of the requirements, the test results and the issues. So this is the use of the requirement traceability matrix. So it is usually prepared by business analyst or the project architect, depending upon the organization or the type of business or the project structure. So they actually define the goal, gather the artifacts, create a traceability matrix, and then copy and paste the requirements from the requirement document and tells about the actual project requirements and present it in front of the project team. So this is the requirement traceability matrix. Now let us move on to the next question. What is business process modeling? So it is the representation of organization's business process. So basically it is a part of business process management which is used to improve the business processes. So it is the analytical representation, or putting it simply, it is an illustration of an organization's business process, which is a critical component for any effective business process management or an IT, along with business process improvement and agility, then standardization of best practices and business system requirements. So these are the key advantages of business process modeling. So here is an example or the diagram you can see for an operation team working for a company. So we are checking the status of the working group and we have to send the issue list. So what should be the process? So first we have to check the status. Then we have to check, is the working group active or not? If it is not, then we have to terminate the process. Otherwise, we have to send the current issue list to the working group. So this is a basic representation of the organization's business process related with the operations team that helps companies to systematically perform their day-to-day activities. Now let me go to the next question, which is list the benefits of business process modeling. So few of the benefits of business process modeling are, it is used to picture a clear understanding of the business processes. Then it provides consistency and control over the processes of the object. Also, it is used to identify and eliminate the errors and bottlenecks, and it gives a pathway for clear start and end for the process without hassles. Now these were the benefits. Now let us move on to the next question. What is the use of UML?
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys, and the question is, what is one good source of free data? And your options are Thomson Reuters, Friends, Fred, or Warp? Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
So UML stands for Unified Modeling Language, and it is a general purpose developmental modeling language that provides a standard way to visualize the system. So it is a standardized modeling language that consists of an integrated set of diagrams developed to help systems and software developers for specifying, visualizing, constructing, and documenting the artifacts of software systems, as well as for business modeling and other non-software systems. So the UML represents a collection of best engineering practices that have proven successful in the modeling of large and complex systems. Also, the UML is one of the very important part of developing object-oriented software and the software development processes. It uses mostly graphical notations to express the design of the software project, and using the UML, it helps project teams to communicate, explore, create potential design, and validate the architectural design of the software. Also, it helps to reason the system's behavior, then detect and eliminate errors and propose design plans to stakeholders. So this is Unified Modeling Language. Now let me move on to the next question, that is, how do you analyze performance metrics? So there are three key points for analyzing the performance metrics. So first one is, make sure that your key deliverables are met. So this means that whatever feature or functions that you have to add for the customers are properly developed. Then comes the budget, and the time for the project should not be extended. So as you have given the quotation, or as you have to give the quotation for the budget of the project and the time of completion, so it should not be extended, because it will make a negative impact on the customer's mind that the estimated budget was something else before the creation of the project, and now after the completion of the project they are, or the company is stating, the extended budget. Also, the time of completion is one of the important factor that customer notices. So if you have completed your project on time, it makes a positive impact. Then quality deliverables are maintained. So you have to keep in mind or make sure that the quality of the software or the product that you have made is according to the standards of the customer, or you can say the quality should not be hampered. Now let me move on to the next question, that is, what do you think is the scope of business analyst in the agile methodology perspective? So with agile methodology, business analysts act as a bridge between the development team and the stakeholders. So they act on the key deliverables to prioritize and deliver the project in the stipulated time and budget. So in actual, a business analyst is a person who analyzes an organization's or business domain and documents its businesses and processes or systems and accessing the business model or its integration with technology. But coming to development team, so they help them improve their processes and systems, and they conduct research and analysis in order to come up with better solutions for the development team that they faces for developing a product for the customer, and they help to introduce these systems to businesses as well as their clients. So this is the scope of a business analyst in the agile methodology. Now let me go to the next question. What is meant by scope creep? So scope creep is defined as the uncontrolled or sudden changes or deviations in the project's scope without changes in other resources of the project. So it actually describes, or you can say, the scope creep as adding features and functionality in the project scope without addressing the effects on the time, cost and resources, or without the customer approval. So changes on the project is inevitable, and so the possibility of scope creep is also inevitable. Now the primary cause of scope creep is poor requirement analysis, not involving users early enough, and underestimating the complexity of the project. Also, one of the leading reasons for scope creep is client and stakeholders' recommendations. Often what happens is a client disrupts your progress when they make additional requests or change orders midway through a project. Also, you can prevent this by including them in your planning process so that they can tell the actual plan, the features, functions that they want in their or the project. So how do you identify scope creep? So in its simplest form, scope creep occurs when a project's requirements, goals or vision changes beyond what was originally agreed upon.
So when this happens, the project is no longer clearly defined and the borders of the responsibility, and ultimately the completion becomes very complex. So there comes scope creep. Now let me go to the next question. List the elicitation techniques in business analytics. So elicitation is a practice of collecting requirements from end customers and stakeholders. So it includes brainstorming, document analysis, focus group, interface analysis, interview, observation, prototyping, requirements workshop, reverse engineering, and survey. So you need to perform brainstorming for solving the business problem. So you need to find the proper solution with the help of brainstorming. Then you need to analyze the document that you are having. Then you have to find the key factors of the business with the help of the analysis. Then you need to observe what all changes you need to make in your prototype, and after that you have to recheck the requirements, perform reverse engineering, and then the survey of the product whether it is properly built or not. Now let me go to the next question. What are the initial steps involved in the product development? It includes market analysis, SWOT analysis, personas, competitor analysis, then identifying the strategic vision. So in market analysis, you need to analyze the market trends, what all products are trending in the market, and who all are the companies or the people who are developing the product, who are actually your competitors, including the cost of the product for which they provide the product to the customers. Then comes SWOT analysis. So it stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And so a SWOT analysis is a technique for assessing these four aspects of your business. So you can use SWOT analysis to make the most of what you have got to your organization's best advantage. So example of this can be, it includes who is on your team, your patents and intellectual property, then your location, your assets, your resources, and the shortcomings of your business. So it is basically a planning framework that a business can use to identify a strategic endeavors, including the strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats. So how do we actually perform SWOT analysis? So first we have to determine the objective, decide on a key project or strategy, to analyze and place it at the top of the page, then create a grid, draw a large square and then divide it into 4 smaller squares, then label each box. Then we have to add strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Then we have to draw conclusion on the basis of various parameters, factors, and the data available. And in this way, we perform SWOT analysis. A persona in user-centered design and marketing is a fictional character created to represent a user type that might use a site, brand, or product in a similar way. So it is like a dummy product. So marketers may use personas together with market segmentation, where the qualitative personas are constructed to be representative of specific segments. So the actual purpose of personas is to create a reliable and realistic representations of your key audience segment for reference. So these representations should be based on qualitative and some quantitative user research and web analytics. Then comes competitor analysis, which is one of the most important factor for any business. So you should know what your competitor is developing or their product, and this helps to understand that to which audience your competitor is targeting and what is the response for their product. Then identifying the strategic vision. So you should identify the vision for your product or for your business. So these are the initial steps involved in product development. Now let us look into the next question, that is, what is BPMN gateway and what are its elements? So BPMN gateway is used for controlling the sequence of processes and flow of interaction, which is in a way a processing modeling component. So you can see in this diagram there is a task, then there are certain conditions and there are corresponding tasks for the condition, and after that, according to the fulfillment of the condition, the output is generated. So it is actually controlling the sequence of processes and the flow of interaction. So that is why we use BPMN gateway. So it actually structures the flow of execution of various processes that we involve in our business activities. Now let us look into its elements. So here are the elements of the BPMN gateway, that is flow objects, data connection objects,
swim lanes, and artifacts. Now, finally, we'll move on to the last question of this business analyst interview questions tutorial. That is, what is requirement prioritization in business analysis? So, it is a structured process that is used to allocate the requirements based on the urgency. So, there are scenarios where customer demands or requests for some other features or functions or tells you about some requirements while developing the product. So the customer is not wrong on his part, but the business analyst needs to understand the needs of the business to prioritize the requirements. So actually the prioritization means the order of importance. Now, how do we actually prioritize our requirements or the requirements of the customer or the business? So first we have to understand the purpose and strategy for prioritization. Then we have to list the needs of the customer, then the list of the requirements. Then we have to facilitate the rating of the need or the requirement interrelationships. Then determine the technical or the development factors and then determine the priority rating. So after that, there are some factors that influence the requirement prioritization, and they are project phase, delivery schedule, and cost capping. So in the project phase, so we have to look into which phase the project is going on. So it may be in its end phase, so it becomes a hectic task for the developers to make the changes. Also, the delivery schedule may get affected due to this, and the cost capping as well. So maybe the cost will be increased, the date on which the product has to be delivered, it can be extended. So these are the factors that influence the requirement prioritization. So this was about the requirement prioritization.
Just a quick info, guys. Enroll for the advanced certification in Data Analytics for Business by Intellipaat in collaboration with IIT Madras Pravartak. Build most in-demand skills, work on real-world projects, and get trained by IIT Madras faculty, as well as receive mentorship from industry experts. Get dedicated learning managers and build a very strong portfolio of projects. Avail career services by Intellipaat. Get certified now.